Recording.
Here they go.
It pretty much is. Here we go. I'm gonna restart
Like
the video.
Here we go.
And we are live. Make sure everyone. Frank, can you say hello?
Yes. Hello.
We're good. Everything is good. All right. Hello and welcome to Game Complainers, episode 538. I'm your host, Art.
Ghost Anthony.
And Frank.
And Fred.
Oh, my turn? And Mental 9R. But most people call me Mike if they know me in real life.
Our special guest, Mental 9R, aka Mike, from the former Gaming Fuse podcast with Noof Nukem, which we were on earlier this year.
Yeah, that was good times, for sure.
Yeah, it was great. As always, it's always great. So we have Benj in the chat. We have Hockey Fan in the chat. Hockey Fan, we got to talk about this whole thing. But we'll talk about that later. This whole CM Punk thing. All right, it's been a big week in gaming. What's been going on, Frank?
Anthony? No, I have some
Anyone? Bueller?
Pick a card, any card.
Let me see here. A couple
Stellar
things
Blade
happened.
demo.
Yeah, that did happen. I downloaded
Did
that.
happen. Yeah, that was
Season 3 of Call of Duty dropped.
Didn't that drop yesterday?
Yeah, I think it was yesterday, yeah.
Nick streamed it and he said like 2 hours in, like people quit. People gave up on it.
Sounds like Call of Duty.
You messaged me like months ago and you're like, hey, they're gonna put Kong and Godzilla in Call of Duty again, and I was like, yeah, probably, and then it just happened.
Yeah.
So you were right like 3 months ago.
The finishing moves are really cool. Like that you can do as Kong.
They put Cheech and Chong in Call of Duty last week, the day after we recorded. So you can have...
It was the day before. I
yeah,
think.
we talked about it on here.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, I probably said this last week. You could have Skeletor and the Shredder put a hit out on Cheech and Chong, which I never thought would ever happen in my entire life.
I mean, it's possible in Call of Duty, I guess. Just like how Fortnite has every combination possible. I guess Call of Duty's trying to do the same thing.
Fortnite's just a clusterfuck of everything.
Who would have thought Cheech and Chong would make their debut in Call of Duty before Fable and Perfect Dark came out?
I would love to see the sales numbers because like 2 people bought Cheech and Chong. Like their fan base.
Does anybody know who they are besides like us?
That's what I'm saying. Their fan base is in like their 80s, probably 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, and whenever I hear Cheech and Chong, I think of him looking in the rearview mirror, going, "Hey, Double Bubble, you want to ride?" And it's like, yeah.
You know,
of course, that's not a good thing to say these days, but
it's I don't know. It's funny because I mean I don't I'm not really I didn't get into this year's Call of Duty at all, but that's kind of how I am with like some years where like I'll stick with it for a little bit and then I usually don't stay on it for more than a couple seasons, so it's I haven't really been involved in this year's Call of Duty at all. Besides the beta, I think I played. That was it.
We have Axel in the chat. We have Stevie Mac in the chat. Axel, feel better, buddy. Axel wants to come on next week.
Nice.
So
heck yeah.
Rest up.
Cool.
Get better. And we got some Sega to talk next week. That's for sure. He's a huge Sega guy. Who are they going to put next? Beavis and Butthead? Yes.
I hope so.
That'd be freaking sick.
Bill and
That
Ted,
I would go for.
Bill and Ted.
This is
How many more people can they throw in there? Mr. Patriot Joel, what's up?
What's up?
He hasn't played games since the Cold War. Oh, he means, since Call of Duty Cold War.
So the last game he played was like NES.
He hasn't played since the Cold War.
Jeez, it's a long drought.
It's been a while.
He's got a hell of a backlog.
Yeah,
He sure
It's been
does.
like about 4 years since the Cold War came out.
Yeah, it's actually wild because it's I mean, to think of like how many of these Call of Duty games kind of blend together now.
Yeah, they're all the same.
It's a little oversaturated.
Yeah, kind of lose track of it, but we'll see because now the next, what's next? Black Ops. So that's up next. So-
Is it or is it Advanced Warfare? Are they bringing that one back?
They could.
We'll see if it comes
That's
out.
been
They're
a
gonna do
while.
another like Black Ops type of game. I think is next.
Yeah, because the next one had it had Black Ops as a subtitle, so it was not like the main.
It's gonna be like a remake, or who the hell knows? It's gonna be something.
So
If they don't delay it.
Fred, did you play this whole thing, the season 3, or what?
Yeah, I did. I played it a little bit actually before stream today. They brought back one of their original maps from Modern Warfare 2018 or 2019. I forgot when it came out.
They didn't
But,
make
it
you.
was-
They didn't have you guys make maps.
No, they actually added new maps too. There's like new maps in there actually. I'm like, holy crap, these are original maps. Whoa,
Yeah,
not
Halo put new
remakes.
maps in their season 5 too. Like they're like, people are putting that over big now.
Mhm.
Halo Infinite, since their updates, but I haven't played
Yeah.
it.
I haven't played it yet either. I still have to I have to re-download it.
Like in recent years, I haven't played it. But
Is everyone playing a different game, or is everyone playing the same? I don't know. I don't. What are you guys playing? I haven't really been playing anything. I've been
I haven't played anything.
ripping to the Polymega, the second one that I got, and I've been trying to fix this Raspberry Pi like an idiot. I haven't really been playing anything. I guess this was like the last game I played, like Horizon Forbidden West on PC. What are you guys playing? Call of Duty up there. What about you, Frank?
Not much. Just a little bit of Hearthstone and some Paper Mario. That's it.
Just RoboCop.
Nice.
Well, I shouldn't say just. I'm also playing Nier Automata on my Steam Deck, and on PlayStation, I'm playing The Last of Us 2.
Nice.
So,
It's Anthony's game
kinda-
up there.
rotate around the three of them. I always have 3 games on the go. It's rare that I just play one game. I get
agree.
bored.
yeah,
Except for
sometimes.
Starfield. I played Starfield kind of just exclusively for probably the first few weeks anyway.
Yeah, that's a big game to digest too. So it's good to have
Yeah.
just one on your plate for that one.
That
Yeah.
was good.
Matt in the chat room got Revelatio here. What's going on, guys? Working nights for a month. Glad I could catch the stream. Awesome. Well, I hope
Nice.
that work goes by quickly and we can help out with that. So, is Horizon on PS3? No.
I can't believe you could stomach this game for however long you played it.
Okay. It
Just the
runs-
amount that.
No, you can go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, just the amount we've had it on the screen here is longer than I played it, I think. But
Me too, and I bought it the day it came out like an idiot because I loved the
Me
first
too.
one.
I actually
I
streamed
love the
it.
first one too.
I streamed the second one on PS5 a year ago when it came out, or 2 years ago. I was streaming for about 3-4 hours. The chat was like, "Stop playing, play something else, please." I was like, "No, I paid $50 for this. I'm gonna like, no, we don't want to see it anymore." And I switched to a different game, and everyone was happy.
Should have been like, you got
Wow.
to super chat me
Yeah.
$60 for me to stop
Dreadpool
playing.
is in the chat.
Yeah.
What's going on, Dreadpool?
What's up, Dreadpool?
What's up?
What is up? Dreadpool.
Axel said I'm playing Unicorn Overlord, and
Oh.
it's amazing. Is that real?
I heard that's good.
It's
I don't know.
What
I
is
haven't
it? An
played it.
RPG or something?
Yeah, it's like an RPG, I think.
Okay, I'll check it
I've been
out.
playing a lot of Paw Patrol. Been
Oh,
playing
get
that
out of
for
here!
The
Paw
last
Patrol?
solid week, just trying to get all the achievements. No, I'm playing Halo 2, the original.
Oh, how come you didn't tell us you were playing?
Well, I mean, I was really playing, here and there. Like I want to play with all you guys whenever you guys are ready. I'm down.
We've been ready. You just got to tell us when you're ready.
I have to get it on my Xbox. I don't think I have it on my Xbox.
Yeah, so I've been playing that from time to time, just kind of jumping in, playing. So that's been fun. So I've been going back to 2004 a lot, and then I've been playing Cold Fear as well. So it's a fun little survival horror game from 2005. So and
Hmm.
it's kind of like fixed camera angles with the over the shoulder aiming, and that's Cold Fear, and it's like a bunch of people on a ship get infected, and you have to pretty much fight them and also soldiers as well, shooting at you at the same time. So it's a pretty cool little gem that I never ended up playing because it was never in any video store or any. I never saw it in a store back then, so I didn't get it. But it's fun to play, and I recommend anyone checking it out. So
That's Cold Fear.
Cold Fear, yeah,
It's actually on
Came out-
PC as well. Ubisoft
Yeah.
port though. I don't
yeah,
know if it's going to be good. The mid 2000s Ubisoft ports.
yeah. Thankfully, I'm playing on an Xbox through a Zedusa adapter, and that thing looks nice on stream. It actually translates pretty well on the
Right
capture
here.
card.
Oh,
so
there it is.
there it is. Yeah, that thing's a beaut. So especially playing like Halo 2 on that thing, it's like
It
Halo
was
2
worth
still
every
looks good.
penny.
Yeah, Halo
It's
2 still
definitely
looks
worth
good in
it.
many aspects.
So how was
but
your
yeah.
experience on Halo 2 online? Because we got slaughtered.
Yeah, there's a lot of sweaty guys in their 40s probably playing it, and that's okay. You know what I mean? But no, I think there's definitely a challenge there because a lot of people know the meta and everything. They know all about the little nooks and crannies of the maps and knows where all the weapons are. It's still fun. I mean, I actually found myself still being able to play. It wasn't like where if I joined like a Call of Duty game today, I feel like I would just get completely, just completely smacked. So
That's me
I
every
felt like
game.
I was at least able to hold my own. Considering I was obviously solo playing, I didn't have a team. But if we play together as a team, that's a different story because we actually have communication. You can't really talk unless you have those mic hookups on there, and some people do.
They do, yeah.
And which is hilarious. But yeah,
Don't get ahead of yourself. We're trash.
We were
We're not gonna
streaming
be
and
able
we're
to
on
help you.
Discord talking.
Yeah.
And then we just hear some guy go, "What a fun game!" And I was like, "What? Who said that?"
Yeah.
And it was the guy who had his headset on. And it was so I had
That's
to go in and
crazy.
mute everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun. I mean, my experience with it works well. I mean, there's a couple, things that obviously like I wish the playlists were kind of like they were not. It's not like it's not evened out, but it's like they have the playlist there, but like there's some like big team battle like that never fills up that much for people to play.
Right.
So I wish they kind of cycled in other things in there, but maybe they can update that as they go along. The fact that it works though, I can't really complain because it's actually really cool. And yeah, so I've been playing a lot of that.
You have the
when I have
Hunter
time.
Jen, what's
controller?
up?
Yes, I did get that. Yes.
You did? Do you love it?
Yeah, the Hunter controller is sweet. Yes, I was
Oh,
gonna
you got it
say.
in the mail. Okay, good.
Yeah, got that. You guys told me to order it, and I am not.
It just
regretting that
plugs in and
purchase.
that's it. Like you're all
It's-
set.
Oh, it's
it's
so
perfect.
nice.
And
That's
it
really
works for the
nice. That's
Switch
cool.
too. And I was like, all right,
I
like
got it
that's
over here
awesome.
somewhere.
So,
Oh, it works for the Switch too.
yeah,
I didn't know that. That's fucking
Switch and
crazy.
PC. It works for everything.
NPC, yes, of course. So yeah, it was a
Fred,
very
I'll give you the
comfy
link.
controller.
He's looking to spend his tax return money on a bunch of stuff, but I'm telling him don't blow it on stuff. And then now he wants
Save a little bit.
when he
Oh,
finds
yeah,
out that we
blow it
get
on
something
everything.
cool, he wants to buy it. So I'll give you the link. It's a cheap little controller.
That
Let me
Switch
see if I
2 is
have it.
coming. Better
Yeah,
2025.
We've been waiting
Save
for the
your
Switch 2 for 3
money.
years.
Yeah, exactly.
What
Yeah,
comes
hopefully
first,
we,
Switch 2 or Fable or Call of Duty? Not Call of
That-
Duty. Fable
That's
or
an easy
Perfect
one.
Dark.
Game Pass.
Yeah,
Fred,
it'll be.
before I look for this controller, do you want to tell people the funniest joke that you said during community game night?
I just said that like Phil Spencer will be on hospice care by the time fucking Fable and Perfect Dark come out. He's like, oh,
Man.
finally.
The minute
Just
he
freaking
dies, the chip will go off and it'll just go to Game Pass. Like it was just
Yeah.
waiting for him.
Oh,
Like he's the
like-
kill switch.
He's like, finally, Game Pass. Fucking
God.
just-
We will never see Perfect Dark's update, which is funny because news came out today and
Yeah.
another studio is helping them make this game. It's like, how many studios do you need to help you make one game?
And I'll believe it when I actually see it, like being, put out for a release
Yeah.
because we haven't seen, any.
Act like
hard
this
is
thing
it?
is Call of Duty where it needs like 5 studios.
How
Like,
hard is it to make Perfect Dark?
it's just Perfect Dark, my man. They made it on the 360 in like less than a year.
Yeah.
They have unlimited money and they cannot get any games out. They literally have almost unlimited funds. I know I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean. They have
Yeah,
more than
they-
most.
They
Exactly.
got more than Sony.
A lot more than most, yeah. more spare change than Sony has in overall value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
If anything, they should be banging out all the games, and Sony should be like, "Holy shit, we got nothing left." But it's the opposite, and it's like, how? How is this the opposite?
Well, Sony's losing their ass on those games. I just saw another thing today
Yeah, I
about the
know.
top 6 games. Most of them didn't even sell 10 million. The top most sold
that's
games.
because Sony decided to go that way, and it didn't pay off in the end. Now the whole industry is upside down because they're like, wow, we're laying all these people off that we needed to make these big games. We don't need to make these big games anymore. What do we do? And Nintendo's in the corner like, hey, we made all these small games and everyone's buying them like crazy, so we'll be okay.
Yeah,
And
they'll survive.
Xbox is like, oh, wow, yeah, Sony doesn't know what they're doing, so we don't know what we're going to do now. Oh, handheld. That'll save everything. Yeah, it'll fix the whole connected Xbox One. The handheld will fix it.
Woohoo! You still won't have games to play on it, but you could buy it. It's like,
Everyone
thanks.
will know our names once the handheld comes out and it's not branded Xbox. Good
That'll
job.
fix everything.
Yeah.
The handheld, look, the idea is cool, and I don't mind if they make one, but all
Depends
these podcasts,
how they do it.
Yeah, it depends on how they do it. And all these podcasts are like, that's going to save it. Like, no. It is what it is. I mean,
They already have handhelds that play those games, so it's not gonna like shake up the industry. It's
Phil
not this
Spencer
big
got
new
the-
idea.
it's a Legion Go.
Exactly.
And he's like, I'm making lists of what it doesn't do. I'm like, does more than your fucking Xbox.
If it's a walled garden handheld, it's not going to do much. If it's an open platform handheld, well, as long as they do it well enough and it works and they have some kind of an emulation mode that can play all your Xbox games that you've bought, then it might do okay.
Yeah, I think that
But
would be the selling point.
Yeah, it needs to have Steam and everything else. It needs to basically be a Windows system that has some kind of an emulator that, I mean, we know they're good at making emulators. We look at their back compat library. I mean, it's what they do. So it would be a no-brainer and easy for them, I think, to do an emulator for all their existing series console games. The trick will be getting the licensing to actually do it.
Right.
Like when Phil was talking about all of it, he said, there's going to be a ton of paperwork. I think that's what he's getting at, because they'd be fools to make it a walled garden. Even
Yeah.
the next Xbox, it should just run Windows on it and have a console interface. Windows in the background, then Steam, Ubisoft Store, all the stores will work. GOG will work, everything will work, and you can just play and have fun. They'll have to charge more for it, make a profit on it, right? Because you can't sell a console like that at a loss because you don't have that locked in store anymore. You can't count on that 30% and the 100% from your own games.
Right.
But, it'd be worth it to me to have a nice small compact like Series X size PC that I just slip under my TV and it plays great.
Yep.
And pay a little more for it to have the privilege, right? But use all my Steam games and everything, that'd be great. Either that or Valve needs to build a Steam machine again and actually leverage their knowledge from the Steam Deck and build an actual console to compete with the PS6 and the Xbox, whatever it'll be, Series X2 or whatever they call it.
I actually bought
That's my take, but
the Steam machine. It was called the Alienware Alpha because Dell released it first. So they were like, yeah, you can name it whatever you want, even though it was the same exact thing that Steam sold. The little box, it was great when it came out. It had the Steam OS on there. It was great. Eventually, I just put Windows on it, but
the potential is like these days now that Proton's so good and the Steam Deck, they've learned a lot from it. You guarantee that they could build a really decent console probably now. That remove that power constraint. Think of what they could do with it.
Yeah,
could be good.
Yeah,
could be good. I was speculating that maybe that's why Microsoft is saying their next console is going to be such a huge leap. Really, the biggest restraint on a console is the power envelope they lock them down to, right? And that's why PC is just so much more powerful, because you got graphics cards using more power than the entire console.
Yeah.
If they up that power limit a bit to say 400 watts, they could definitely build a really good console in a 400 watt power envelope, right? It'd be a game changing thing for consoles. Like if you guys think back, I don't know if you're not as old as me, but if you think back, consoles used to be more powerful than PCs.
Yeah, the
Right? That's why you
360.
bought it.
The 360
Yeah.
was murdering like gaming.
Yeah, it was the
People were like-
fastest thing you could buy
They were like at
for
the
about
time.
6 months.
Yeah, they were like, why would I buy Need for Speed on this thing? I can just buy a 360. And then people were, because
Yeah.
I worked at Best Buy, they were
Yeah.
showing Need for Speed on a PC,
Mhm.
and there was a guy there. He's like, I don't have to buy this big thing. I just buy a 360, and that was it. Like the
Exactly.
360
Yeah, no.
was like, and
It
then
was a beast.
yeah, once 2010, 2011 hit, Nvidia just struck. I don't know what the hell happened. They pulled
Well,
out all the
power
stops
envelope.
of that card, and that was it. Like they have never
Yeah.
stopped since 2011. They've been
Yeah, the
going with the
8800 series. Yeah,
Yeah.
what happened? I can tell you. I mean, they added a PCIe like 75-watt connector to it. So now they can suddenly exceed that limitation of the PCIe slot.
Right.
And I mean, it started before that. They started with 4-pin Molex connectors, and then they went to SATA connectors, and then eventually it became the PCIe connectors, right? And they could just flow way more power into the device, and that's why they suddenly, consoles have never been close ever since.
Yep.
But yeah, when the 360 came out, you could not build a PC that was better than the 360.
Yep.
There was just no way you could do it. The hardware didn't exist. It took about 6 or 8 months before PCs passed them.
Yeah, that's what's crazy
then-
about it. Because you would never think. You would think, oh yeah, PC
Yeah.
always, and it's like
The
No, it was
console
at
made
one
them step
point.
it up. Yeah, it's like
well, they got
Microsoft's
'em.
little console. Yeah, made it step it up,
Yeah.
and it's nuts. It's crazy to think how it was, and also just how much of a, I don't know, just again, people saw that console and then they saw something like Gears of War, and they're just like, I gotta have it. It's like there's
It was. You nailed it, man. Gears of War blew my freaking mind when I first launched that. That was like, holy crap, that was awesome. Nostalgia big time on that one. But
yeah, man.
When
Just
I-
that Lancer alone, like when you see
Mhm.
that, you're like, I gotta try that.
When
Yeah,
I worked
It's
at Best
crazy.
Buy, I tell this story every time. The day that Gears came out, we sold about 12 Xboxes that day with the game. We
I
had
don't
random
doubt
people
it.
coming in. Do you have that Gears of War game? I need that in the machine that it plays on. They didn't even know it was an Xbox. They just
Yeah.
knew that was the game they want. They saw a video of it online, and they need whatever machine played that game.
the trailer for it was awesome.
Yeah.
Like that first trailer, what the heck's the song that was
Mad
playing?
World
But with Mark,
trailer?
yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. Mad World. That was awesome. I mean, that gave me goosebumps seeing
Yeah.
that on TV. Going, holy crap! And my wife bought me a 360 for Christmas. Then, of course, I went out and spent $5,000 on a new TV, and she's like, "What the hell? I needed an HD TV."
And back then they were not as cheap as they are now.
No, I got a Samsung DLP, a 67-inch, which was like a monster in those days. You just did not see TVs that big. And digital light projection, it was 120 hertz display. It was actually pretty impressive. You just had to be sitting right in front of it, but it was a beast. And that thing, like, we just got rid of it last year in June. It was still working perfectly fine. I felt guilty throwing it away, but I just couldn't see moving it.
Yeah.
How much
we
did
were
it weigh?
moving. It was light. It was
Really?
light. Like, if it wasn't for the size of it, I'd have carried it around myself, no problem. Because it wasn't like the old projection ones. It was a digital light projection, so the whole TV was flyweight. My wife could help me pick it up and move it around.
Wow.
No problem.
I remember even
but,
some of those plasmas were like super heavy back then, like
yeah,
all those TVs.
yeah. Like we had a 55-inch Toshiba like standard projection before that TV. That thing was like 300 pounds. Like it was insane to move around. But the DLP Samsung was nothing in comparison. It was flyweight. It's pretty funny because you'd think, holy crap, the thing's huge, but no, it was light. There was nothing in it really. Just a little like projection wheel and a bulb with a lens. That was it. A color wheel, I mean. But yeah, it was pretty good. Great picture quality for what it was.
Yeah, man,
It was
that's-
1080p.
Yeah, it was a while until I even got I think my first TV with HDMI was in 2010 was when I finally got something with HDMI because it was cheap enough. It was a Toshiba, but it was still pretty expensive at the time. But that was when I was holy crap, the night and day difference between plugging in like your standard cables on a 360. And then at the time I had the 360 Slim. I just remember looking at Red Dead and I was like, holy crap. Like that's at the time you're like just going from a CRT to that. That was just like, yeah, that was mind blowing to me because I was a
Oh,
little
no
late to the
doubt.
game, getting an HGTV, but yeah,
Yeah.
it was a good time with 360 for sure.
Good old tech. Let's check the chat real quick. Did you watch Toy Soldier again? I was going to. It's on my desktop, and I just never clicked on it because this whole CM Punk interview came out. And I watched that like twice. But I will watch that again. It was a great movie. I saw it the other day. I sent it to Richard, by the way. So we gotta watch that one next time you guys come here. Toy Soldiers.
Oh yeah,
I've never seen it.
That's a really good movie.
What?
I've never seen it.
That's
Wow.
a good movie, man.
You gotta watch it. I think they're having trouble finding people who actually crunch and not ride scooters around the offices.
Jesus.
The Xbox handheld is going to be a Windows app for the ROG Ally. The ROG Ally. Not the Rogue Ally, but the ROG Ally. Like how everyone was saying Rogue for like 6 months, and I was like, it's ROG. Republic of Gamers. That's been their brand for over 10 years.
Been a while.
Yeah. I really want an Xbox handheld that plays all my games anyway. That would be great.
Mm-hmm.
But again, they got to do something, man. They got to start releasing games and get their stuff going. Game Pass.
Game Pass.
Good old Game Pass.
Game Pass. Fable Pass.
Fable Pass.
We should all pass on Game Pass until something comes out.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Nice.
If I hadn't like stacked and still be sitting on it, I wouldn't have it right now. I haven't played a game of a Game Pass. Yeah, I haven't played anything in it in ages.
The
Like
Legion.
months.
The Legion Go came with I think was it 3 or 4 months. It came with 3, but Best Buy gave me an extra month, and I got 3 of them because my wife uses one and we had an extra one. So I have stacked up until I think September or October of this year. And I'm like, once that's done, man, I'll check out Indiana Jones, but that's it.
Yeah.
And even
I
the
think I'm-
PlayStation thing sucks too, the online. I just got it for Helldivers, and that I think it expires next month. So
Oh no, mine expired.
I might go month to month just to play that Helldivers game. When that game craps out, I'm not tied to it anymore. You know.
I might just buy it on Steam.
I think
Helldivers?
Yeah. 'Cause I think it's
Don't
cross
do it,
platform,
Fred.
right? Is
I
it
think,
cross
It
Uh,
is. Yeah. I've got it on Steam. I haven't played it, but I've got actually I was up on my Steam right now. I was looking at it because it needed an update.
Oh man.
But when I tried to play it, it was still with the long wait times, and now I've been playing
Yeah.
other things, so it's just sat
I
there
heard
doing
the cross
nothing.
platform has been like a little iffy. Like the cross, they've been
Oh,
having
really?
some trouble.
For
I've heard they've
Helldivers?
been having some trouble with it. Yeah, for Helldivers.
of course, because why have anything work?
Revelatio, you're wrong, buddy. Not Small Soldiers. Screw that movie.
I was what were we talking about? Oh yeah, Game Pass. So the only thing that
Game
I
Pass.
actually was using at Game Pass, the only thing I was using it for at this point was Texas Chainsaw, but I actually just pulled the trigger on the physical copy because it was $25.
There you go.
And I was like, you know what? I'll just get it because it comes with a poster, and I obviously like Texas Chainsaw anyway. So now that that's coming in, I don't really have a reason to keep Game Pass, and it's leaving Game Pass in August. So,
Well,
it's just like the amount that I would spend on that. It
So you
just
bought a coaster.
basically bought a coaster. I understand that, but I like Texas Chainsaw as a film anyway, so it just kind of goes hand in hand. So this is like the one like physical game I'll get for a newer game that isn't like a collector's edition, because that's how I try to kind of make it limit my purchasing of a space as well. That's another thing I have to consider. But yeah, I was like, yeah, you know what? I have space on my shelf for this game, so let me get it. Even if the servers die in 8 months, it's okay. I will I will just I'll get my
You wanna make
poster
the-
and never hang it up and just have the
The
case.
fans will bring it back. Don't worry.
I mean, yeah, that's in the news too, right?
Yeah, we'll
If,
talk about
13
that in a little bit.
Yeah.
Shout out to PC.
Yeah, man. That's the thing. It's like between the PC modding community, and then also just people that are doing stuff like what Insignia is doing on the Xbox side of things. Like, yeah, it's pretty cool what fans can actually do to bring stuff back. So, yeah, kind of going backwards, playing a lot of older stuff as of late. So,
Here, Fred. Here's the Hunter controller. Of course, this is the green one, right? It's probably not going to show up.
Ooh,
I
that's
see
the
it.
one
yeah,
I
it
have.
shows up. Yeah.
USB-C for charging, rechargeable battery. And this works for your original Xbox and your PC, Switch.
And there's like no input lag. The thing's nice. It's
Nice.
like,
It's very nice.
That is very beautiful.
The sticks feel weird, but then when you play the game, you're fine.
yeah, they kind of remind me of like the updated sticks, like for the new series controllers a little bit in a way. But it's nice to play like the original Xbox on a somewhat new controller. Oh, it is.
Yeah,
a new
you don't need
controller,
all these
but-
crazy adapters either. You just buy this remote
Nice.
and you're good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I still have the original controller for the Xbox.
Whoa, the wet t-shirt contest over here. Still water on my shirt.
Don't dig it on the controller.
Well, now it's time to throw this thing out.
No.
I had the Logitech wireless controllers for the Xbox, the original Xbox. I bought them when I worked at Best Buy back in like 04. Those things go for money. And they're downstairs. I might just get rid of them because this thing is fine for me. Like, this is no problem.
I still have one of the Logitechs.
They
I think
go
I
for
have one,
cash,
too.
man. They go for
I gotta
like,
see if it works.
They go for like 90 a piece. Used.
Really? Holy crap.
Speaking
Jeez.
of controllers that are going to go for cash, did you guys see all the Rift Master controllers sold out?
Yeah, and I
Time
don't know
to
how I'm gonna
cash
pay
in.
for them because I got over $1,000 of controllers.
I'll tell you,
pre-orders.
you got to just come up with the initial money and then scalp them for $1,000 a piece, and
Yeah,
you'll be
just pay
fine.
my taxes. I'll come up with that money somehow. Come on.
Oh God.
Unless some
But yeah,
crazy
that's
guy
done.
drops money on Saturday and Sunday.
They sold out on. They went up for GameStop too a couple days ago. I don't know if you guys saw that, and they sold out on that site too. So
Let's see how much people are scalping them for while we're on the topic.
yeah,
Go ahead.
it's not going to be surprised when you say the number. People got to play the Fortnite festival.
Okay,
Now,
one sold
how much?
today for $245, so not too bad.
Being a hot tub. Okay, but listen, when they actually hit, they're gonna go for
Yeah.
more because nobody can get them.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
people are still holding out for a restock right now.
Yeah,
But you
I'll be
watch
not-
the day they come out.
I'll be in a hot tub next week, says Dreadpool. Maybe.
Now here's the thing, Perry. To
Holy
let you know,
beards.
GameStop's website says April 30th they get released. So I don't know what day this
I hope
thing's
they
actually
come
coming
out like December 30th. This way I can save the money.
I know. I know it's a lot.
Because if
for
not, I have to
classic
cancel those
instruments.
things, man.
I know it's a lot. And but they are coming. But yeah, they've been sold out since we've talked about them the last couple weeks. So yeah, not surprised.
So you said, by the way, my wife is level 81 in Texas Chainsaw, just so you know.
That's
Jeez.
wild.
What are you,
Oh,
Anthony?
wow.
Level 20?
Only like 28, maybe 27.
She's playing it
I
right
def-
now.
Yeah, I definitely haven't played that many games of it, but as much I wish I stuck with it because I probably would have been a high level at this point. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see how the new developers are handling that game because
They're not.
Yeah,
It's dead.
It's over.
It's over.
Yeah.
yeah,
They're handing it off so they could just run. Like, yeah,
Which
can
is-
you take this bag? And then running down the block. They're done.
yeah, and then there's different developers making that the Clowns game.
Oh, yeah. Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's there, but like that's a different developer. It's not the same one, but it's like a multiplayer. They had it at I think at PAX they had it on the floor. People were playing it.
Where's Back from the Dead? He was there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you play it?
Hopefully he's feeling better. He wasn't feeling good either.
Yeah.
Fred, before you go to
Yeah.
sleep, would you like to tell us how angry you
Before
are
putting to bed.
at Microsoft for putting Diablo on Game Pass after you just bought it?
Oh, fucking buddy. Listen, I just bought this game. Okay. And now they decide to put it on freaking Game Pass. Exactly. They've only owned Activision for how fucking long?
Wait, when did you buy this?
When it came out.
What, you bought it when it came
well,
out?
that's
Because
like
if
a
you
year
bought it
ago.
after they made that announcement, like, hey, it's coming to Game Pass.
No,
He's been playing
he
it for
bought
a year and
before
he's
that.
mad.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought they were just going to like, oh, this is going to go straight to Game Pass. And then I was just be like, what the fuck? They
Well,
should just put it straight
Here's
to
the
Game
thing,
Pass.
Anthony. He could have traded it back into me for more money. Like, he would have gotten most of his money back.
Oh, he bought it physically. Oh.
Yeah, I did. I'm one of those people. I'm just kidding.
Right.
Well, you can get
But
rid of
now,
that.
they put it on Game Pass, like 6-7 months later, the game is worth like $5 for trade-in. So,
Exactly.
you got
It
robbed.
kind of fell off hard after the first
It did.
month.
It did.
What
It was
happened?
popular
Rob
for like a
Ferguson
little
couldn't
bit.
keep it running?
It was popular a
Everything
little
they've
bit,
been
and
touching lately is tanking. World of Warcraft's just starting to come back a little bit.
Yeah, I saw that.
yeah, a lot of people have been playing that. I know, like a bunch of my friends are like getting back onto it.
Yeah, it's having a resurgence.
Which
I
is,
feel like
isn't it
every
the
time-
20th anniversary this year of World of Warcraft?
Is it really?
Yeah, I think it came out in
Before,
2004.
wow.
I've been. Oh my god! Do you know
I
how much
played
money
it
I
on my
probably
pe-
spent?
My Pentium D. Okay, that's how long ago that was.
Wow.
Yeah, I played on my Windows XP on my
Wow.
netbook. Like I used to, I would go to college and play it on my netbook, my Asus Triple E PC or whatever it was.
You were in college. You now
I,
have two
I
children.
had one of those.
Yeah.
A netbook.
Yeah, netbooks.
There were kids in my elementary school talking about like World of Warcraft. I'm like, huh?
I can't
Oh,
believe
that's
my
awesome.
parents
Oh.
like paid for a subscription. Like that's so crazy. Not that they wouldn't buy me stuff, but it's like, oh, Dad, I need your credit card. I didn't even have a credit card when I started playing that game. I was like in middle school, and I've probably been playing on and off. You know, at least once a year, I'll go back on. So I've probably given them thousands of dollars by now.
Yeah,
Was,
man.
I was 8 when that came out.
Damn.
Halo 2 turns 20 this year too, in November.
Really? Holy
Oh, you think they're going to do anything for it, Anthony?
No, I think they're gonna.
Yeah, they'll
update
put it on
MCC.
PlayStation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a true
Happy
collection
20th.
on PS5.
Woohoo! We ported it to
MCC.
PS3, PS4, and PS5.
Yeah.
And Halo 5 still
PS3,
is not on PC yet, but it'll be
Yeah.
on PlayStation.
You know what's funny
God,
about that? It's
Halo
weird.
5 the garbage.
All of the Halos are crossplay, except like if you try to play Reach, you can only play that with people on consoles. That's like the one thing you can't
Mhm.
play
That's weird.
co-op. It's so weird. It's like, yeah, it
That
has
is
to
weird.
be all on console. Frank's ready to put the background up. But yeah, no, there it is.
It's just really weird, you guys.
It's
Weird.
That's so
But,
weird.
Yeah, it's definitely out of all the updates from MCC, that's an interesting change. But MCC
Okay.
still runs really good though.
That was one of my favorite games, Halo Reach. I used to love playing that game.
Yeah,
I think a
yeah,
lot of people like that game, Fred.
Had a great story.
yeah.
Not
That's-
just you.
that was Bungie's swan song for Halo. So I know that was
I just remember my cousin using me as a meat shield in that game all the time, playing our Legendary.
yeah. Those games are no joke on Legendary, man. They're tough.
Oh no.
But yeah, I was actually thinking about going back and trying to play Infinite again, but like campaign, like actually go and like try to get collectibles and stuff like that, because it is co-op again. So I'm like, oh, could go back and play it now that the co-op's actually in the game. But again, it's just if I feel like actually playing that and checking it out, because I haven't played
Yeah.
since season 2, and now it's like season 5. So it's like,
Got that big disjointed empty map. Don't you want to play that so badly?
yeah, I know. Everything has to be open world because why? I don't know.
And you have to climb across cliffs and grapple and do all this
Yeah.
stuff, and there's nobody there.
Yeah, yeah. And then when you get a vehicle to transport yourself like across the map, it's like, yeah, then you don't even see anybody. It's just like going from point A to point B. It's like very like, it's definitely more bland than most like quote unquote
Driving
open
down a
world.
highway, it's just nothing.
Yeah.
It's just like,
If
Like,
you
they
can
try to,
find a
you know-
highway, Fred.
yeah.
Yeah, it's,
I don't-
I don't know.
I
don't
liked
get how
Infinite when
far-
it came out. It's just it had nothing to keep me going. You know what I mean? Like we tried to play it like every weekend, but it's
Co-op should have been in there day one. If people want to play with their friends.
Well, they lied. They said split screen and co-op were going to be after they fumbled it with 5. They're like, nope, it's going to be an infinite. Don't worry, everybody.
Yeah.
Game Pass.
Yeah.
And the progression was a mess.
Oh,
Remember we were
we
trying to
couldn't
get the
launch
Christmas
it. It's
suits?
coming. Game Pass. Stay on Game Pass. Don't leave Game Pass, everybody. It's coming.
Game ass.
Just like Tatanka, Lone Wolf, all these DLC things. Where are they?
When it first started, Infinite, you had to go when we went online. It was like, oh, if you want to progress, you got to do these challenges. You got to get like 6 kills with a sniper rifle, or do the. It's like I just
couldn't even
want to
get
play
the
matches.
Christmas outfit because I did all these things and I did the
Yeah.
5 challenges and it didn't give me the Christmas outfit. I said, F this. I'm never playing this again. And I never played the challenges. I was
It's
like,
ridiculous.
I'm only playing with you guys.
I haven't played it for a while, but the challenges are a lot more reasonable now, and the progression's a lot faster.
Well, that's
They
good.
did fix a lot of that, yeah. But
I would have given them money for that Christmas outfit, but they didn't want my money. They wanted me to do these crazy tasks at the time when it came out, and I tried to do them.
Now you can pay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feel free to pay. The
Yeah, you can do it.
microtransactions are huge in there. If you want to buy the armor, you pay for it. That's for
Yeah.
sure. It's
I don't know why
expensive.
It's a
multiplayers
little
are
too
like
late.
that.
But yes, at least now I know I have the option now to go in there. Maybe for Christmas I'll go in. Get the
Yeah.
Christmas outfit now.
Nice.
The gameplay was pretty solid, but the problem was they didn't really have any maps.
Yeah.
It was just lacking in so many ways, but the actual gunfight, like that aspect of it, was pretty good.
Yeah, we
Sounds
were
like
happy. We said, hey, Halo's
Sounds
back.
like Call of Duty.
Yeah.
And then I thought the campaign was pretty good, like the story and stuff. With the guy at the
Mhm.
end, was it Esherim?
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah, I
that was a
can't
pretty
remember,
good
but-
story, even though he kept telling us how many times he was the banished. It's like, all right, buddy, we get it.
We
Yeah.
are the banished. We know.
Shut up. Yeah. No, I enjoyed the campaign. I thought it was pretty decent, and I was enjoying the multiplayer. But I kind of got out of it when we moved, and then we were kind of displaced. We weren't in our house for like 5 weeks or whatever, and I just didn't play it at all during that time frame. And then when I got back where my stuff was set up, I couldn't really play because I tend to get vocal in when I'm playing PvP.
Right.
And my desk was too close to my kids' bedrooms, so it's not like I could really play and start yelling and screaming because I was mad. So I had to wait till my office space was done where I'm at now, and this is all soundproof, but it
Nice.
doesn't matter because I've been out of it for so long now. I just haven't gone back, but the intent is there to go back and start playing again. I've just been playing too many other games, but I do want to go back and give it a try.
It's a good game, especially
Me
if you
too.
buy an Xbox. You could just jump into it. You don't have to pay for anything. It's
Yeah.
really cool that you could do that, but they just gave up on like supporting it properly. I get they still got some team. They have like a newer team on it now, but Master Chief
community
seems to be
mods
getting
are-
the most love here, and I get it. It's got the most popularity, but I don't know. I think Infinite was your newer game. We should have put a little more love into it.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. But the Forge maps, a lot of guys have done miracles with that. Like, it's impressive. A lot of the stuff that's out there, and there is a playlist for that now too, from what I understand. So, I don't know. A lot of people are loving it. I got to get back and try it again.
Yeah.
I did have a lot of fun. I'd play with my kids on the weekends all the time, and that was a good time. But my son's just hooked on PvP, but it's in Minecraft, and my daughter's just playing other things. She's on this Nintendo kick right now, so
Man,
that's all she plays is she's on her Switch or playing retro Nintendo games on her PC and stuff.
that's the way to
But-
go. Good old retro.
Yeah,
Heck
yeah,
That's cool.
yeah. She's loving that, but I want to get back to it. I got to give it another run.
Yeah, there's a lot of achievements I want to run back and get and play through the campaign, try to get legendary. So I was like, now that there's co-op, I feel like now's a good time to go back and play it. And like you said, all those updates. So I've been away from it now where it's like, okay, it might suck to try to jump back in because I might suck at the PvP, but at least if I jump for the campaign, it might give me a little bit of an incentive to go back. So
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm thinking. It's going to be hard to go back in and just suck
Yeah.
for a while.
It's
'Cause,
tough.
yeah, I'm a competitive individual, and I hate the fact just because I'm getting old, it's harder to compete already. Reflexes get slower, all that stuff, and hand-eye coordination gets worse slowly over time. But man, going back in when you used to be pretty decent at it and you could win a lot of rounds. I really liked that. What was the 12-person sort of mini battle royale? I was really enjoying that. I could always do well in there. And then to go back in now after all that and just stink the place out would be tough to deal with.
Yeah.
But
I'm starting to
get
put
the
games
skills
on
back.
easy and stuff now. So like I used
Yep.
to play on normal to begin with. Now I can't get aggravated anymore. Like you said, I'm getting old. I don't have time for this stuff. You know?
Well, I think what happens, you don't have the time to play,
Yeah.
for starters. You don't have unlimited time. It's not like you get home from school and just hop on your console or PC and just play all night.
I wish.
Yeah, no doubt, right? It's and then you throw in the aging thing, and yeah, there's the odd time I'll just like if I just want to play a game and experience the story, I'll throw it on easy. Typically, I still go with normal, but when I was younger, I'd put it on hard mode right away.
Oh,
And
man.
that's just how I play. That's how I played everything, right? And I don't have time for that now, and I don't have the same skills that I had back. So
For me, I lost
it
patience.
is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
used to be
that's
the
it,
most
right? 'Cause-
patient guy in the world, and
yeah.
up
You
until
take the
about
time
10
to
years
learn it.
ago, out the window.
hmm Yeah, you take the time to learn it because you had what felt like all the time in the world. Now you realize you're more and time's running out, so you want to experience as many games as you can in a shorter period of time. That's why I mean I go through open world burnout because of that, where I just won't touch an open world game for, months or even a year,
Wow.
where I just refuse to play it because I just want to play linear games that I can get through faster, that 8 to 15 hour sort of experience versus these 50-hour, open world games where you're running around doing meaningless side quests all the time. But you'll get there too. You're like, screw this, no more open world games. I'm done. But
I'm
That's
kind of
how
already
I
there.
feel.
I get that. I
Yeah.
get that 100%. Like, I don't like open world games. Like, I just like it. Like, all right, where's the objective? All right, I'm just gonna go there, do it. That's what I want.
Yeah, but
Like,
Fred,
oh,
even
yeah.
when you do that today, like in the games today, here's the objective. They'll give you a waypoint. You're following the waypoint, and when you like get halfway there, the waypoint goes that way, and you're like, "What the hell am I doing?"
Yeah.
And I got to turn
Yeah.
around. Then you're going that way, and then the waypoint's like, "Where are you going? You're going this way." I'm like, "You drive me nuts."
yeah. Yeah, like Ubisoft, of course, everyone knows is terrible for that kind of crap. Like just way too much crap all over the map.
Yeah.
And I haven't finished a Ubisoft game since, well, I did finish The Division 2. I enjoyed that and the expansion, but like their Assassin's Creed series, I haven't finished one since I think, what was the fourth one? Black Flag.
Yeah,
That was
Black
the last
Flag.
one
Yeah, that was
I
the last
finished
one.
that.
That's what Anthony played.
finished too. Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. Haven't finished one since. Same with Far Cry. Haven't
told
finished one of
Frank-
those in
Oh,
ages.
Far Cry.
I said, "Don't buy
There's
Far
so
Cry
much
6."
crap.
No, it'll be okay. He bought it. He's like, "You were right."
I loved
Yeah.
5, but then there's the whole thing like we're talking about right now. I didn't have kids back then when 5 was out.
Yeah.
Now, whole different ballpark. You got maybe an hour, 2 hours, then it's time for bed. I got to go to sleep. Like I want to play games that I
Sure.
could just make progress in,
Mhm.
and that's
Yeah,
it.
and-
Because
And then if you can't play it for 3 or 4 days because of other priorities in life, you go back to it. You can't remember what the hell you were doing,
No,
and then
yeah,
you got to
I
figure it
can't do it.
out.
I
You
can't do
spend
it.
your
When the hell did I
entire
get here? What?
Yeah, exactly. And then you spend your an hour of your game time figuring out what you were doing, and
and then by the time you figure it out, you gotta go to bed again.
yeah, it's like, oh, I'm done.
That
That's what
happens.
happens.
Sometimes I'll throw on a game and then I'm like, yeah, sorry, I got like 2 hours before I got to go to bed. I'll look at the clock and it's like 10 minutes before I got to go. I'm like, how did this happen? Like, I didn't get
Oh.
anywhere. I was
Yeah.
playing around in the menus for an hour or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened with Deathloop for me, man. The game was always fun when I played it, but it never had something that really pulled me back to it. So I'd end up leaving it for a week, go back, and then I couldn't remember what I was doing. Forgot about some delivery that I was sending to myself or whatever. And yeah, I mean, game was fun. I never finished it. Just, I don't know. the old problem, right? Like
Yeah.
not enough time to play, so put my time elsewhere, and then whatever. It's gaming these days, right? Modern
Yeah,
gaming.
just go on to multiplayer. That's all it is now. Play a
Pretty
bunch
much,
of multiplayer
yeah.
games.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
Stuff that's kind of just brain dead activity. But even that, like with Call of Duty and prestiging weapons and junk, I don't have time for that. So then you always feel like
this shit.
if you're not in there all the time playing, what do you got, right? You go in, you're always
stupid too.
Yeah, and you're always like underpowered compared to everybody else that lives in the game all day. I can't do that. I get just frustrated.
Shot and drop shot and like 360 and shoot me in the head. I'm like, what the hell?
I bought Call of Duty. What was it like?
Yeah.
The last one, not this current one. And I don't remember if I bought it day one or not. One of the Call of Duties, I didn't buy day one. I waited like a week or two. I get on there, right? And I get a message. You noob. It's like, what, a noob? Like, I've been playing this game for 20 years.
This is before you were born.
You've been alive for like 7 years. Who's the noob here?
But unfortunately, he's kicking your ass, right?
Yeah.
That's 7 years.
Sorry, I didn't pre-order it and get it day zero.
It's always like the young kids that just kick the crap. And it's like, and then they like shoot me in the head every freaking time. Quick scope. And I'm like, what the hell? Come on.
Yeah. My son's pretty lippy with stuff like that too. That's why I can't play games that are like insta kills. I need that extra, TTK, right? The time to kill has to be a little longer, so it gives me a chance to, either get cover or retaliate a bit or something. But
Call of Duty's time to kill is crazy. Like you can die like so quickly. Like is
exactly. Yeah, and his Twitch skills are just way beyond mine. I mean, he's 11 now, but it's like
it snap on you so fast. It's like, and then I'm like, whoop, all right.
Yeah, I haven't had that since probably Counter-Strike, right? CS 1.6. I was godlike in that regard. Give me an AWP and a Desert Eagle. I would wreck all night. Yeah, like as soon as I got those weapons, it was over.
Jeez.
And I knew the map so well. Like I used to get accused of cheating all the time because I knew where people would hide, and I would shoot through the walls with the AWP and get kills all the time. Because people are dumb. They would always hide in the same spot, and I knew where to shoot. I've been playing the game like every night for years. And it's like, oh, you're cheating. I'm like, no, I'm not. So every now and then I just waste shots in random directions just to show like, I'm not wall hacking. I'm just smart, right? Like, what was it?
You just know the spots.
Yeah, DE Dust. When you were like, there was the one hallway that when you'd spawn on the one side of the map, everybody had run down the middle of that. So I'd just sprint when I was on the other side of it over, and I'd just start shooting shots down the hallway, get 4 kills. Because people are stupid. They run in a row, and I'm sitting there with an AWP going boom, boom. I'm not even aiming down sight. Like I'm just boom, boom, like freehand it, and they're dying, and they're like cheating, and I'm like, no, I'm not. You're all stupid. You're running down the middle of a hallway.
Yeah. That's the same thing that happened there's a similar map on MW3. Well, it was originally on MW2. It's called Skid Row, and there's like this spot where they just like run down like that's like there's like a door that's hiding them. And then I would just like take an LMG and just freaking unleash fury in that door, and I would just kill like 4 people. Like, oh, you're hacking! How you know? I'm like, you guys are running right down the middle. Like, how do you?
Exactly right.
Like, there's only one. Like, you guys can go anywhere else, and you go that way. It's like, what the hell? Man? It's crazy. People are crazy.
Yeah, this was back. Like I was running CS servers back in those days. I had 4 servers that were like busy 24/7, like rated among the best servers on the West Coast at the time. So I had access, because of my job, I had access to a data center.
Nice.
So I had servers in the data center on a dedicated OC3, which was huge bandwidth back in those days. Wow. Nowadays, it's nothing, but back then it was big bandwidth. And I mean, extremely good pings, like no latency. It was fantastic.
Jeez.
And, of course, priority service, because I was an admin, I could just jump in and it would just boot whoever the last person was out. So it was great. Had all these advantages, but it was originally I was running Quake 2 servers, and then Quake 3, and then migrated this to Counter-Strike. And back in the good old days when you could just go download the server files, set up a box, like I'd love to have that now. I got friggin' 3 gigabit fiber, like that'd be outstanding.
Wow.
And I've got the hardware. I could run all kinds of servers from my house, but you can't do it anymore.
Quake 2.
I don't even think they offer that here.
We used to download, what was that? It was called Spy something. Not Spyware. It was called Spy.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It was green.
Yeah. Spy something. And that would give us the server clients to go in.
Oh, GameSpy.
GameSpy. Thank you. I was trying to look it up.
Absolutely.
And
yeah,
then we would download like Wolverine skins, the guy from Scream, the Ghostface guy.
Yeah,
Anthony didn't even know that.
That was the tool of champions, GameSpy. That was fantastic. But yeah, I used to make maps for Quake 3.
Wow.
Like I was doing all that crap, like sitting for hours in Radiant drawing out maps and stuff, and it was great. Like that's when all that content was free. It was all done by the community back in the day. Like even Counter-Strike, right? All the maps free. Like people just spending their time building. But yeah, I built I think 3 or 4 maps in Quake 3. It was good times. A lot of fun. I enjoyed that. It sure gives you an appreciation, like things I know even still today when I go into a map and you see that texture overlap and the flickering. I'm like, come on, man, you can do better. Like, what the hell? Like, fix that. It's easy. But yeah, that's just you have 2 different textures, and instead of meeting like this, they're overlapped. So they pass through each other and stuff. And stuff like when I see that in modern games, it drives me nuts because it's just, it's a simple mistake. Yeah, and it's a simple thing to fix, right? It's just a matter of taking a bit of time and doing it. But it's attention to detail when you're building the maps. But it was fun. I loved doing all that stuff back in the day. It was good times. Setting up all the servers, and I was running a website out of my house on my broadband because I had business ADSL back then. Man. So I had static IPs, and I had a database server, a web server, an email server, all for my clan, and with my domain registration. So when you joined my clan, you got a custom.
Nice.
I had quite a setup going there for quite a while, but it was fun. Probably did that for, I don't know, 6 years or so. Wow. Something like that. But
that's cool.
Yeah.
Frank, you want to tell them about your Minecraft server with your little AMD heatsink falling off?
Oh, well, no. Okay. So when Minecraft first came out, we were on it, and I had a really, really old computer, and my friend knew how to do Linux without even the GUI. He just text, and so he set up a server that we ran in my house, and it was powerful enough to do it somehow. But I built a computer with an AMD processor just because I had a really crappy E-machines. It was my family computer because we were on consoles. Like we were saying before, consoles was enough. But then when Minecraft came out, I was like, oh, I got to get on this. So I built a computer, and one day I'm just sitting there and it shuts off. I look down at the window and the whole heatsink just fell right off. It just totally fell off. Yeah. And I was like, well, I better build a new one at some point, but I can't do it now. So I just flipped the whole thing on its side and used gravity, and it worked for a while longer. And then finally Perry built one, and then I was like, all right, I need a new one. And then we built mine. Yeah. Yeah, you were go with Intel, and I was like, okay.
Yeah. No, everything I ran was on Linux, and it was all everything in the data centers I admin remotely. And so it was all command line. I never used GUI in Unix. So I was a Unix administrator as a profession, so nice. It was second nature, right? So, but I wrote a ton of CGI for the website that I set up. I had 20 admins that had admin access on the website, so they could restart the server stuff all through the website. I wrote the scripts to do that and interact with the actual servers in the data center. So it was a lot of fun. I had a good time in those days, but can't remember how to do any of that now, though. Just for the record, that's a long time ago, but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. Probably that's my favorite period in gaming for sure. My dog's at my door. I gotta let her in.
RWK
things were more fun back then.
Yeah, I mean it was fun back then because
simpler.
Tech was it was new. And it was advancing, and the games were new and advancing.
Yeah.
Now we're at a stopping point, or tech is still advancing, but the games are like, and then the developers don't want to really put their all into a lot of these companies. The developers, they do want to put their all in, and they don't.
Yeah.
And it's like, not every game that comes out is going to be like a stellar game, because I don't know, when developers say, yeah, we don't want to push the envelope on the Xbox, but we'll do it on PlayStation. Right then and there, it's like, why are you even a developer if you're going to say stuff like that? You know what I mean? People spend their money, and it's like, you don't even want to do your job, so why should I buy your stupid games? That's the way that I feel right now. It's like, no one's having fun on either end here. And
honestly, like,
yeah, go ahead.
I couldn't agree more. And I was just going to add, like, the one big thing when you had community run servers, the mods that were available for those servers were insane, because all the code was there, so people could actually write mods. Like, I'm thinking back specifically, like Quake 2, the expert mod, the lithium mod, all these different mods you could do with it. Just made the game so different from your vanilla PvP. You just can't do that anymore, right? Like, I could only imagine the amazing things that would be available for Halo if you could download the server files and run servers out of your home. All this stuff would get created, and then it just opens up a whole. Like, Quake 2 was an absolutely amazing game to play online, because part of it was new. That stuff was all new. I mean, when I first started playing Quake 2, it was like 33 baud modem.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and it was dial up. If you had a ping of 200 milliseconds, you had something that was impressive, right? And then it was still around through the broadband days, and I started running Quake 2 servers out of my house, and then I had data center space, which just changed everything. But
we might have
it
played.
was so fun.
We wouldn't even have known if we've ever played Quake 2 together.
Yeah, it's possible. I was a beast back then, dude. You'd remember me. But like, there was very few servers I'd go into where I didn't just destroy. But I ran into a few guys, like, I don't know, a guy named Immortal. He was like number 2 in the world. I played against him a few times, and I learned a lot from that guy just playing against him. Like, he was impressive. But by the time I ran into him the last time, I'd give him a good run for his money. Like, he'd still beat me. Guy was amazing with railgun. Like, he would just drove me nuts. As soon as he got a railgun, he'd hit you with a railgun and finish you with a super shotgun. Every single time, it was just bang bang, you're dead. And yeah, it was frustrating, but a lot of fun. But he rocked me the first time I played. And the guy knew every map like the back of his hand, and that's how I learned to bunny hop run. I don't know if you ever got into bunny hop, but you could just gain speed, like ridiculous speed that you couldn't get just with a normal sprint. Yeah. And likewise, you could jump over gaps you couldn't ordinarily jump over. And I saw him doing that, and I'm like, what the heck is he doing? So I really started paying attention to the side-to-side motion and the jumping, that he's timing his jumps with every touch of the strafe keys. And I'm like, okay. And I just kept practicing and got good at it. I learned moves in like 1v1 tournament maps. That map, the Edge, I think, where you had kind of an open cylinder area, but power up way up on the top level.
We just played that last year, Frank.
Yeah.
Yeah. I learned to do the grenade rocket launcher combo jump in that area that could take you right from the ground floor all to the top, and you could get all the power ups and stuff. Like, there was all these tricks that these pro guys would do that you play against them a little to see them do it, and you're like, holy crap! It opens your eyes to what was possible. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
had a great time.
That's
back
what it was all about.
days.
It was about having fun. Even if you're learning stuff from these other guys, you're like, oh wow, this is great.
Yeah.
Now I can
it
see
was
what
a blast.
they're doing, and I can do it next time and have fun with this game. Now today, games are just, they're good depending on what developer, and like I told these guys, I jinxed CD Projekt Red, because I was like, buy Cyberpunk, man. I mean, it's gonna be good. Look what they did with The Witcher. They care about what they're doing. Then Cyberpunk comes up broken. I'm like, I just told everyone to go out and buy this game.
If you think about it, though, The Witcher sucked when it launched too. It was full of bugs. So I mean that's pretty standard for CD Projekt Red. It takes them about a year to making their game good once.
Yeah.
But Cyberpunk's awesome now.
Yeah, now it's
now
fantastic.
it looks beautiful. It runs great. Like everything's great on it.
Absolutely.
I've been playing it a little bit. I just don't have the time to play it.
Yeah, I actually just played through Phantom Liberty recently, like finished it probably a couple of weeks back. So I have a few save points to go back and do different endings. So I've kind of got one of those going on the side too. And just about done the second playthrough, Phantom Liberty, and then back I got one more to go through. But yeah, it's a great game. I've got several hundred hours in Cyberpunk. I've played through it 3 times now. It's been fun.
It's a hard game too. I know it's a pretty hard game too.
Yeah, it's good. Like the difference you can do, like just the different strategies you can use, the different character types, like the nomad versus the corporal or versus the street kid, doesn't really make a whole lot of difference, to be honest.
Yeah.
Really, it's just the conversation. You get different choices in the menus when you're doing your conversations with people. You might get like a street kid pop up where you can pick street kid or corpo. Doesn't really change the outcome as near as I can tell. Like I'm playing street kid this time. I've already played the nomad, and so I don't know that part of it. Meh. But the skill tree, they've done a lot there. Like it's pretty fun when you can go in and not fire a shot and kill everybody as a net runner. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, net runners are crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm playing this time, and it's pretty cool. Got to admit.
Yeah, I'm playing a Cyberpunk D&D campaign right now.
Oh,
it's like really cool. So they have like all like the different classes and everything. Like my friends like studied like the whole like thing of like the whole world of Cyberpunk, like the whole world of Night City and everything. It's a lot of fun. It's really hard though. You can die very easily.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. That, like something I just have zero time for. As much as I love the game, I do not have time to study it. That's the one thing I've noticed. I don't do builds anymore. Like I just play the freaking game to have fun. I don't have time to combining this armor with whatever skill and getting this ultimate combo. Screw that. I don't have time to research all that. I just build a character I think looks good and play. That's it.
Yeah,
that's what kept me away from Baldur's Gate.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Because I was like, I don't have the energy or time to figure this out. I was like, sorry, I want to play it, but I don't have it in me.
Yeah,
kind of like Diablo too. Diablo's the same way.
Yeah, but people were putting Baldur's Gate 3 over like heavy. And I was like, all right, I guess this is. I mean, I don't know if it did anything different or if it pushed.
Well, if you're a sweaty 40-year-old, like you said before, I'm a sweaty 30-something-year-old.
I was just,
those 10 years. That's all the difference.
Not even.
I had to put the Halo fans in some kind of bubble. I don't know. But yeah, I Cyberpunk's one I want to play. I had the console and everything. But just never played it. And then, up and coming, like when I get this PC build done, that's when I'll probably go and check it out. And I did watch the anime, the Edge Runner thing, which takes place in the universe.
Really good.
It's really good, and it's a cool way to watch it and kind of like be immersed in the universe. And you can, even though I don't know all the references, like a lot of my friends kind of said that it connects very well, and that was a real cool thing to see. So yeah, I was like, all right, I gotta really check. Like, it made me want to check it out sooner because I really wanted to kind of see a little bit more into, the world, so to speak. And it seems like, yeah, it's a very rich game with just a lot of layers, and they did do a good job. It just came out too soon. But I'm happy that it's fixed now. It's just a common thing, especially with Project Red, where it's, you're gonna get that time where you just, all right, we're gonna fix it. Just wait. And then you have to sit there and decide if you want to play it busted or not, or you just wanted to actually wait until it's completely fixed up. So, that's it's worth the wait when they're able to fix it as much as they have. So.
Did you guys get the necklace with it?
No.
It came with like a little necklace or something like that.
I don't think so.
No, we got
No.
just the machine, the Xbox.
Oh,
Oh, really?
that little tin thing. It came with mine
Oh, it came with
Okay.
yours too.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. I wasn't the only one that got it.
because I bought that game physically in 2020. when it
That's
came
why I
out.
bought it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we just got it. Came with the. It actually didn't come with a code. It came with it on the Xbox.
Oh. Xbox.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you had to like set up your Xbox and be like, "Hey, log into your account. We'll add this game on there."
Might have it. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah. It's I'm gonna have to give it an actual.
I have to
try
get it
and,
on Steam.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it because
I
it
just want to
looks
not pay
awesome.
$30 for it when it's on sale. I want to pay a little cheaper for it.
Yeah, it'll drop.
I'm ready to
It
rock
will
and roll though. I got the 4070 ready to go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey,
we're
what
just-
happened with
Go ahead.
your graphics card?
The cables
Which
came
one?
today. I gotta go check it out. So
Okay.
I'm gonna tell Mental. So I don't know if you saw the video, but I had gotten a 4060 Ti brand new. Obviously, I don't buy used cards. I had a 2060. This is the computer at the shop. I had 2060 in there. It's time to upgrade. So I was like, I'll get the 4060 Ti, no problem. Got it. Put the card in. Instant pulsing and flickering on the screen. Uninstalled the drivers. Reinstalled the drivers with I kicked the thing so it's a clean install, whatever. Pulsing everything. I can't stop it. I'm like, this card is broken. Send it back to Amazon. I get a refund.
This thing.
So I get a 4070 Super, and I said, okay, I'll upgrade the computer that's by the register that I game on when I'm there. And I'll take that 3060 out and put it in the other room instead of since I mailed back the 4060, I'll take the 3060, put it in. I put the 3060 in, no problem. I go in the next day, pulsing, I'm like, what is going on? So I'm gonna try the HDMI cables. I got 2 more 8K cables. They came today in the mail, so when I go back there this weekend, I'm gonna check that out. If not, I'm gonna get another NVMe, put Windows on there fresh, and see maybe something's on the computer that's doing that. I don't know, but I've never had that happen before.
Huh.
It's only
Sounds
that
more
computer.
hardware.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
But when I put
Definitely.
when I put the 2060 back in, everything's fine. And I'm like, can I never upgrade this thing?
You're stuck forever.
Yeah.
I'm stuck forever.
What's the HDMI port on the 2060? Just trying to remember. Is it a 2.0 or?
It might be a 2.0. I don't think it's 2.1.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's like 2.0. Like that. It sounds like hardware to me.
The cable is
But-
an 8K cable, a 2.1 cable, but it's also a mono brand price. Mono price brand.
Yeah.
Which they used to be good years ago, but I don't know now, like how they are with their
Yeah.
cables, because I really don't buy them. I buy like the Zez kit, the home theater cables that are certified, and I don't have
Mhm.
problems with those. But those are what I bought. They're in the kitchen now. They were delivered today. I got to take those over there and try it out.
Yeah, the 2060s 2.0 and the 3060s 2.1.
Right, that's what I wanted.
Okay.
I want because
Yeah.
we have the LG OLED C1s, so I want to connect
Yeah,
the 2.1 to the 2.1.
What I was thinking is the cable, like with the higher spec being pushed through, it might be failing. And with the lower spec of the 2060, it's not pushing the cable as hard because it doesn't sustain the higher bandwidth. And
That's what I
that might be
figured.
why
That's-
it's working.
That's why I ordered the cable. So I was like,
Yeah.
because that happens on the PlayStation 3. A lot of people don't know this. The PlayStation 3 has 3 different settings on the HDMI chip. So if I plug it into a 1080p TV, it's going to go to 1080p. The
Mhm.
1080p section on that chip could fail, but the 720p section doesn't, or vice versa. Because I had someone trade one in, and the TV I was using was 720p. When I hooked up 1080p, pulsing wasn't working.
Mm.
So I tried to explain it to the guy at Best Buy, because I was like, do you have a small 1080p TV? Because they used to have them at one point. And it's like, yeah, we don't have those. They're only 720p because you don't need 1080p. I'm like, I fucking need 1080p. The guy thought I was nuts. He's like, "You can't see 1080p." I was like, "I don't care if I can see 1080p. I need this thing to switch over to 1080p because I gotta make sure the chip works." And the guy walked away from me at Best Buy.
Was this recent?
That's when I always go, no, you can't see 1080p.
Yeah.
I can see it. You can't see it.
And then finally, they started selling them again, and I grabbed one. So, finally. And I was able to test them out. But people, I was nice to the guy. It wasn't like I was just now, but the guy looked like Alberto Del Rio from WWE. And the guy just walked away from me. He had the clipboard and everything. He just walked right away from me. I was like, "Oh, do you know if you have them or if you can look for them?" All right. He walked away.
I give up. I'm out.
You had to go have a match. That's why. You had to leave.
Jeez.
Back when I worked there, we had like a 27 or 28 inch Insignia that was 1080p. And then there was like a Samsung, I think, that was also that. But
I have a 19-inch 1080p
That's
Insignia.
what I needed, a smaller one, and I got one because I went back there. That was your Best Buy, Frank. I went to the one that was over here. They had it on open box for $100. I grabbed it, and that's the one we have at the shop. And I always double check when they come in.
That's always. It's really hard to troubleshoot if you don't have spare hardware.
Yeah,
That's just the reality.
I didn't have any more cables over there, and I was like, I'm not going to go home and grab my cables. Let's go order new cables. If it works, they work. They don't, send them back. Not a big deal. And I'm stuck with this card for the rest of my life until I rebuild a computer in there. Which I don't want to do that right now. I just built that computer in 2020.
Hopefully, it's just the cable, and then you can put whatever you want in there.
Yeah.
We'll check it out because we'll go there Friday or Saturday when you come here. We'll check it out. I got two cables, and then I got the other cables in the basement that are brand new in the box. I'm bringing all the cables. We'll check it out.
Elimination.
Any news, Frank? You had news at first, and then we got off topic.
Just a bit.
Just a wee bit. We're not on a tangent.
It's Fred's fault.
Yeah.
Gaming in general, the good old days. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, Steam is the one.
I mean, we talked about some stuff in the chat. So they got the PS Portal to play emulators offline.
We talked about that a while ago.
Yeah, but we were all excited about that, and instead the people who did that gave the exploit to Sony so they could patch it out.
Bug bounty program. Oh, I got paid like $100,000 for that.
So that thing is still useless. So don't buy one.
Wow.
Because there's no point
stuck
now.
with it.
Yeah, you thought you were out of the woods. You're like, oh yeah.
Well, I didn't. I haven't turned it on since that first time I played. So
oh, okay.
I'm still
so
on
you're
low
still
firmware,
good.
I guess, right?
Yeah.
See, I just use my Steam Deck
I got
if I want
Yeah.
to stream from my PS5, right? Like, I don't know. That seemed like a really useless.
it was useless, and I told
Yeah.
people not to buy it, and I freaking bought it because there was nothing left for me to get for Christmas. So I was like, I'll just order one. Amazon has it.
Do what I say, not what I do.
Well, I was gonna send it back, but I didn't realize it was like a week away from a holiday return receipt, and I didn't know that. So in January, I'm like, yeah, everyone, I'm going to send it back. I go to send it back. Return window closed in December. I was like, what? So I got stuck with it. I was like, well, if I'm getting stuck with it, I'm not going to turn it on until they hack that thing. I'll get my money's worth out of it. If I could put some stuff on there.
Yeah, it's a matter of time. I mean, well, I guess.
They'll release the info. When they do the bug bounty program, they usually ask for disclosure like 5 or 6 months after.
Yeah.
And Sony lets them do it, which that's why the PS5 is hacked right now.
Yeah. Yep.
They let them disclose all the info.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think the Portal, like on top of like the PSVR 2 pricing, and then not being able to move those units, and then on top of the Portal. I mean, I know the Portal kept selling out. I don't know how.
It still does.
I swear people just don't know what it is.
It's
I
just the Sony pay
swear.
pigs.
Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I just think that some of those hardware pricing decisions just don't really make sense to me. And then obviously we see that like the VR2 wasn't really selling like they thought, and
We knew that was going to happen.
we knew that was going to happen. Yeah, and obviously, like I still want one
If
down
that
the road
VR2 was
for Resident Evil
300,
4.
350, they would have
Right.
sold.
Yeah, and maybe that's when I'll bite because I want to play RE4. But even so, it's not worth me to spend like $650 for RE4. You know what I mean, or $550. It's like there's no point. Because that's the only thing I would play. I don't really care about the other stuff. If other people care, that's fine. But like, I already have the Oculus Quest 2. I have Beat Saber on there and all this other crap. So it's like, I don't know. I like VR. It's cool, but man, the price that you got to put out for the console, the VR kit, the portal, the controllers, it's like, holy crap.
It's definitely not worth it to me.
Yeah, and like the games we get in return are just kind of like, some of them are okay. Like again, I really enjoy The Last of Us. I like Uncharted. I like, I like stuff like that. But this gen, as far as PS5 is concerned, even Last of Us 2 is still a PS4 game, and same thing with the Uncharted stuff. It's like we need something new and refreshing, and we need, a reason to actually.
You're not going to get it because they're remaking Uncharted 1
right
for the PS5 and PC.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're hearing. So, which look, I'll play that, right? But at the same time, do I want more than that? Absolutely. I don't.
Yeah,
just
we want new
that.
games. We don't want
Yeah.
PS3 games on PS5. That's what I was so tired of.
If they remake it to where it's like Uncharted 4, but like an Uncharted 1 as far as the mechanics, the cover mechanics, the combat, because Uncharted 1 was very early, rough around the edges. It was
didn't
good.
have DualShock support.
It was very terrible.
Yeah, it was still. So if they did it where they actually like remake it or make it like, their current engine, which is what Uncharted 4 and Last of Us 2 run off of, that's like a perfect engine. I would pay money for an Uncharted 1 like that. But if it's the same thing that we got in like the Nathan Drake collection, then like what are we doing, Naughty Dog? But
yeah, exactly.
On top of that, with the canceled multiplayer game to top it off, it's just it's like we gotta. I know Helldivers was Sony's big surprise. Like, oh well, that's and that's good. We played it at the shop. It was very fun. I did enjoy it, but yeah, we got to step it up if they're going to be charging people for consoles. And then you got stuff like the Portal coming out. You got the Slim consoles coming out, and then they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we don't have much coming out on.
And
this
the Pro is
machine.
coming out when we have nothing coming out.
Yeah. And then them announcing end of life, like it's basically, so you're like, okay, like this year started off with just like multiple punches to the face by these companies. So now that we're done the first quarter of this year already, we're in April, we're just kind of at a standstill right now. So it's either you just save your money on some of this new stuff and, don't bite right away because sometimes they just might be completely broken or things being overpriced, So. I don't know.
Well, the PSVR, like for me, it was dead on arrival. It was more expensive than the console. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
If it would have worked on PC from day one and been fully compatible with everything I could get on PC, I might have considered it. And to me, that was their big mistake. As soon as I heard the sales were low, that was the first thing I said. They should have put it out on PC too. Should have been fully compatible. And they're doing it, but too little, too late, maybe, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's too late because they don't have many games for it.
Well, yeah, that's the other big issue. What are they doing?
Yeah.
Are you in it or not? I don't know.
Yeah, it seems very, very much of like an afterthought, and then on top of like the, I guess the lack of PSVR 1 support, right? Is that like another thing too, where it's like
that you have to pay an upgrade fee on those certain games that are compatible. You got to pay an extra $10.
So it's not seamless like people thought. Like, oh, I could just play.
No, it's not.
Anything.
That hurt it too.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like they always have some kind of like weird, like commitment to their other, their other generations of consoles, like with everything just kind of working seamlessly. Or carrying over, or stuff being on the store that should be on there. That's on like the PS3 store as we speak. Still, that should just be over there.
It's true.
including classics and stuff like that. So it's just, yeah, it's very strange that we don't have like, this kind of, I don't know, this urgency, because with their service too, like again, very lackluster, not really into it, never signed up for it, so I just, between Game Pass and that service, it just seems like, very, at least Game Pass had a little bit more meat on the bone because of the older games that it had as well.
Older
and
games and newer games. The other one
it
just
had a
doesn't
good,
have.
really good balance, at least at some point. Now it's like, Sony's trying to get there. Like they update stuff every month. They try to put a couple PS1 games here, a couple PS2 games there. But yeah, it's just a very very weird time for PlayStation.
If Sony would have if they would have had all the PlayStation 3 games, not PlayStation, you know what I mean, Anthony, like the PS1 games that are on the PS3, if they would have had those day one on the service, the PlayStation service that's out now, Plus, and it was just like, it went from $50 to $75 a year, great. If it would have launched that way out of the gate for $75 a year, great. But the fact now we're at almost $200 per year for a service that has like no PS1 games on it, when the PlayStation 3 has more PS1 games on it.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Sony's inability to build a decent emulator. Like, go online, take one of the open source ones, make it your own, and PS3 games would be on PS5. I don't get it. Like,
Nintendo just did that, by the way. They made
no doubt. That's exactly why they did what they did. They went out and sued, got the software, and now they can, say, hey, this is ours. And those games are coming to PC, but they're going to be Nintendo official releases.
Yeah.
They just took out the competition.
Yeah.
Right? It's I don't know why Sony doesn't figure it out. Like this, they could have emulated the PS3 on the PS4. I'm quite confident of that.
They still have a warehouse full of those chips that they could just solder in. Those cell chips, those crappy chips. Don't worry, they'll work with your appliances.
They'll work.
That's what they promoted when I was working at Best Buy.
Remember the college daisy chain them all together to like do some kind of computing?
Supercomputer, yeah. Yeah, they had just racks of them. It was crazy. Well, when it first launched, you could run Linux on.
Yep, and then
that was cool. But then their network got hacked again because Sony, and they disabled that because those script kiddies are pretty smart with that stuff.
Good old Linux also jailbroke it, and they were like, "Oh, yeah, he must have used Linux," so they pulled it out too because of that. And he never revealed how he jailbroke it. Because he signed with them, or he signed with Apple. He signed with somebody, that guy.
And then
I never
they
heard from him again either. The guy hacked it. Yeah, I'm the one that hacked it. And
he's gone.
He's gone.
It just disappears.
Remember they gave everybody $50 for the class action lawsuit if you bought a PS3 like in that time period because it was false advertising.
And they told us that after they mailed the checks out, which nobody filled any forms out for. So they got paid.
I remember downloading my free PS1 games or whatever it was. So you get to have 3 free PS1 games, or like it was like stuff on the store after the hack or whatever.
Yeah, and they weren't even that good. Same thing with Xbox. Xbox gave you, what was it, Undertow? Some game that goes underwater? Because their thing got hacked for like a week or whatever.
Remember?
Well, there was the denial of service attack during the PS4, Xbox One era, where both networks were hit hard, but PS was down like a month.
Yeah,
and then they gave you your choice of like a couple different games, and they were just trash. Like I ended up picking Dead Nation, not really knowing what it was. And I was so disappointed when I actually went to play it one day. I'm like, I guess I should try this free game. What the f did I do? What is this?
Yeah.
It's like,
they put that on the PS4 as a free game, and then I remember playing that and I was just like, it's like,
yeah.
Remember Nintendo with the 3DS? Everyone overpaid, and they're like, "Oh, but you can have these free games." Sorry,
and they silently turned that service off.
Yeah,
because we were supposed to get Game Boy Advance games, and they cut right after Game Boy Color, they cut the service and they didn't tell anybody.
They're so
They're like,
crappy
"No."
for that. Yeah. It's like, come on, you scammed all these people.
Oh, you're an
over and
ambassador.
over. Yeah.
What about Modern Vintage Gamer jailbreaking? Well, now he's got his work cut out for him, right? He said if they took the emulators off the Xbox Series X, he was going to start to hack the console. Right?
That's it. Yeah, that's the only reason it hasn't been hacked yet.
Good luck, buddy.
What's the point? All those games are on PC. There's no point
He
anymore.
threatened Microsoft in that video.
Yeah.
Oh, if you remove dev mode, Microsoft, there's a reason why you haven't been hacked yet. Well, then go ahead. Take your time. Take 8 years. Sit down. Hack the machine that's already dead. Figure it out. Just to play Nintendo games on it.
No one's gonna do that. There's nothing exclusive to play on it.
He made open threats. Cam May, what's up, man? He's in the live chat. Richard's here. I remember wanting PS1 games to transfer over 10 years ago on PS4, and they never did.
Well, during that era, they just were really just ignorant to the past.
Nobody wants those old games, right?
Yeah, no, they said that. Nobody. I remember being on the show about 10 years ago.
Jim Ryan
We
said
read
that.
that, and we're just like,
Look where it got him.
Yeah, it's like, all right, now, now we're sitting here still just saying, hey, man, it's called PlayStation. It's supposed to play everything. At least that's how.
The 5 should have played everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. There's no excuse anymore. Like, okay, well, the 4 had a big CPU, so we can't have PS3. Which, what does that tell you about? Anyway, I won't talk about that. But the 5, they have no excuse in my mind.
Yeah.
Like, there's no excuse anymore. It's incompetence on many levels that they can't make an M. But ask yourself this: should we be surprised? Because their ecosystem still sucks. You still have to manually upload your saves to the cloud so that you can download them on another console. Like, all that crap is insane. You still fight with that on a PlayStation.
And you need to pay to do that too.
Yeah, exactly. And I
freaking weird.
When I went from 360 to PS4 because, like many, I made that change because I was pissed off about all the crap, TV, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But man, oh man, it took me about 3 months, and I bought an Xbox, just partly because there was no games really for PS4 other than multiplat to start with. Like, everyone thinks it was this flawless launch and wonderful. It really wasn't.
No.
Yeah, but
PlayStation 4 had a drought for a good 2 to 3 years in the beginning.
Exactly.
You guys are forgetting about the god tier game Knack.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I did. Sorry.
Oh, Knack was the best, man.
How could you?
Man.
Killzone Shadows Fall. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Swiping the owl. Come on, that was amazing, guys.
That was like the weakest Killzone ever.
Yeah. I actually played that because there was nothing else to play, right? I bought it and played it. Like, I'll say I had fun with it, I guess, but it wasn't great.
No, you beat it once and you're kind of done, kind of game.
Exactly.
It
was just all we
exactly.
had. We did have
that's right. It was all we had, so we played it. Yeah, along with Call of Duty Ghosts, I bought that because I had to play that, and there was just nothing. The one thing I will say, in PS Plus, they had Outlast was one of the first games that they dropped in PS Plus on PS4.
Yes,
I do love that game. That game I thought was great. But really, there wasn't much there, so I ended up buying an Xbox just to play some games. But the difference in just the ecosystem, the way everything just works, like loading up an older game or whatever. Like, think about when Backpat really started rolling out, and you load up a 360 game, and oh, hey, there's my save.
Yeah,
it just works, right? Like, and on PlayStation, I remember I had 2 PS4s. I had one in the basement on that big TV that I had, and one up in my workspace. And I just thought, oh, hey, I'm gonna go sit in the basement in the couch, just play some of this. And I'm like, where the hell's my save? Why is it starting a new game? Why can't I just continue? And I had to go Google it to figure out why this wasn't where I got to upload it manually. Like, what the hell? It was shocking. It's like, yeah, you can transfer your save on a USB, or if you do have cloud service, you can manually. I was just like, wow.
You actually need Plus to save it on USB.
Yeah, you can't even do
Yeah.
it without
Oh,
plus.
serious?
They
Are
pulled
you?
that crap.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Jesus.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's funny. Like I only have one PS5, which I almost didn't buy, but I finally got it last fall because of the Spider-Man limited edition happened. So I picked that up, but yeah, that's mind blowing. They would do that.
Yeah.
See, this is where competition. Like if Xbox was real competition to force Sony to actually compete on features, that would be a glorious thing.
That would be.
Xbox is
You
always
know.
ahead of the curve with the features, but
Oh, on the software side, it's not even close.
yeah.
It's just not close. But try and tell a pony that, and they won't believe you because they've only ever looked at that one thing. They've never experienced life with actually having some decent features. They don't know what it is. Like I mean, look at PC. There's cloud save on virtually every single game you. Like I can go between my laptop and my PC and my Steam Deck, and all my games pick up where I left off.
Yeah, you don't have to
Sony
worry
can't
about
do
it.
that. Yeah, Sony can't do that, and this is all done for free on PC.
That
There's
happened
no subscription service.
No.
when I played GTA 4 on PlayStation 4. I made my guy or whatever, and again, I thought the saves would just carry over, and they didn't, and I had to make the guy all over again, and that's like a 20-minute process. And I'm like, man, this sucks.
Yeah, and then when you voice your opinion on it and say, this should just happen on a Mac, people saying, "How dare you? Sony knows what they're doing." Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weird. It's bizarre to me that they're still that far behind on that stuff, and then there's a lot of areas where they're just years behind.
Yeah.
In technology, but somehow they just keep selling like crazy because, like I say, people don't know any better, and Microsoft doesn't know how to market. They have like how they became the most valuable company in the world. I don't know because they don't advertise, and it's like they're taking their service and their data center services and just taking it for granted that they don't advertise there. Why would we have to advertise?
You know what it is? The money just keeps flowing in, and they don't care. They're just, in my opinion, the crew that's at Microsoft now are just there to get rich. They're not there to innovate. They're there to get rich. That's what I think, because if you look at Ballmer and Gates, they were there to get rich, but they were also there to try to innovate. They wanted to kick Apple's ass as far as innovation. They were competitive. I think Satya and these guys, they're competitive more towards the money, I think, than they are in the tech,
They're safe, I think. They don't want to risk stuff. Like, I mean, let's be realistic. If Microsoft really wanted to bury Sony, they could.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, they really could. I mean, put the marketing machine in full gear and just offer pricing that Sony can't match and start making inroads that way. Get your consoles in people's houses. Yep. They could do it. They could take the loss to get the hardware out, and then people would buy the services. I really, I don't know. It confuses me every time I think about it that like, I don't watch a lot of TV, like actual TV, but inevitably when I do, I always seem to see some kind of ad for PlayStation.
Yeah.
I don't remember the last time I've seen an ad. I really don't. Like on TV where the average Joe would see an Xbox ad.
I'll tell you something funny. I think it was on Reddit last year. Some guy posted, they're promoting Redfall, and it showed like a train station in UK with like a Redfall, like, I don't know, graffiti on the wall. And I'm
of all games.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's your promotion? That's what you're going on Reddit for, having screaming and yelling, "Oh, this is great." I'm like, bro, like, freaking people get off the train and don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
But they'll know what it is when it comes to PlayStation 5 in a few more months.
Jeez.
I see Nintendo commercials too. Nintendo and PlayStation have ads.
It's like the Japanese companies have their marketing down.
Nintendo's playing the long game, man. They're just waiting for Sony to get out. And
We have outlasted a century.
Yeah.
well, they are. I mean, Sony lost $10 billion.
Yeah.
They announced Nintendo's sitting in the corner making money.
Nintendo's like, we have
Yeah.
nothing.
We're getting the
Paper
crappiest
Mario.
hardware from them, but
Yeah.
they're making money.
Paper Mario, Peach.
They have this, like, literally in a couple months they're gonna be like, we're losing money. Get Wind Waker and Twilight Princess on the Switch. Okay, just print money. That's all they got to do.
They don't have to fire anybody at that point.
They're not afraid to just do that. They did it with Mario RPG. They're doing it with Paper Mario, and they'll do it with if they really need money, they'll say, "Hey, remaster Pokemon Red and Blue. Do it now or whatever." And it'll just
GameCube on the
print
Virtual
money.
Console. If they really need money.
Anything, they'll just print money. They have the IPs, and that's what's funny about Xbox is they have
Xbox has the money. They have the IPs. They have the console. They have everything. The controller
just won't do it.
They have everything that they need, and they're just throwing it out the window.
Yeah.
Hey, buy a Series X. Oh, the handheld. Am I really going to buy a handheld after you can't sell me a Series X or 1S? Or whatever the hell it's called, Series S and X.
We'll look at last week we talked about the
Is the handheld going to be called the E for economy? So we have the whole lineup going now.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking, but yeah, if they wanted to, they could literally just spend their way out of this and have their console selling like crazy and spending in terms of just taking enough of a loss to just make it irresistible. Like, it's weird and advertised. Like, I just don't think they advertise at all. Like, you don't hear anything about Hellblade. Maybe you might want to advertise that a little bit. It's coming out soon.
You know what I have, and you probably heard me say this before, Mental. I think they know that their community does all the podcasts. I think they're figuring the community.
Oh, we're the advertising.
You're the advertisement. We're the advertising. You know what I mean?
But you're only advertising to the hardcore that actually watch shows like this, right?
Yep.
Right.
You know, you can do anything you want on YouTube, but you're not going to catch the average person, the average Xbox owner. Like, none of my friends that I know in real life would even come close to watching anything on YouTube about Xbox.
Right.
They go to the store and they'll look for a game or, and that's really about it. Most of them don't even check online. They look in the digital store and they look in physical stores.
Yeah.
And now there's no games in the physical box stores. So it's just...
and you know why I think they're doing that? Because they don't want to spend the money on advertising. Because at the end of the day, they're just making money anyway. Like, either way. Not from the console stuff, but from Microsoft itself,
Yeah, this is it, though. I think that's why I think the brand is going to die.
Yeah.
Right? Xbox will go away and you'll have Microsoft Gaming, and that's it.
If the Surface is making a handheld, that's going to be a Surface gaming platform. I think they probably think the name Xbox is tainted by now. And they just want to get away from that. That's a classic Microsoft move,
Well, and it's it's stupid to me because if they build, if you build it, they will come. You build the right device, you put the right software on it, people are going to buy it. Like a next-gen console, you can pretty much be guaranteed could sell 30 million just because of the Xbox name alone. Because you've got... I mean, we're the nerds, right? We're the ones that are in the mix. We know what's going on. Most people haven't got a clue about any of this. Your average Xbox owner has no idea about the stupid things that are going on right now. They have no clue. And when the new one comes out, they'll hear, oh, there's a new Xbox coming. They're going to go to the store and that's what they're going to buy. Because that's where their friends are and that's what they know. It's just a silly... I don't know, man. I just shake my head. If they did it right and they just built a Windows system with all the game stores available, and Microsoft has the capability to use their own software engineers and expertise to integrate with Steam Store APIs and everything, it will be a central game store that looks just like the Microsoft Store now. And in there, you'd be buying games from Steam without even, and they could hide all of that. Just have a nice simple interface that ties into wherever the best price is, basically.
And what sucks is they make the best hardware.
In theory, I don't know anymore, because you look at how all the games perform better on PS5. It's hard to say, right? Like, they drop their own games better. You look at something like freaking Ghostwire Tokyo. Almost 2 years later, it still runs better on PlayStation.
Yeah.
Like that kind of crap. I don't think there's any excuse for that. That's embarrassing. Yeah, your own games run better on the competition's hardware. And there are the conspiracy theories and stuff like, oh, maybe they're doing that on purpose because of the ongoing FTC stuff. Maybe, but you're alienating your customers.
I think that's a little far-fetched, like you said, because you're alienating customers, and you're also screwing everybody over that bought your platform, your box, and all that stuff. To me, I think that's a little too far-fetched with saying, oh, yeah, it's the FTC. It's like they're going to appease them that much. I mean, come on.
Yeah. And then you have these stupid things that cost $1 million. Like, it's insane. They're expansion storage crap. And
you just made a whole video on that. I watched it last night.
Like a year ago. But yeah, it's
still relevant.
Yeah, no, I guess it's still applicable. Well, it didn't. They're still way overpriced. And again, it just shows you Sony did it right. Xbox did it wrong. The convenience of it is great.
Yeah.
But it's high time they have an adapter that you can just use and put any old NVMe into it. Any Gen 4 NVMe you buy today is fast enough for the Xbox.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. But nope, that's again why I think they just don't care about the Xbox hardware anymore.
Yeah.
I really don't. Like, they're building a handheld. Yeah, and that handheld, it's not going to be a bargain. If people are thinking it's going to be a bargain, it won't be a bargain. They're going to need to make a profit on it. And it just better be good. Like, I think next gen, all they should have is like the X series console. Screw the S, they don't need it. Have just the 2. And they need to be open systems so that developers can't complain about it. And they just run PC versions of the game. Then it's no longer an issue. You get all the Sony games by default. And then an Xbox makes sense if they call it an Xbox. But like I say, why wouldn't you when you'll sell 30 million of them just because?
Right.
Right? And if you make $100 profit on it, that's $3 billion in profit on hardware sales.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Got a lot of work to do, and I don't know.
Last week, with talking about the digital Series X, I mean, that seems just to be another, like, what are you guys doing kind of move.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like, who would buy it, really, at this point?
They were already blowing out the Series X with the disk drive for $350. Just blow it out for $350.
Yeah.
Like you said, Mental, just get them in the homes. Sell them for, you're already losing money on them. Sell them for $299. Sell them for $249. Sell them for $199. Just get them the hell out. Stop making the Series S and just get the Series X out for $199. Everyone's going to buy it. It happened with Sega with Dreamcast. It was dead. Sega said, like, we're done with this console, $99. Everyone ran out and bought one. Number one, because they could download the games illegally, but everyone still ran out and bought it for $99.
Yeah.
Because they were like, it's still a good deal.
Yeah. No, there's many things, many paths they could take, but even the digital one, I mentioned in the chat that night, but why didn't they just improve the cooling solution a bit? Or if they're going to 6 nanometer with it, use that extra budget that they'd get from that and clock it up a little more and compete with the Pro. Because, the Pro's not going to be as good as most people think.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just the reality of it. The extra teraflops without a lot more CPU isn't going to do as much as they think, right?
That's like with the PS4 Pro. They still had that Jaguar core, but it had like dual RAM or whatever. It's like, or dual processing. It's like, but the Jaguar core is the bottleneck.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It made games run normally what they should have ran on the base PS4.
Yeah. It didn't help that much.
Yeah, it didn't help.
And
it was a ripoff. That machine.
Yeah, I was pretty disappointed when I got the Pro. I mean, it didn't live up to expectations, and I think the Pro will be the same situation. But you'll have some extra features, like RDNA 3 will improve things. But if Microsoft really wanted to compete with that, it wouldn't take much of a clock speed boost, and you'd have 14-ish teraflops out of the Series X, and they could have done that with the digital one. And then it maybe is a little more appealing to a few people. But as it is right now, why would I just to have a digital version that doesn't even have a bigger hard drive?
No, the Brooklyn was supposed to have 2 terabytes, or at least what we saw in that leak, that it was going to be
Exactly
2 terabytes. And we're like, oh, well, that's cool. But then we see this, and we're like, 1 terabyte. What? Like for
well,
like,
that's because it's like, you know, it seems like what we've been saying. They gave up on the Brooklyn, and they just don't care. You know what I mean? Like,
right,
just
like
keep the same molding,
had.
whatever. Seal that drive up. Keep everything the same. Get it out. Take the drive out. Save a couple of bucks. You could see clear as day. That was them literally waving the white flag. It's the white machine. It's like,
yeah, it's, I don't know. It's a head scratcher. I don't get their strategy. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish.
they're releasing all these different services every other freaking month. But you're telling me we can't get that Brooklyn machine? I know people are like, it's a cylinder. It sucks. Hey, it looked better than that white hunk of, I don't know, white chocolate
Plastic.
Marshmallow. What was that thing? I don't even know what that. A tooth?
It
looks
feta
like a big
cheese.
tooth.
It was feta cheese.
Xbox. Yeah.
Feta cheese.
It was the Trader Joe's feta cheese. That's what-
Yeah.
I think you guys are right, though, that the writing is on the wall that they just want to exit the hardware, because if you think about it, they scooped up all the game companies, so they're going to get a big cut of that.
The biggest third-party publisher, and they will be.
Right, and they already have Windows, so you already have your built-in stuff like that. Like, they really don't need to have hardware. And if they're going to do it half-assed like this, just get out.
Look at Polymega. They licensed out their OS because they didn't know when the hell they were going to get the hardware out.
Yeah.
I'd still maintain that if they do a console right, and it is an open system running Windows, that's a gap in the actual PC world that they could fill, right? When you look at when Series X launched, for the price that it was at, even up to under $1,000, you couldn't build anything that would compete with it, right? So if you come out with a custom hardware console just running Windows that, you know, maybe you set up some kind of a deal with Best Buy to do support for it, and it's upgradable to some extent, right? You could actually have a socket in it that maybe you can drop in a new APU, you know, 2 years down the road. Maybe it has removable RAM as well, and you can upgrade the RAM capacity and put a new NVMe in it when you need more storage. If it was open enough, a bit of flexibility, and they charge, say, $750 for it, you know, Series X, apparently they're losing a launch, make $150 or $250 on the machine, it would probably do very well, especially if it was upgradable. Like, if you think about, you know, 2-3 years down the road, instead of having to buy a whole new console for $600 or whatever $100, and you just go buy a new APU for $300 and drop it into your existing one and get the upgrade, just take it to Best Buy, and, you know, maybe the price of the APU includes installation, you drop your box off, come back and pick it up later, and you got all the new features. That'd be pretty cool.
That would be cool,
right?
Because then they have one SKU, and you upgrade
like
accordingly to your needs, and that's it.
Yeah,
like there is
like a
no
definitive
developer.
final console
Oh,
in a way.
I got to do this. I got to do that. Yeah, you got to do your job. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, you're building a game for a PC. You're not building it for Xbox anymore. But if I was Microsoft, what I would do is I would give developer to support for every single third party out there that would help tune the system so that there was a graphic setting that was optimized for the Xbox.
Right.
So when you go into the game, you go into the graphics settings, you pick optimized settings for Xbox, and boom, you're done. Because most people on console, I think that's their biggest fear. They see all the settings available on a PC, freaks them out. They want to be able to just sit down and play.
Yeah. Yep.
So give them the option, or maybe there's a hardware ID that the game recognizes and automatically sets the settings. But, you know, as the developer or as the party, Microsoft would want to go in and actually just provide that service free of charge. We will help you integrate that part into the game so that it's satisfied and, you know, be done with it, right? Like, there's so many things they could do to do.
They can do a lot, but hey, maybe they'll change their mind again and they'll blow us out of the water with the next machine.
Possible.
I hope so. You know, I'm dying.
Yeah, I want that. We all want that to happen because, again, we're fans of, you know,
I love
this
Xbox.
ecosystem and
I
this
grew up with all
console.
the consoles, but when they announced Xbox, I don't know if you remember this, Mental. Back in the, I think it was like the early to mid '90s, there was going to be a console called the Phantom, and you were able to put in like a PC CD-ROM game, and it would automatically install and just play on your TV with a controller or a keyboard, whatever. This
Yeah.
thing
No,
was. Sorry.
So I was just going to say, no, I wasn't aware of that. I was PC guy only back at that time.
Well, I liked everything, but I wanted to play PC games on my TV because I didn't want to get stuck on. I had a Packard Bell, and I was playing
Packard Hell. So we called them Packard Hell, man.
They were hell. My
we were
disk
poor.
drive
That's
broke
all we
as soon as I got it. That metal piece of the floppy got stuck in there, and it broke off in the drive. And it took the guy like a year. I had to call up and pretend I was a woman, like my mom. The computer doesn't work. And the guy, they sent a repair guy over, and he fixed it. But I never really wanted to touch that disk drive again. But I played Wolfenstein on that thing, Doom. Then I upgraded it, played Doom 2 on there. I put a PC CD-ROM with sound card because I only sold them in a bundle at one point. I had to put that in there on my own. That's how I learned how to do all that stuff. But yeah, I wanted to play games on my TV. I didn't want to be stuck at the computer all day. So if I could run a wire or something. But they were like, hey, we're going to make this console called the Phantom. You put in like Doom 2 on CD-ROM and it will install automatically. You can just play it. I was like, great. Then they canceled it. It never came out. I don't even know who the hell was making it. Somebody was making it. And then Microsoft announced they were getting into the console thing. And I was like, yes. Because we're going to get PC quality games and I can play them on my TV. I don't need to buy a computer every 5 years or whatever.
Yeah, the Xbox was a beast too at release.
It was beautiful.
It was an impressive
and I've been on the train ever since. And I buy all the consoles. Like I love video games. That's why I like these fanboy guys. I don't understand it. Oh, it's like, do you not play games? I play games everywhere.
Yeah. It's funny how like I was just playing, I was playing a lot of Halo 2, and Callie, she's never seen it before. She's just like, this game still looks good. When did this game come out? Like 2004. She's like, there's certain elements of it where you're just like,
the original Xbox looks fucking crazy. It's
killer. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there's just
the 360 still holds up graphically. Depending on what games, but
right. And obviously frame rate and stuff, like, yeah, there's that against it, but like it's still, there's just still little elements. You're just like, man, it was such a powerful machine. And like we said, the Zedusa HDMI thing's great. Like, there's good ways to still play some of these older consoles and kind of, adapt them with the new TVs, and they're great, and you could still appreciate them for what they are. There it is. Thing's nice.
Yeah. What is that? Like, where do I get one? I guess is my question.
Man.
Oh yeah.
Do you have the? It's what
Let me
is
see if I can
it?
pull it
Behar
up.
Brothers. You want to put the link in the chat, Frank, for him?
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
It's
Don't
so
give him the
good.
one with the wire though. Apparently that has noise to it.
Hey, there's a Zedusa Plus with a wire.
No, I don't get that one. So this one plugs into the back of the original Xbox, and then if you want to plug it into a CRT, you have composite,
Hey, they don't have it anymore.
and then you have the HDMI with the optical audio.
They don't have it on there?
They have the Zedusa Plus and the Vidusa.
What? They don't have this one anymore?
Do they not make that one anymore?
No.
I mean, if you gotta get the one with the wire, that's fine.
What is that wire for? Oh, I see.
So it doesn't plug like directly in. It's like hanging off a wire.
Yeah,
It's
'cause some
cheaper too. It's $65 now.
Some people had problems with this, like hanging.
What's the Vidusa?
I don't know what that is.
Advanced High Definition Pack for the Xbox.
HP stands for Horrible Products. RWK. Learn your acronyms in the chat room.
Here, I will put it in this chat here.
Yeah, because we
Paul
spent
Dell?
what, 80 on ours, I think. It was
And
80
then
bucks.
I don't
You're
know
on
what
here
the
tonight. Enjoy listening to
difference
it.
is.
Yeah, Mental's awesome. We love listening to Mental.
Hell yeah.
Thanks, guys. Sometimes I feel like I talk too much, so
No,
try
you're
not
good.
to.
You're good.
Hey,
it's all good.
we have a lot of dead air time on this show, so talk all you want because, like, I asked this guy for the news and he told me like 2 stories here. It's like,
Well, we haven't even talked about Stellar Blade demo yet. I mean, come on,
who
guys.
played it?
It's all the rage right now. I did.
I played it for a few minutes.
I have
I
not
did,
played it yet. So how is this thing? How's Stellar Blade?
I'll be right back.
Actually, I didn't think I'd like it, to be perfectly honest. Not typically that type of game doesn't usually work for me, but since I was playing Nier Automata, I guess maybe I'm more in tune with it now, and I actually wasn't bad. It still feels a little rough around the edges. Like I found, like, to me anyway, and maybe it's just me, maybe it's my reflexes are slow and I'm not hitting the buttons as fast as I think I am, but put latency, especially on the dodge. I found that it just felt unreliable. But other than that, I had a good time with it. Probably go back and play through again, and I don't remember the last time I've done that demo. So I don't know. Maybe I will pre-order it. I was thinking I would just for the spectacle of it. All the hubbubaloo around the game, and she's too pretty. That kind of silliness. But just for that, I thought maybe I'd pre-order it so their sales good. Actually, I thought it was pretty fun.
I would have to check it out.
Yeah,
It surprised me too. I was like, wow, this actually is not bad.
It comes out in May, right? That's like one of their games that's coming out like soon, or is
I
it
think
this
it comes
month?
out this month, doesn't it?
Because I
My
know
daughter.
maybe I'm
One
thinking of
Oh, the 26th, April 26th.
Okay,
I mean, there's nothing else
I was
to
thinking
play.
of
so
Hellblade. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh yeah,
Is that
Hellblade I
May,
think is
right?
in May or something.
Yeah, so yeah, if that's coming out late April, that might be something.
Yeah, and it's coming out in
mean,
3 weeks.
I mean, honestly, probably gonna need something to play here. At least that's like new. But
Yeah,
That's all there
That-
is.
yeah, there's not
definitely.
much.
I would check out the demo for sure.
Yeah.
Like I say, I thought it was pretty fun.
And this is the demo
considering
that leaked. Right?
Yeah.
No,
Like,
it's yeah, but you can just go download it now. It's on
Yeah,
there.
it's
You
officially
look-
released now.
Yeah. Good night, honey.
Is
Have
that
a good
on
sleep.
Xbox?
No.
PlayStation
PlayStation.
5
that's
on.
the
yeah.
exclusive there.
Yeah. Xbox turned it down apparently.
Really?
Was what I heard that rumor. I don't know if that's true or not, but I had heard that Xbox turned the game down because of the aesthetics. Now I'm thinking that's some kind of conspiracy theory thing or something, but
Yeah, it's a little strange. I mean, look, obviously, yes, this does look like a Sony game for sure. As far as we see a lot of the Japanese art style esque stuff before on their end, and so it does kind of fit their aesthetic a little bit. But I don't know. I think there's Perry said in the chat. Yeah.
Oh yeah, some journalist was like, I don't want to play a game I can't play in front of my mom. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Is it rated M? It's for adults. It's not made for a kindergarten class.
Who even says how often are you playing a game in front of your parents?
Yeah, and
are you 12?
It's rated M, right? So yeah, let it be rated M. Like, who cares?
I used to play
Yeah.
Uncharted in front of my mom, and because my mom watching the story aspect of it, because she was really interested. Every time I died, she's like, "Why the hell would you die? I was enjoying the story." I'm like, "I'm sorry, mom. I suck. What do you want from me?"
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, this is
jeez.
because I think we saw the trailer for this at the when we streamed the State of Play back in January.
Yeah, we did.
And we just weren't really. I mean, the trailer didn't get us that excited, about it. We're like, oh, okay, that looks whatever. But I mean, if you guys are saying it's pretty good, yeah, I'm definitely gonna check it out. And it's free demo, so there's no reason not to play it.
Oh, exactly.
So,
and it's not that long.
right?
You can play through it in probably easy hour. So
Okay.
probably.
Yeah.
And the boss, I haven't tried this yet. There's a boss challenge mode thing you can do and go in and actually just practice fighting against the bosses. Or at least there's the one in there that I know of for sure. And yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. They've got this training mode too. Whenever you get to one of your little camp zones, you can go into a training mode where you can practice the different skills that you've got and improve your timing on them. it seems pretty good. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check it out. And
Yeah.
April 26th is coming out, so yeah, it's coming out in about 3 weeks from now. So
Oh,
How
wow.
could you
Yeah.
play that disgusting game?
disgusting.
We have
Yeah.
to think of the old folks, people. You can't play in front of the old
Well,
folks.
I had to laugh. Like you see all the hubbubaloo about the IGN article, IGN France. I'm sure you guys must have seen some of that, right?
I saw it.
Where-
Yeah.
Yeah, like how to make yourself look like one simple article.
Well, it's IGN, so
Jeez, I
it
just
makes sense.
well, it's such a bizarre take.
Can that company go out of business already?
At this
Yeah.
point,
I think when IGN goes under, we're all going to throw a freaking 24-hour live stream party.
I think
because-
that and GameStop, we should just do a combination party of both, just celebrating the downfall.
Shout out
Yeah.
to GameStop.
Oh, yeah.
they're hanging on by a
The
thread.
place where they don't sell you games.
Yeah, they don't have enough to sell you.
The place where you dump your old games.
And you're used
Yeah.
everywhere.
Oh, you want the card? They're trading all these games, and now I'm going digital. What?
Digital's unreliable, you know. Remember that guy?
Oh yeah.
Digital's unreliable. Yeah, well, I don't plan to be here for another 40 years. You just gotta hit them with something stupid.
How will you take them to the afterlife if they're on a server down here? To be buried with them.
So many ways to back your stuff up. And nobody wants
Yeah.
to learn.
I have no concerns with digital on PC, that's for sure. But
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not buying it.
Well, you just
Not
gotta-
until I know what their plans are. Right? Like if they don't come out with some kind of an open hardware platform that allows you to emulate their walled garden platform is going to go away, and I'm not a fan of streaming. So if I can't play them locally, like just the reality is you're the shelf life.
Yeah, that's
when
why I
the
stopped
NVIDIA
buying on Xbox the last month and a half because, once this
Yeah.
came out that they're putting everything everywhere and they're going to kill the hardware, I was like, dude, I have 1,000 games on Xbox digital.
Yeah,
Like-
and I mean, I get it. Like, it makes sense to me that you would be concerned about that. And Jez Gordon and all those guys, yeah, they're all going on about it's not. Well,
I'm going to
I
say
beg
this.
to differ because what happens when they build new hardware and it doesn't sell at all?
Exactly. What if they cancel this handheld thing and they said, you know what, guys, we were going to do the handheld thing, we're done.
Yeah,
Then what?
or they bring it out and it doesn't sell well. So they
this
stop
guy-
producing. Like, there's so many things that can happen, and the reality is, I know way too many people that are done with Xbox.
Yeah,
They're
I
not
know, a lot
buying
of people-
anything,
a
and
lot of people stopped in the last month.
yeah, and they're literally, I know sensitive council pass stuff, and they're not going to play on Xbox anymore. Or, well, put it this way, they're not buying the next gen Xbox. They're going to move to PlayStation.
Yep. Or PC. I've seen a lot of Xbox guys
Yeah,
just go right
a lot
to
of PC guys. Yeah, a lot of PC guys too. Actually,
of
have
PCs will
PlayStation
be
friends
built
moving to.
from
Yeah,
this
I've-
gen, I think, as well,
Jeez,
just
it-
as like last gen.
What is
We
Drexel
talk about
talking
this.
about?
Yeah, a lot of PCs will be built this gen even further because I think as people become more just disinterested in
They
some of
started
these decisions
last
that they're
gen.
making.
I had kids that used to come in when we first opened, and they would come in and be like, if the Switch is really a handheld, I'm just going to build a PC. And I was like, because at the time it was called the NX. And I was like, yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a handheld. And one of the kids was fighting with me. He goes, those are just rumors. I was like, no, I think it's pretty much a safe bet that the NX is going to be a handheld. Well, if they do that, I'm building a PC. Guess what? The kid and his friends all built PCs. And they came in, and I was like, you told me it wasn't going to be a handheld. He goes, I know. And he goes, we built PCs because of that, but not just because of that. The PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, they suck at running games. I was like, oh, well, you're not the only ones that jumped to PC. So this PC thing has been going on since last gen, and it's only going to rev up. And
Yeah,
that means
people are gonna
NVIDIA is going to be
realize
like,
that.
more people coming in? $2,500,
Yeah.
40, 50, 60, 90s. You know what I mean?
Jesus.
It's going to drive the
Yeah.
market, and Microsoft doesn't care because you're going to get Game Pass on PC. So
Game Pass.
they win either way.
See, I don't use Game Pass on PC at all because the games
too
play
slow.
worse.
Well,
they
us
just
downloading
Their
games took
library
forever, and I gave
doesn't,
up.
like their library doesn't. It's not seamless. Like they have to get that library seamless to from one console to the PC. You
Tim
know.
Dog went to bed 2 hours ago. Doesn't that guy go to bed at 6 o'clock at night?
He hits up the early bird special and then goes right to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sucks to hear that
I don't
they
know.
run worse on PC though. I didn't know that they actually do.
Well, what happens? Like, I think it's that unified, whatever the heck, Windows unified platform, and like Starfield's a great example. The game just ran worse through the Xbox store than it did on Steam. And then when they patch it, Steam doesn't require all the same validation Microsoft does. So the performance patch and everything came out on Steam weeks before it came out on the Windows App Store, which isn't, again, insane. Like Microsoft needs to, Microsoft really needs to get their head out of their ass when it comes to DRM and just lighten up a little bit and realize the game's going to get hacked anyway. It's going to end up out there. So who cares? Like, Steam's been doing just fine with the level of DRM they have. And they're putting up too. But Microsoft needs to rely a little less on DRM that they fill all the games with. Like, it's just stupid. I mean, it's only been, a year and a half. See the game folder, and it was some virtual container that the game installed. Yeah, so they've made a few steps forward, but it's still...
You couldn't delete games for a while. Microsoft had to fix that. That was years ago. Yeah,
and if you actually had to format or reinstall Windows for some reason, like say you wiped Windows and you just installed and you had all your games installed on another drive, they were all useless and you couldn't get rid of them. Yep. They would consume drive space. You wouldn't have permissions to touch the folders. You couldn't use anything. Like, there's no way to get rid of them. It was infuriating. You'd have to take the drive out and hook it up to a Linux system to get rid of the folders. And like, why? You know, it's that kind of crap's just way over the top, and get over. It's I don't know.
I got one for you with that. So Ark, I play Ark Survival Evolved and now Survival Ascended. With the Windows version, you had to first of all, because they made it the same as Xbox, it shows a DLSS option, but it's grayed out because you can't, because if you have it on PC, they're only going to let you do the AMD settings. I don't know why the option's even there, because it's in the Steam version. On top of that, like you were saying, the patches have to go through such rigorous testing that Steam was way ahead. The game was broken still on the Windows one, so I just bought it on Steam. I was like, I'm not even going to mess with this because there's no point. It's just ridiculous. Like with a game that's like a live service game like that, that needs a lot of updating and patching, you're better off on Steam because they roll out the patches so much faster and there's so much.
Absolutely.
And it sucks because when you go through the Microsoft store, you're using your Xbox profile, you can get achievements.
Right.
And when they make it so challenging for that to even be seamless like that, I have a lot of people that just they would rather get the achievements on their profile that they've, worked up on instead of just going on Steam. But sometimes you don't have a choice, especially if you don't have another console to jump on. But yeah, I just wish that was a lot easier because it just seems like I should be able to use my profile and get achievements if I'm playing through Windows or the Windows, store version of this. But it's not like that, And maybe like what Mental was saying about how if this next console has access to all of these stores, and then maybe they can make it to where if you wanted to use your Xbox profile and get your achievements and have your progress on it that way, you can choose to do that, or you can have access to the Steam store and choose to do that as well.
Well, some of the games do hook up, like Master Chief Collection on Steam. You still log in with your Xbox.
Right. It's just not with
account.
Every game, right?
Right.
Like it's like some just don't have that connection. But you're right. Yes, MCC does have that, where it's
they could do stuff like that with their games.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On Steam.
Yeah, but they could be integrated, right? It's just software.
Right.
for all their first party games, it should be a no-brainer
Mm.
to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And with web APIs, like they could put hooks into it that would just link your live account. It's all doable. I always say, like at work, I always say, where there's a will, there's a way.
Mm.
And with a little bit of coding effort, anything can be done. It's just how much do you want to put into it versus a return on it. I mean, we've done crazy things at work that we were told could not be done.
Yeah.
But,
It's like, all right, put our brains together and let's see what we can make happen,
Yeah, exactly. Give me access to the system for a while and we'll figure it out. And, we usually do. I'm blessed enough to have some really smart guys on my
That's awesome.
that, I'll put the bug in their ear as to what I want done and usually figure it out. If I have to, I provide more guidance and suggest, hey, try this, try that. But, like I say, where there's a will, there's a way. And I think Microsoft, they're in a situation where they have a tremendous opportunity in front of them. If they really want to break down the walled gardens, they have the technology, they have software development. They could build a killer next-gen system that plays everything. And especially if they break down the power envelope, like I was saying before, maybe bump it, like go from you have a 300 watt power supply on your Series X. I'll use anywhere near that. But let's say you bump that up to 400 watts. An extra 100 watts to throw an APU and a GPU is a lot. Like you're basically doubling your power budget. So they could build a really good, and I think if they did that and went more open, man, Sony would be hurting on that front. I don't think they'd know what to do with them if they come out with their walled garden. It would put them in an awkward position because now your competition's box plays all your games. Yeah, they gave you theirs too, but the versatility isn't there.
Yeah.
Right? But, that's the way I see Xbox saving face if they go full third party. Because to me, and I mean, I'm not like, maybe I'm different than most people, and I'm actually maybe not, because I don't think Game Pass on its own is a system seller. It's just not.
No.
Not to me anyway.
They would have sold a lot more console. I mean, for
exactly
$16 a month, they would have outsold PlayStation 5.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's it's not a system seller, right? If it was, they wouldn't be in the situation they're in. There'd be Xbox everywhere.
Yep.
So, maybe it's a system seller to some people. Like I know a lot of guys think, well, I'm good. That's the exclusive on Xbox is the Game Pass. Most people don't think that way. Yeah. Like that's just the reality. If they can go to PlayStation and play all the Xbox games and all the PlayStation games, that's what they're going to do.
They're going to go,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I don't buy the whole, like, you've got 1,000 games on Xbox, 1,000 digital games. Just keep your old Xbox. You don't need to buy a new one to move platforms. Yeah. Like I've got, when I decided not to buy a PlayStation at the start of this gen, I had a few hundred games there. But you know what? I still have my PlayStation 4, and that's how I play them, right? But, eventually, I got a PS5, but not for any real reason. I wanted a PS5. I just ended up with one. But, I don't think the digital library is as big a hook as everyone.
Yeah.
It's more the friends and where they're playing and, other compelling reasons, perhaps. A lot of people like those single player titles. But again, though, most of my friends on PlayStation, they're playing multiplat. They're playing Helldivers. They're playing, where it's on PC too. Actually, I only know 4 people playing Helldivers on their PlayStations, but the actual single player exclusives, like a God of
they're not
out of my 50 plus friends on PlayStation, 2 will play God of War, maybe 4. Same with Spider-Man.
And the numbers reflect that too.
Exactly. Yeah, it's usually like attach rates around 10% with their exclusives, and that's what I see in my friends list.
Yeah, a lot of people are on the Fortnites, the Call of Duties, the sports games.
Yeah, it all started from 360.
Absolutely.
Everyone was on 360. They jumped to 4 because of the 1, and they just enjoyed their time on the 4, and just the branding of PlayStation, the name.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what sells it.
And all these guys, the only games they own are Call of Duty, Battlefield, the Destinies, that type of stuff, the big multiplayer games. They don't have huge libraries of games purchased. That's
And
the
a lot of these
reality.
guys trade the games in after like the first weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, they play their
Oh,
single
we have
player
all
game
these
and they
games
trade it
over
in.
here. It's like, well, you traded them in like you bought it on Friday and you traded in by Monday. Like
I remember like back when I made the jump from 360 and then got a PS4, and then Perry and Frank, I think they got Xbox One, so I would kind of hear their experiences because they got both. I only had the one console at the time, the PS4 console. And so I would hear kind of like, the comparisons, and like, Perry would be like, oh, well, they're doing this really good. And then, so like I would always kind of hear the back and forth. And then I would go over to my friend's house and he was playing Dead Rising 3. And I was like, oh, that looks awesome. That's pretty cool. Like I would see these little bits of that back then. And it's just like, I would see that comparison when I made that jump. And then when I finally got an Xbox One, it was the Scorpio edition. And I was like, all right, now I'm going to look back and play everything that I kind of was missing. I did play Gears 4 on PC when I didn't have an Xbox One. I still kind of dipped my toe into that. Same thing with Gears Ultimate Edition because I had a PC that could play it at the time. So but yeah, that's kind of where I was too, where it's like I just jumped completely to the 4, and then I would hear these guys talk about the 1, but it took me a little bit until I was like, yeah, I'm gonna actually get one now and check it out. So it was, I kind of made that jump right after 360.
Yeah, and I mean, I was saying all that stuff about them only playing multiplayer games to just say that, if Xbox built the right machine, they would get those players, right? They don't have this attachment to PlayStation like people think.
Yeah.
The vast majority of them just don't. It's just like the vast majority of people don't have a attachment to Xbox, and they'll go wherever because they don't care. It's only really the hardcore that have that attachment like we do. Like, I don't have 1,000 games on my Xbox. I have 400, something like that. I would have the 1,000 games on PC.
You know what it was? When the 360 was going out, a lot of the 360 games were like $5 digital. So I bought a bunch of them, and then they made this thing backwards compatible. So all that stuff that I bought that I totally forgot about was just stacked on my account. Yeah, I go in there, it's like 1,000. I'm like, holy shit! But it's a lot of it's 360, some of it's Xbox One. Then sometimes they lump Game Pass games as your count as well,
I hate that,
and the demos and stuff.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's just
if I count all that stuff, there's like 800.
I'm not worried about. I've had a lot of health problems the last few years, and I've been straightening everything out. So far, I'm good. Besides what happened.
Well, that's good.
A little over a week ago. That was unforeseen though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at the point where I'm just playing games and having fun. I'm not worrying about 20 years from now. If they shut the servers down in 20 years, who knows where I'll be? But I'm sure I'll be playing on a newer console if I'm still here. Like, am I really going to get really mad? It's not like it was with the retro stuff that we're playing now, like old Nintendo games, stuff like that. That stuff was always going to be there. Like, we're used to that stuff always being around. But do I really care if Call of Duty Ghosts, I can't play that in 20 more years from now? I don't even play it now. What do I care about Call of Duty Ghosts? But there are certain games that you'll definitely want to, I think, have around, but are they going to remake half these games again or remaster them? I don't think anybody would have thought that Uncharted 20-something years later would be remastered again. So it's like, that access, one, kind of,
That one almost makes sense because it's that old, right?
That old,
Whereas Last of Us 2, right?
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff I find.
I'm waiting for that to come
ridiculous.
To PC, and I'll run through it again with cheats.
Yeah, like Dreadpool's made some good points. Dreadpool's made some good points in the chat, right?
Yeah, Dreadpool. He's angry that we talk bad about Xbox.
I can see that, but I'm very neutral on this stuff, right? Like I just play games. I mean, I'm PCMR. If I'm anything, it's PC Master Race because I've been playing on PC since, the 80s. I've been playing video games on PC, and back when they were still text, for crying out loud, right? Like the original Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Probably predates all of you guys, but that's what I played on computers back.
I played. What was that game, Frank, on the Apple II?
Oh, we found it again. Remember, you were like,
it was like that bear game where you collect the letters.
Exactly, Dreadpool. Exactly.
He's
just
right.
Be a gamer.
Yeah.
But here's where I come in. I'm not shitting on Xbox to shit on Xbox. I'm a guy that's a fan of Xbox.
Yeah, we just want it to be better.
But I want it to be better. And the only way it's going to get better if you hold their feet to the fire. It's like Jesus with AEW. AEW is ready to drop dead. And Jesus is like, oh, well, you guys say that, but, it's the best wrestling on TV. It's like, the matches could be great. But the company is fucking hemorrhaging money. Like, they're dying. Oh, but Tony Khan's a billionaire. Again, they're hemorrhaging money. They're not going to be around forever.
Yeah, it's just we're
so
nerds.
As a fan, you can't say like Dreadpool always has the dog with the fire in the background. Everything's fine. You can't do that. You need to hold the companies to
right.
And Dreadpool knows this. I'm not like yelling at him or anything. I'm just explaining where we're coming from.
Yeah.
So if I talk bad about Xbox or Phil Spencer or them, it's because I'm upset because I put a lot of money into this brand.
Money's been spent,
and I'm hearing from people that are close to this guy saying, they're going to get rid of the brand. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. The handheld's going to save everything. Wait for Perfect Dark. Perfect Dark has 25 fucking more people on the thing. It's like, can I get the games? Like, how long does it take you to make Perfect Dark?
Yeah, I find it really bizarre that, all the publisher purchasing started in 2018 at that E3 when they announced, the Ninja Theories, etc. We're 6 years in. We're finally getting a Ninja. That's the only one I know of. Is somebody else got something coming out? Like, I guess Compulsion, we know they're something.
They got a Vow this year.
South of Midnight.
South of Midnight, Forza. But again, here's the thing.
I'm just thinking from those original 5, right? Initiative's still doing the Perfect Dark thing that we haven't seen another hint of for quite some time now.
It's still it's kind of good that we're getting different genres of games. My issue is we're getting 4 to 5 games this year from Microsoft, but they're not going to be 4 or 5 games that I'm going to enjoy. So what am I going to really enjoy out of that bunch? Maybe 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, and that's that's okay.
That's okay because it's all genres for other people.
Yeah,
I love Xbox
I just think
because of Halo and Gears. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sorry, man. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. We're just talking over each other. It's okay. But I guess what it comes down to for me, it really is. I just want Xbox to do well because they are my favorite console brand. They have been for 20 years. I've had an Xbox Live membership for that long, and it's just disappointing to think that they're going a route that you go full third party, your hardware brand will die. That's the reality, unless it's something really, really compelling. There needs to be a reason to own it, and I think without a hardware brand, you're not really Xbox anymore. I know some people, it's the ecosystem, it's Game Pass, whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's a me problem.
No, it's not. It's like we love the brand too. Like again, I'm a huge Xbox guy. I play everything, but ever since Xbox was announced, I was like, great, I can't wait, and I've been on them ever since. But I can't sit here and like I listen to these Xbox podcasts, and these guys are like making 5-year-old jokes about Sony, and it's like
they're apologists for Xbox.
Yeah, and I'm like, what is going on? Like, you don't have to like be a negative Nancy about this stuff, but literally when this news came out about them possibly going third party, they sat there and told you to wait an extra week for them to come out, and it's like, what are you doing? Talk to the community. You have people leaving in droves every week, and they're just like, oh no, it's okay. They're not saying nothing.
Well, the bright side is, there's rumors that there's some panic going on in Xbox. Like they do seem to have noticed the bleed.
I guarantee you those Game Pass numbers went down a lot. That's how they noticed that bleed.
I would think so.
And you know what? That's kind of what needs to happen because then they're like, wait a minute, if we go full third party, we just lost all these subs. We're relying on these subs. What do we do? And then, like you said, they have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what they're going to do. But this is the worst I've ever seen them react to anything like negative.
Yeah.
They've always
Yeah,
been
it's-
on it. And this time they were like, yeah, we'll get on this next week. And it's like, wow. You guys usually like get on it like the next day, that weekend, that Monday.
It's been like
we
months.
had to wait for a corporate song and dance, and we had to look at the lady like nodding her head like it was gonna fall off. You know, like, oh yes, 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 thank you, Phil Spencer, yes. And it's like, okay, you know, like we're people that, you know, for over almost 11 years on this podcast have always just showcased that we usually buy everything and we give everything a fair shot. And so
I
when we
got
try
in a
to
fight
give,
with people on your in your chat room the other day because I said, "Hey, Xbox is 149." They're like, "Oh, it's a dying brand anyway." And I was like, "Wait a minute, that's all you're going to go to? You're not going to say, wow, 149 is a good deal for people? It's still a hell of a box to play RE4 Remake on, right?
For
Was that
150,
like
it's a
this-
steal.
It's a steal.
Is that the Series S or?
The X
It was
Oh,
a
that was-
refurbished X.
refurbished for $149.99.
I would have bought one just to have the spare.
I was
'cause
going to
like I
buy
say,
one
they
just
don't.
to review for the channel, but it was sold out in 2 minutes. And I was
Sold
like,
out.
Yeah,
Because
They
I was
don't
like,
live
on my
forever.
Series S for 100, and then just keep this one.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like we always just always try to, you know, obviously vote with our wallets, but like what Mental was saying, it's like we're nerds. We like to own a lot of this stuff and talk about it, and you know,
Yeah.
tech heads and everything else. So it's
that's
like
why I have this stupid Portal and
Right.
the 3D thing for the
right. So it's
PlayStation
like
We
as
5.
can't
much as
help
we
ourselves.
say, you know, these things, it's like we always end up buying it, check it out, talk about it on the channel, whatever the case may be.
I'll
But
buy the next
we're just
Xbox.
fans of-
Even if
we're
they
just-
announce, hey, we're
Right.
shutting the shit down, I'll still have it.
we're just
Of
fans
course.
of games.
We
We're
can't
just
help
gamers.
ourselves.
Yeah, and we like PC, but we also still like checking out the consoles too. So it's just we're just gamers all the way through, and we just want to see our companies do really well. We don't like to see them struggle or hit these marks of like whatever the first 3 months of this year have been for both of these companies, just whatever they've been announcing, and then kind of, you know, they announce these games, they show us at these showcases, oh, we got these games, and then the news comes out about, you know, the sales being down with, you know, with the Sony stuff and then the Microsoft stuff. It was like it's all, you know, well, for Sony it was specifically we don't have any more games in our shit's end of
Well,
life
Sony
right now.
flat out came out and said, listen, we lost $10 billion. We can't do this
Mm.
shit anymore. Microsoft's like, hey, we're making new hardware. Game Pass. And
Wait till you have it in your
like
hand.
you said, the lady, what was it, Sarah Bond?
Yeah,
Like, oh, well, we have a future projecting this. Fuck the future. What do we have now?
Yeah.
They-
You're
for
talking
clarity,
they're talking to like us, like in a very small tone, but then they're talking to the shareholders,
mm-hmm.
and it's like they need to figure out a way to just talk to the community and talk to the shareholders separately. But I don't think they can do that because it's Microsoft. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's
to be
just what it
fair,
felt like.
they didn't technically lose $10 billion. Their market cap dropped $10 billion.
Okay.
But what they did have happen was they didn't sell as many PlayStations as they had projected. So that hit the market cap. And then, of course, they also released that they had low margins. The business wasn't really. Combine that with the low sales compared to what their projection, that caused investors to lose confidence. So they started selling off stock, which drove the price down, amounting to a $10 billion valuation loss. It's not like they lost the cash, though.
Okay.
Just the value of the company went down.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's still,
been
I mean,
wild.
it's crazy how much Sony depends on PlayStation to do well.
Yeah,
Right,
didn't they
'cause
sell off the computer division like 15, 20 years ago or something? Like
Vio.
Yeah,
they sold
Yeah.
a lot of stuff off, and they
I miss seeing
They
the
did.
Vio in movies.
Oh yeah, the product
Spider-Man.
placement.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Vio laptops every time.
Hey, was your bear game called Sticky Bear?
Was it the bear in the blue suit?
Yeah, hold on, I'll show you. I want to see if this is him because he looks really sketch.
I believe does go public. So
Oh no! Why didn't it
Saying
work?
one thing to fans and other shareholders could be misleading. That's what I'm saying. They got to figure out a way to tell both of us, but like in a way that isn't so corporate-ish. But they have to. Like it's a catch-22. You know what I mean? They're not like Sony where they could just flat out go to the public and say stuff because Microsoft is run a different way. You know what I mean?
Is that Sticky Bear?
That's the game I used to play on the Apple II.
It's Sticky Bear.
And I used to play
weird,
Oregon
man.
Trail, which I still have on the PC, which is the same exact version of the one I played on the Apple II.
Well, good, because if that's the case, then you can see this. This abomination of a screenshot.
Yeah.
It came up when I looked for it.
I think I had the one with the numbers,
Great.
not the words.
Oh, okay.
That's awesome.
Sticky Bear. That's what
doesn't
he's
sound
called.
clean.
Yeah,
Really,
why is he
another
called-
Forza? Forza. I could do without a Forza for a couple of years. There's so many of them.
That Forza
Oh,
that I
man.
downloaded yesterday took up like almost like 125 gigs of my hard
We
drive.
played it for like what, an hour, 2 hours?
Yeah, I know. I just deleted it. I was like, screw this.
How dare you?
Yeah, it depends on what you
Sorry.
like. You know, I think the racing stuff, you know, it has its place, but at the same time,
Yeah.
Anthony,
It's-
Forza's great, but I don't need one every year.
I mean,
If you want to
I-
wait a couple of years, great.
yeah.
I'm a motorsport fan, but the stuff they did to this version, I just wasn't interested. Like,
You know,
I don't
I-
want to have to grind the way
I
they
heard
want you
that.
to grind.
I heard
Yeah.
the new Motorsport. People were like, "Yeah, it's coming out." It came out, and everyone's like, "Don't play it." We have Noof Nukem in the chat room.
Noof.
Can you read
So-
that?
Oof. What is up,
Huh?
buddy?
What's
Boom,
up?
boom, boom.
I think he misspelled that. I think he meant kaboom. Can you
I
read
know.
that again
Kaboom.
properly?
Boom, boom, kaboom.
There you go.
There you go.
That's the way he said
Just
it.
reading what it
That's
said.
better.
Just following
That's
orders, man.
Yeah. Good times. Yeah, I never even bothered playing Forza. I was talking to my buddy that big Forza fan, and we used to go back and 7 Motorsport. He would set a new lap time. I'd spend 15 minutes and beat it, and then he'd spend a week setting another. I'm joking a bit there, but I would always beat it in no time, and it would drive him. So I had a great time with that game. But when he was telling me about how it worked out after seeing the grind fest they turned,
Yeah,
and I don't care to.
you know, I get they want to keep the microtransactions and all that stuff going, but you gotta make a good game sometimes. You know what I mean? Make a fun game to where people want to buy the extra stuff.
Yeah, like I just
A lot
want
of these companies are pulling it too. It's just not Microsoft, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
one
Noof
thing-
loves Horizon Forbidden West.
Well, then
I
he'll
don't
have
know.
to get a PC because that's where I played it. He doesn't
Yeah,
want to hear
like,
that.
I loved Zero Dawn. Like that was probably my
Me too.
favorite
You're
game
with
on
Frank.
PS4.
I love
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I really, really liked that game, and I was so looking forward to this. I don't know. I played it like because it was in the PS Extra thing there and the subscription service. So I loaded it up, sat down. I played about 2 hours, and I was done. And I've been told that it gets better, but I don't know. Is that true or is that just my
If you like reading, this is your game, okay? If you want to
I
play
really-
an action game, I don't know.
I want to play it one day to get through the story, but I only made it like 2
Yeah.
hours, and I was just like, I can't anymore. I just got tired of it.
Noof says hello to
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah.
Hello, Noof.
Hello,
Yeah,
Noof.
I wish
Cool.
I could bring some light into the series. I only played a little bit of the first one on the PS4 with Perry and Frank a few years ago. Well, probably
Fred Poole is
5 years ago
telling-
at this point.
It's telling Fred how to say it.
Yeah.
So you played it, Anthony, for how long? Only a few
No,
minutes?
I only played the first
Right.
Horizon at the shop for a few hours. I guess we played. And
Oh, yeah. That was when it came out, right? When
That was, like,
Breath
yeah,
of the Wild
back.
came out, right?
yeah, that was that long.
That
I
was
don't
a
know
hell
how
of a
many-
weekend, man.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
remember that weekend.
Yeah,
That was before the TVs melted.
yeah.
Well, and
That
that's
was
what
before you
broke my
replaced them.
PlayStation. Remember, I had the I had the Darth Vader PS4. Yeah, and it got all screwed up, and then they gave me the Pro because it was the same price. So I got that for free, pretty much.
Yeah.
The TV melted, mental.
The TV melted?
Samsung TV. I have a video of it. I should send you the video.
Samsung.
Wow.
I had the security video. I'm in the other room working on the computer. All of a sudden, the TV, you just see like a bubble on the screen, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then the TV goes out. It was a regulator right in the left corner. Wow. It just overheated, and it just like melted the TV. And
I think it didn't cause a fire.
I unplugged. I ran in the room and I unplugged it, and I messaged Samsung, and they called me and everything. I sent them the video, and they said, "We're going to give you all your money back." This is 5 days after the 1 year. I had it for 1 year, but 5 days over that. They only give you 1 year warranty. They were like, "We're giving all your money back. How do you want your money? Do you want us to come pick up the TVs? Do you want us to give you money at Best Buy? Do you want us to just send you a check? Like, how do you want your money?" Like, they were like, great. And I was like, why don't you just tell Best Buy to just give me the money back, and I will bring both TVs there and get new TVs. And they were like, great. They're like, you can buy whatever brand you want. You don't even have to buy our brand anymore. I was like, okay. I bought their brand because of the way they treated me. I was like, all right. So, and those TVs were fine. But now I got old.
I've always had Samsung TVs. Well, for years. Ever since that big monstrosity I bought way back.
I never had a problem with them until that 360.
Time. Yeah. I had a problem with one 32-inch HD TV that the power supply in it made this horrible transistor squeal, and that was after it was up. But my extended warranty for my car, so I got it fixed.
But I got lucky, but ever since then, I always bought the extended warranty from Best Buy, because I was like, if something happens, I'm not dealing with that again. I got lucky with Samsung. For whatever reason, they saw that video and they were like, oh no, you're good. We'll do whatever you want.
They did the right thing.
Yeah.
Best Buy hooked me up too when I had the Sony, the 900 series, and I got an open box for like 400 and something, but it was like a steal because it had no stand and like no remote. And it broke, and they gave me back $1,100, so I bought my new one. I was like, okay. They tried to fix it, they couldn't fix it, and they're like, oh, we'll just give you the full purchase price of $1,100. I was like, okay, thank you.
All right.
They gave me a gift card. I went and picked out a new TV.
Might be no community game night this week due to WrestleMania 40. Yeah, I'm going to be watching WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be there next week
on Monday.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun.
Monday, I got to go see the eclipse. I got to drive to Syracuse.
I got to wake up and drive everybody all over where they got to go in the morning. So
I guess
hopefully Vince McMahon won't keep us. Well, actually, there is no Vince McMahon to keep us till 4 a.m.
There's no Vince McMahon anymore.
Hopefully, it'll actually end at like 11 or 12, and I'll be all right.
I'm going to tell you how this is going to end.
Okay, let's hear it. He's predicting right now.
The Rock is going to be out there. There's going to be a part where Cody and Roman are knocked out. Rock's going to get in the ring, start beating up Cody. You're going to hear the glass shatter. Stone Cold's going to come out, stun the Rock.
Dude, I would cry.
Cody's going to do the crossroads to Roman Reigns, and it's going to be over.
Oh, I hope so.
Now, there could be another situation where The Rock gets in the ring, starts beating up Cody Rhodes, Hulk Hogan and Mr. T come out, and then Stone Cold comes out, and then John Cena comes out, and CM Punk comes out, and they all corner The Rock in the ring, and The Rock says he's scared, and they beat him up.
I like your idea,
but I'm just saying.
I like your idea of the ghosts of the legends returning at the end. That sounds better to me. Maybe Randall Orton will return.
Randy Orton has a match. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
okay. He does. He's already on there.
Yeah, he returned that Survivor Series with Punk.
Oh.
It was super fun.
Bulldog will come out of nowhere.
I don't think so, Fred. It's been super. It was super fun. Yeah, especially that joke that Fred made. I hope Xbox.
So what else is
does-
in the news?
Yeah, right.
I think that's where this started.
Yeah.
What else do you have, Frank? We're like 85 hours in.
So we could talk
We've
about the Friday the 13th thing that's happening.
Okay, so I thought this was the new game, but when I reread the article, it was not the new game. So bring this up. Talk about
Well,
it.
I thought it was like a re-release. Like, oh, they got the
No.
rights back, but it's not. It's a fans are
Taking
resurrecting the
over.
game. Yeah, and they're putting all the cut content, the Jason X stuff in it. It's gonna be sick, and you can play it on PC.
When it gets
Yeah.
false teeth.
I think it comes out April 15th, or that's like when something's happening.
On April 15th, they are going to announce the date for the release of this. Friday the 13th, the game, what was it? Resurrected?
So, yeah, something like that.
Which, again, how is that going to... It's going to be on private servers, so I don't think anybody will get banned for using the content here, but
Right.
it's kind of weird you're putting that out in the public when the other company is, like, sunsetting the game, but they're not sunsetting it till the end of the year, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, something else weird happened. I looked in the comments, and people were like, "Is it coming to Xbox? Is it coming to PlayStation?" And they kept writing, "Stay tuned, stay tuned." So how's that gonna work?
They would have to give you a custom DNS or something to do it on console.
I
would
guess.
think.
Yeah. How else could it work? It has to.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird... We'll follow that. That's a weird story. But if they can improve that game, because they said they have HD texture packs ready to go and all that, that would be fantastic.
I need that spaceship level.
Oh,
That'd be
Jason X
sick.
is in it, and they're putting in the
Yeah.
characters too.
Yep, and new costumes and everything.
Yeah. That's amazing because, they were trying to update this game with those, things before the lawsuit got in the way. And again, leave it to fans that are, doing what they can to keep this thing alive, at least for, people that still want to play it. Because obviously the servers have been down for what, I think like 2 years now, 3 years, maybe even 4 years. So it's been a little bit. Or if anything, they stopped supporting it, way.
They're
longer
on.
than that. It was like
They
6
stopped
years
supporting
ago.
dedicated servers about 2 years ago.
Yeah, and then like 5 years ago was the last like content update because this lawsuit's been going on forever. So it's been a long time since
Yeah,
that
but you
even
know what?
happened.
I think they blame the lawsuit on this shit. I think they gave up on the game because look at Texas Chainsaw. It's the same people. They gave up on the game in less than a year,
Yeah, I mean it's not.
and that game
know.
has people playing it, or it did.
It did, yeah, it did, and yeah, I don't know, what their deal is. I don't know why.
But none of those last long. Like even Evil Dead, those what do they call it? Isometric?
Because these
Or not
companies
isometric.
screw everything up. Evil Dead, how many problems do we have? 1 week it's too hard. Then they patch it and then it's too easy. Then
Yeah,
they patch it and it's super hard again. Then they patch it and it's playable
and
again.
you lose interest
And-
quickly.
But you don't know what game you're walking into.
Right.
It's like you go home and, I don't know, a family member is screaming and yelling at you, but then the next day they're all nice to you. And then the
Yeah.
day after that, they're crazy again.
You never know what you're gonna get.
Exactly. Fans are going to leave. And the Evil Dead game was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had fun with that.
Yes.
It's a great. We got to play it before they shut it down. The day they put it on Steam, you couldn't get into a game because I bought it and I haven't played it on Steam since. It's a year ago now.
Even remember they had that huge update and there was no one playing. We were just like, whatever. We couldn't even play it.
Right, because you need a certain amount of people in there.
Yeah, so it's like
A Splatter
it
Royale,
just died.
whatever it was called. Mad
Died.
Max. I don't know. Any Mad Max remakes?
There's a new trailer for the movie.
It says RWK.
Oh yeah, I saw them.
Yeah,
I
the
saw
game that came out in 2014 or 15 was actually pretty good. That was the last game that we got for Mad Max.
There was a movie that came out like in like the 80s or something like that, right? With Mad Max, right? It was like an older Mad Max.
yeah, there was some movie called Mad
Yeah,
Max.
there was a
There-
few.
There was only like 5 of them.
Oh really? I didn't know that. I had no idea.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's weird.
that's funny.
We gotta throw Fred in the Thunderdome. That's it. It's over.
Sorry. My
Yeah.
young brain got
So,
kicked
so, it's just a little game called Mad Max.
Yeah. Yeah. Early Mel Gibson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember there was something with Mel Gibson. I just
Yeah.
remember that.
Well, they had
It was indeed.
Fury Road was actually pretty good. That was like the last one they made.
I like that one a lot.
Yeah, Fury Road.
Fatal
Tom
Fury
Hardy.
Road.
Yeah.
Fury Road.
And yeah, that was actually pretty good. And the game came out like around that time, but it had nothing to do with the movie. It was like its own thing, which is actually kind of cool. It was one of those like it wasn't a movie game, but it was just kind of released around the time, but it had nothing to do with it.
A lot
But
of
it was still pretty
during
cool.
that time period, a lot of like movie games were like pretending to be sequels or prequels to the film,
Yeah.
so they wouldn't ruin the plot, which I never understood. No one's gonna pay $60 to find out what happens in a $10 movie.
No.
Well, the movie games used to follow the plot tit for tat, like Star Wars. It would like Episode 3 followed the plot exactly.
Yeah, Spider-Man 1 on Xbox, GameCube, PlayStation, that followed the whole movie. But Amazing Spider-Man for the 360, PS3, and Wii, that was like that game takes place after that film.
Right. It's in between, right?
Yeah, it's in between 1 and 2. And I thought that was pretty brilliant the way that they did that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
But again, it's like even if you make it about the movie, who's paying $60 to play the game to find out what happens in the $10 movie?
It got spoiled in Lego Star Wars, the end of 3.
How dare they? Yeah, I'm excited though. I mean, look, to see another thing of Friday the 13th, that's cool with me. I mean, I always like I don't know if I'll play it. I'll check it out. I mean, if they're adding all this like, added stuff,
I think we all need to get on PC. Fred needs to get on PC, Fred.
I need to build a PC.
So yeah, this will
We
be
can help you
cool
with
to check
that.
out.
Just come up with like $2,000 and you'll be fine.
It's called the Xbox 360.
No, one of my
There you go.
That's all you need.
What if he was like, stop being cheap bastards and build a PC? Like Don Matrick.
I wouldn't be shocked if that's going to come out of somebody's mouth at some point.
Yeah, Phil Spencer will be next. With that.
Yeah.
When he's in hospice.
Good old Phil.
Just play it on your 4090. Whatever the card it is.
Yeah, it's
make sure you get Game Pass.
It's gonna be on his tombstone. Game Pass.
Game Pass. Phil Game Pass Spencer.
Imagine if he gets fired and he comes out and just says, "Yeah, Game Pass is the biggest scam in gaming going today."
Oh, they would sue him for every last penny he has.
He probably can't talk either way.
No way.
Be under an NDA.
They probably sign NDAs for life. He probably can't even write a book.
The book, they will just mail him a book of cash, and he will not say anything ever again.
I wouldn't. If they want to give me a couple $1,000,000.
Did you guys see that Video Game Chronicles article? The headline, something Phil Spencer, known as the savior of Xbox.
And he's the man who killed it.
And its killer. Yeah, the man that killed it or whatever. Yeah.
I saw that, but I was like, there's no way that this article is real. And it was just a guy giving his opinion, wasn't it?
It was an opinion piece. And I mean, the guy had some points, weren't the worst take in the it was interesting, I guess. But it's funny the lengths that people do to get a headline.
Well, we joked about that like a month ago. We said, he saved Xbox, but he threw a life preserver to some lady in the river and, kept driving this boat. Well, yeah, I saved her, but I don't know what happened to her.
This whole thing with third party just kind of, it doesn't make sense to me given that they're finally talking earlier where the games deals they've made. They're finally starting to release them. Sony too, because they're struggling right now. Good games released for. We'll give them ours. It's just so. I don't know. It's bizarre. Like, give it a few years. Give your strategy a few years to work.
You know what I think it is? Even if it wasn't like the Xbox division's call, it must have been Microsoft's call.
Yeah, that's what I think it was.
You know, they're like, hey, you know what? Can you hurry up and make money here? Like, because and I tell the chat this every week. If you watch like Windows Weekly or something, or if you're just in the tech industry, Microsoft themselves as a company is always changing their mind every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to put Teams in Windows. It's going to be great. Oh, Teams sucks. Yeah, we're going to take that out of Windows. It's like, what are you doing?
Mixer.
You have Skype.
Zoom.
What do you need Teams for? Oh yeah, we have Skype, but
Oh.
nobody cares about Skype now. Nobody cares about Teams. Oh yeah, that too. You know, we'll just buy somebody else. It's like,
Yeah.
this is what they always do. Like, so when I hear this stuff about
It
Xbox,
is.
I'm thinking, okay, Microsoft finally got to the Xbox division or the gaming division, and they were like, money now, mobile, streaming, no box. That's what I'm thinking, but we don't know yet. We'll find out at some point, probably.
Phil's body language in their little business update just made me think that he wasn't on board with what he was saying.
Yeah, and
He just kept he
can't
spent a
say
lot of
nothing.
time looking at the ground.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think he's doing this stuff on purpose. But again, it's not like he's not getting rich. You know what I mean? I feel bad for him in one respect, but in the other respect, I'm like, bro, you're probably making more money now than you ever made in your life.
Oh
So,
yeah.
It's just like he's got to keep his job, which obviously no one's asking him to go rogue and start cursing everybody out. But you know, this is the way that the corporate world works, and unfortunately, you know, games and corporations, it doesn't seem like this is going to be a good fit. Even though like I said, I love Xbox, Microsoft. They could have really had something big and special going here, but it looks like they're just money now. Forget about the competition. We want the cash. It's like that's not why Bill Gates started the Xbox brand. He wanted to beat Sony in the living room.
Oh, exactly. And that's why I think that's what bugs me the most about it is it's the demise of competition, which won't be good for anybody.
No, because that PlayStation that's $600 allegedly, the Pro, which I'm sure it will be, that goes from $600 to $2,000 if there's no competition. Because Nintendo's a handheld, you'll pay $400 for that. But if you want a home machine, PlayStation 6, $199 or $199.99, whatever. It's like $2,000.
Yeah.
And the games will be $200 because the devs have to get paid. Meanwhile, they don't want to make games. So
what happened with the GPUs? Remember, people were paying, and they're like,
we
let's
told
just
you that
charge
was going to
much
happen
now.
here. I said because everyone's scalping them for $1,500. That's going to be the regular price. Here we are, 4 years later. That's the regular price for the 90 series.
Instead of paying $500-$600 for a 70 series, you got to pay $800-$900 now. There's no way out.
No, 70 series is $600.
I mean, like back like a year ago when I built the TI, because my 1070 was only like $499 when I bought it. I think.
Oh, 1070 was $379.
Was it that cheap?
Yeah. The 70 series were always 60 and 70 series were always cheap, Frank.
The 70 Ti,
the 80s and the 90s that kind of spiked up a little bit.
Well, the 4070 Ti was like 800 and something, I think. $799.
Yeah, you got the Ti. What were you expecting?
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, it seems like
2 letters, man.
So
it went up a lot.
The 1080 was $499, and then you had the 1080 Ti was like $590 or maybe it was $649 actually. I think about it, but the 1080 Ti was like this miracle card that stayed relevant way beyond. I had a 1080 Ti, but yeah, I mean, recently it's I don't know. The inflation card's been played heavy, and everybody wants you to believe that Microsoft is losing money on. There's no way they're still losing. I've said this a million times. Like, Sony claimed the PS5 was profitable from the hardware side of things back in August 2021. That's when they started to be profitable on the hardware. how is Xbox still losing money? The reality is, at the time of launch, the SSD in it was $300. Those things aren't anywhere near that. They're $50. So how are you still losing money on that one item? Is a massive savings. Then you got GDDR6 that's dropped by 67% over the last 2 years in cost. How are you losing money? And then you've got 23% reduction in 7 nanometer wafer in the last year. How are you losing? They're lying. There's no way they're losing. They're only losing $100. Just those 3 items I list, they are making money. Period.
Yep.
Right.
Inflation or not, it doesn't matter at that point. Drop in price is a drop in price. All you got to do is look at the PC market too to see it. Like, it's bullshit. They're milking people. And they want people to believe, and they keep selling the narrative because we're so used to this in technology now that, oh, everything costs so much, right? We're all brainwashed with it now for years. And it has to do with, the prices of GPUs, etc. Cost a lot. So, the average person, you believe it because you don't know the technology comes down in price.
Yeah.
Right? Because we haven't seen the reflection of that in some areas, but it's niche areas like graphics cards. CPUs have come down in price.
Yeah.
Everything else has come down in price. It's just graphics cards. But we know for a fact that the APU cost, and here's the other thing, over time your yields improve. So maybe, I think that was Sony's biggest problem at launch. Their yields were terrible. And that's why you had all the glitches and things we saw early launch PlayStations where they were glitching on people, Twitter and whatnot. That's just a sign of they were pushing the APU so hard that they had to use liquid metal to keep it cool enough so it would run stably. As soon as I heard they had to use liquid metal, I'm like, I'm not buying one of those. Because I've used liquid metal and I know why I've used it. And it's to get that last little bit of stability that you need to get an overclock.
Yeah.
That's why I've used it. And to have to do that in your console, that's not, oh, this is cool, it uses liquid metal. Shit, it has to use liquid metal? That's the proper reaction to that. But anyway, all that aside, there's no way they're losing money on these things anymore. That's just BS. They're trying to make more money off them because maybe their margins are slimmer than we. But that's what happens when you hire people. Growth period during the pandemic, where everybody's bored sitting at home, you hire a ton of people. When things come back to normal, you're going to be laying off. So.
Yeah, I mean, layoffs in the tech industry, every January to April, I mean, that's not an unheard thing. I mean, people are going crazy about these layoffs, oh my God, gaming's dead. I'm like, this happens every year. Maybe not as grand of a scale as it was this year, but I mean, this stuff happens every year.
Oh yeah, and I mean, and it's happening across the industry. It's not just gaming.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
my world, there's the potential we could see more layoffs again soon.
Yeah.
And I mean, last year was over 10,000 in my company lost their jobs, and I mean that was in the neighborhood. It's getting close to 10% of our right.
Yes.
It's just the reality of the world that I don't think people realize how bad it and how bad it's still going to get.
Yeah.
And when you have that's typically the response that the economy gets. Government spending isn't the way to get you out of those things either, because it creates a whole bunch of false jobs. And now we're seeing the end of those jobs.
Yep.
Free money's never a good thing.
Right.
But that's just because I'm old. I've seen this play through before a couple times in my life. So you guys weren't around in the it was 23%.
Wow.
Imagine that.
Jeez.
That's why I had to laugh at my banker when she told me that, oh, interest rates are at an all-time high. And I'm like, how to tell me you're in your 20s with saying you're in your 20s. Like, I remember my first loan, I was at 17% interest that I was paying.
Wow.
So, you know, that's where I come from. But you know what that did? It kept prices down. That's why back in the 80s, you could, in Canada and in the US, it would have been even cheaper. You could buy a really nice. Now the average price in Canada is around 500.
Yeah.
You know, but that's what low interest rates will do to you, because people are qualifying for $1 million business. And you know, my dad taught me a good lesson. He said, no, like, take whatever the interest rate is, and can't make a payment, it's not a. So that's the way I always based my purchasing habits.
Wow.
Now, that's not a gaming topic, so I'll shut up. But got too real for a second. Sorry, guys.
I just went through something like that recently, and it's sucks. Kind of had to do it when I didn't want to do it, but what are you gonna do?
It's funny because
family.
Perry and I watch like a lot of old shows from like the 80s and 90s and stuff, and we always say to each other how they talk about the exact same stuff. Like it's exactly the same thing. It comes full circle.
I watched
like
The Facts of Life from the 80s. They talk about inflation. I watched The Commish from the 90s. They talk about inflation. I watched a TV show from the 2000s. They talk about inflation. It's like, come on.
And the same social problems, everything. Nothing changes, like, at all.
No, it all repeats. It goes through cycles, and that's why they say with age comes wisdom.
Yep.
Because you've lived through the things before, you've seen it before, and you can easily see when it's fake news.
You can see a step ahead. You're like, all right.
Yeah. You know, you've seen the strategy play out before more than once, so you kind of know what's.
Yeah.
Like right now, it's the nudge theory in the media. They push an agenda and then they just nudge you with it all the time, and eventually people. And
yeah,
that's what's happening right now.
It's
Everywhere.
crazy how people can get kind of, especially in gaming too, or like with any kind of like topics and stuff like that. How it's also like you see a lot of the internet wars kind of rage even more over, these console wars and these different things. It's very interesting to see that now, how even when we started the show 11 years ago, how much more it's amplified now, where it's like everybody's been like, they see certain things and they just kind of go with it instead of actually like trying to get to the, actually check it out for themselves or play something for themselves or kind of experience it for themselves. You see that just blow up even more with stuff like obviously social media and YouTube and everything else. But it's just, that's why the outcry is so loud, I think, for some of these, these people that kind of jump on these consoles so hard and heavy without, kind of giving things a chance or listening to people kind of explain their side of things and stuff like that. So it's like, it's such a pullback than how it was now, or how it was back then compared to now, Yeah,
I mean, things have changed a lot, right? Like everybody's so used to instant gratification and being able to just look something up quickly and there's the information you want done. That's the one thing that's changed dramatically from when I was young.
Right.
Back then. Now something happens somewhere in the world, you immediately have, everybody's got a camera in their pocket. Back in the old days, we didn't hear about stuff from everyone. It was much more local news was happening in the country maybe, but you didn't hear about a fire in Australia or something like that. Like that just didn't happen. So with all that instant access to stuff, it's easy to paint a picture any way you want it, because you can always find something to tell people about whatever you have. And the other big difference now is all your news outlets, they're all owned by nation. There's no independent media anymore. We're back in the old days, you had true media that was independent and they were competing against the other media.
Mm-hmm.
And it was about getting the scoop. It was about real investigative journalism. It wasn't about regurgitating. Which is what, they all report the same thing. There's no unique takes. It's all the same stuff. And if you look around, that's what you'll see.
Even in gaming, these journalists.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly the same thing.
It's just like, guys, you're tweeting. You're not investigative journalists. You're just a guy
Yeah.
that works at a desk at IGN with your PlayStation 5, giving me your crappy opinion as investigative journalism. It's like,
Yeah, they probably haven't turned on that PS5 in weeks.
Yeah.
Right, like because they rarely report on actual games anymore.
you know what was
Right.
funny, Mental? Years ago, this is a few years ago now, they had IGN did some sort of an interview, okay? And they showed The Office. And at the time, I mean, they still do. They still do hit pieces on Xbox.
Mhm.
At the time of this interview that they were filming in The Office, they showed all the desks. They had all PlayStation 4 Pros next to the Xbox VCR, the launch console. And they're writing articles about how this game sucks on the Xbox One X, and that, they played it and it doesn't run well. And I'm like, you have all the fat Xboxes in your office. Like, they didn't even invest in the One X, and they're writing pieces on the One X. In my opinion, that's out the window. Like, once you see stuff like that. Now, if they had the One X next to the PS4 Pro, that's fine. I mean, that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to provide them with that tech so they can review the stuff. They didn't even care, man. They were just writing hit pieces. Yeah, this game runs like shit on the One X. Meanwhile, they have just the regular one. Yeah. Not even the S. So.
Yeah. And then you get articles like IGN French.
Yes.
That's not, I don't know, whatever. I don't want to get it's I just find that silly. And then you hear what's going on with Kotaku, where all their writers are upset that they have to write about games now and do game guides and stuff. And it's like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, you don't like games. You probably couldn't get a job in a real like journalistic like industry type job where you're working for whatever news outlet. So you got into gaming. It's clear you don't like games, though.
Yeah, especially if they're going to complain about a change like that.
You got to write gaming guides, something GamePro and EGM used to do for free back in the day.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing with your life? Like, they all seem like miserable. Like, it's just bizarre to me. They all say dumb things and then have to block their account on Twitter, and it's just like, I don't know. People are strange, man. People are really strange.
Definitely.
I compare the video game community kind of like to the wrestling community because the same type of stuff happens, man. You have wrestling journalists that, oh yeah, this guy did this and that, and then you find out that the guy never did any of that stuff. Oh, well, I was told by so-and-so. It's like, what? It's almost like parallel to a point. With wrestling and video games. It's kind of weird because we talk about this all the time. Like, me and the guys. Like, oh, don't watch this show, but watch this show. And don't like this wrestler, but like this guy instead. He has good matches. And then you find all this stuff isn't even, like, true. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's a strange world we live in, gentlemen.
Yeah, it is.
A clown world in many respects.
David R, hello, how you doing? RWK with a $4.99 super chat. Appreciate that, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice panel, a fire show as always. This episode will age well. Y'all are some good folks. Thank you. You are too, man. Thank
Hope
you.
it ages well.
Thank you, man.
You're
Thank
awesome.
you, man.
Hails yeah.
Yeah, I know we're not firing on all cylinders with the news, but we're having some good conversation.
Hey,
Sorry.
as long as they're happy, like
as long as we have a good panel. I mean, this is always a good time just shooting the shit about consoles.
we usually
and
do this
where
anyway.
we're at.
Sometimes we don't even get through half the news, and we're like,
That's true. I mean, to be
engaging
fair,
with
I
the
didn't
chat.
really think it was going to be a news like heavy week, or at least besides the couple things that we kind of talked about. There is this Dino Crisis thing. I don't know if you saw this.
The poll, yeah.
Yeah, the poll did. So Capcom put out that poll late last year, kind of asking the fans, what kind of remake they would like to see from a franchise that has been gone for a while. Which they put ones on there that weren't really gone for a while, but Dino Crisis was actually the most heavily requested game. So I don't know. Just want to say, as far as a survival horror fan, that's good news because a lot of fans have wanted to see Dino Crisis come back from Capcom.
Question, Anthony.
So we'll see.
Does Dino Crisis Remake come out before or after Fable and Perfect Dark?
Before.
It will probably come out before Fable, and because especially if Capcom is going to take this survey seriously and maybe put this thing into production in the next couple of years, I would say it's going to come out before Fable and Perfect Dark. But we'll see. It says the other ones that were picked were Mega Man, Onimusha, and Ace Attorney, but they've been kind of being made anyway, so I don't really know what they mean by
Mega Man 11 was what, 2015, 2016?
Yeah, I guess bringing that back because it's been almost a decade, I guess, which is kind of nuts. But Onimusha as well, yes, I could see that because that hasn't been. Ace Attorney has been going on though, unless they've just been.
Yeah, they've been
making
remasters.
The trilogy just came out last year.
Yeah, so I guess they mean like another one, but I mean, as far as a remake, Dino Crisis makes sense.
No.
To come back.
No RE9 open world clickbait here.
Oh, was that RE1 thing an April Fool's Day?
It was an April Fool's
Okay,
joke,
that's what I
which
thought.
is what I what I expected.
Idiots.
So it's basically just like, like I was telling people, I don't doubt that
Here's
Resident
the thing
Evil
with
1
April
won't
Fools.
get
This is
remade.
why I don't look at the internet on April Fools. Because nobody says Resident Evil 1 is being remade, April Fools.
Yeah, they just put it out.
That shit. Like I got today in my my Flipboard app on the Samsung phone. Sometimes it tells me news from like a few days ago.
Yeah.
And there's April Fool's shit in there that's reported as news. But if you look at the date, it says April 1st. Now it says 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like now I have to think, when was April 1st? 3 days ago. Okay, so it's bullshit.
It's so annoying.
Someone actually did some crazy troll stuff with Monster Mania. They took it wasn't Monster Mania who posted the April Fools, but it was this company that like mocked up this post and it looked like legit and everything, and they made an April Fools thing that Stephen King was coming to the show, and like people believed it, and like you can't do that because that fucks with business, and like people bought a bunch of tickets, and then like they had to like say like no, it's not, that apparently happened. It's like some people take it too far.
April Fools on it, so people know what the hell you're talking about.
Some people just take it too far, and when you're messing with a business like that, man, that's messed up. So that was a little too far. Yeah. But some people are just like, hee April Fools, and it's like, you can't be messing around with shit like that. But yeah, it's dumb, and I agree. I think people they just do it because they know they'll get clicks on it specifically,
right? And
then they'll say it later, like, oh, it's April Fool. It's like, come on, like, you know what I mean? Like, most people can see through it anyway.
They'll wait for it to sink in and then let it marinate a little bit. Then they say,
and then as far as the the RE9 open world thing has been going around for a couple weeks now, and again, there's not really anything legit to go off of with that. I'll just say that it's not really a good idea.
I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah, like we say on the show.
I hope not.
I really hope not. And like we always say on the show, like you don't always have to make things like open world just because you're running out of ideas or you think it's like
a good game.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, just make a really good game.
Have it down pat with the Resident Evil games. You know
what
I mean?
That's the one thing I said in this upcoming podcast I'm going to be uploading. I just said like, look, they got to worry about more than open world. They got to worry about writing the story better. They got to figure out what they're doing with the BSAA, Chris Redfield, these characters, like, because Ethan Winters and that story just didn't work for me. So I think they should really focus on those aspects.
Done. They're done telling that story. So you're
right,
good.
But they just got to make sure they don't introduce another new character that's just as weak, or have something that isn't as powerful as something like they did in the original games, where it stuck with you. I didn't really care about the Romanian, vampires and werewolves aesthetic of Village. Like I just didn't care.
Bro,
for some people,
Dungeons and Dragons meets Resident Evil. That's all.
It's like for some people, like that might be fine because they just don't care. Like maybe they got into the franchise around 7 or 2 remake, and they might play Village and say, you know what, this is fine with me. That's cool. But I think they got to step it back to some of the OG shit, like some zombies and just some BOWs, and get Jill back, get Chris back, write these characters good. You could bring new characters in. That's fine. I'm not against that. But yeah, they just got to focus more on the remakes have been successful. And yes, 7 and 8 as sales and how it prints money, they've done very well. But they got to focus on kind of adjusting that a little bit And I'm sure we'll see RE9. Well, we might see some kind of reveal this summer or sometime this year, whether it's a PlayStation event, Capcom event, Resident Evil
Probably
event. I'm sure it's coming.
PlayStation because they pay
Don't
everybody.
be open world.
Yeah.
Just don't be open world. So, yes.
Yeah, I don't think people
RWK,
have to
take
worry.
care, buddy.
Take care, man.
Take care,
Thank you for
RWK.
the super chat. Thanks for hanging out.
But yeah, that's some kind of some Capcom news for you. Not so much news. The only thing that really is news is actually the Dino Crisis report, because that is actually cool that they're asking fans about that, and I'm all for Dino Crisis, so bring it on.
Why not?
Nintendo did a survey this week too about like the
Really?
same type of thing. Yeah, and so like a couple of years ago they closed, or that company Alpha Dream that makes the Mario and Luigi games went out of business. And like
okay.
Nintendo's just like, bye, like that's it.
Yeah.
In the survey they ask about the Mario and Luigi games, so hopefully they'll bring them back, because
Oh,
all
wow.
these Mario
Yeah.
RPGs are making them money.
Yeah.
Mario RPG sold, Thousand Year Door is gonna sell, so they're probably like, oh,
Yeah,
should we bring it back? Which yeah, they should.
definitely. Definitely should bring it back.
Yeah, I like that the companies are doing this survey stuff, because it really does
Yeah.
get, whether they follow it or not, I don't know, but it's
it gives
nice
them a
that
gauge.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
just to kind of see where the needle is. And I think, if people are leaning more towards this era of, bringing back, remakes or these like, IPs we haven't seen in a while, obviously we still want them to generate new IPs. Like Capcom, like we got this Pragmata game that's been delayed, but we still know they're working on that. That needs to come out. But they're still going to focus on, what they got coming out. They got that Japanese samurai game that's coming out as well.
Oh, another one?
It's
So
the
many.
yeah, I know, another one. So there's a couple that are kind of in the mix there, but yeah, we'll see. There isn't an E3 this year, so I think summertime is when you're going to see a lot of these, Sony events, Microsoft events, and Capcom, and so on and
The
so
secret
forth.
showcase.
You never know. We'll see what happens.
Apparently,
I think
there's one that's coming out this month, right? Allegedly, with Silent Hill and everything.
Yeah, so we'll see. I that was also in the news too. So Silent Hill did get an ESRB update as well on the site. So that does mean it's coming around the corner if they're already submitting for
Anthony, the
ratings.
guy ran like crap, though. I mean,
Yeah,
the game is ruined.
yeah. I mean, look, I know that with Silent Hill, I know that apparently Konami was really pissed of how they released a trailer because they didn't like how it looked. They thought it was bad marketing. So there is a lot of internal.
Don't they approve these things
fighting.
before they show them?
Apparently not.
Wasn't that a localized trailer just for US?
I think so. Yeah.
And that's why. So like a different company's working on that.
Yeah, so I guess maybe they were a little upset with how people were reacting online. Look, I think as long as Silent Hill 2 comes out and it's it's not a buggy mess, it's smooth. They got to redeem themselves with this game. So because Silent Hill's been dormant for years, and the short message came out and like that was okay, but that was like a 3-hour little demo kind of. Had nothing to do with Silent Hill 2, but it was just the first taste of Silent Hill that we had since PT, basically. And I'm not counting Ascension because that's some kind of interactive BS that I'm not counting, because that's not a game at all. But
A movie.
It's exclusive.
it's
Anthony.
basically
How
like
dare
a
you say
movie.
that? It's on PlayStations.
Yeah. So, but
That's
yeah,
free
this
demo.
one will be on PS5 and PC. So we'll see how Silent Hill holds up. I did play Alone in the Dark. I finished it. It was a good game. I'd probably give it like a 7 out of 10. I know it's got a lot of bad reviews. My audio gunshots finally match up with my gun. It took, this was a problem on the Series X version. Go figure. But yeah, basically I would shoot and it'd be like, boom, boom, and I'm like, I'm beating the game like this. Like, what is happening? It kind of threw me off because I felt like I wasn't like something wasn't registering, but it worked. I mean, look, it was a good game. There are some little things that I would say as far as like it gets a little overwhelming when there's like 3 or more enemies hitting you because it just seems like it's very janky in that regard. And there is some bugs here and there, but I like the story. I like the characters. The pacing was cool. I think if you're into survival horror, this will be, a fun one. But I would say if you're not really too into Alone in the Dark or survival horror, wait for a significant price drop. But I feel like if you enjoy watching the stream, just pick it up. You know what I mean? It's not bad for 50 something bucks that I spent for it. But at the same time, it still needed some fixing after the fact. So it wasn't seal proof when it came out on PC or consoles. So just be mindful of that. But yeah, I did finish that this past
Was it
week.
otter proof?
Mm.
I know it wasn't seal proof, but was it otter proof?
It was otter proof. Yeah, 100%.
I don't know. Anthony.
Was it
the one I
manatee
played
proof?
on the Wii? That one
Yeah.
I played on the Wii was amazing. I don't know. I might beat out that one.
That
was-
version definitely will beat
Man.
out this one. I
Oh, it
think.
was great. The controls were just
Yeah.
so fluent. The graphics were just amazing.
See, the
it was
problem is that
Great.
40
This
at
coming
60 FPS on the Wii.
yeah, like this coming out with the reviews that I got, I don't know if it's going to necessarily bring back this franchise like they would have liked, which is unfortunate because it's not that bad of a game in my opinion. It just had a little bit of a rocky launch, but it was just okay. I think it didn't blow my mind, but
The
Have you
Steam
played
reviews
360?
for the 2008 game, it's funny. The first comment on there is like, what the hell did I just play?
It was
Because the game is so crazy.
That's exactly what I just said. Because it's so different from the 360 version. But it's supposed to be almost the same game, isn't it? Isn't it supposed to be technically the same game? No, well, it's almost like the same.
Okay,
It's
so the one
just
on
like it.
the 2008 version that you've played on your stream, that is a modern day version of. It's like a reimagining of the story.
yeah, it's
If it was
another
modern
Edward.
day.
It's like a modern Edward Carnby.
This game
Yeah.
that Anthony played, the current one, is like a remake of the original.
Oh,
It just cuts all the wonky crap out of it and makes it a
Gotcha.
serious game.
gotcha.
Whereas your game is like the rock and roll version of freaking Alone in the Dark.
Yeah, like this
It
is
was-
literally in like the 1920s or 30s type shit. Like that's like you're like you might as well get a monocle and smoke tobacco out of a pipe type shit. Like that's what it
Monocle
is.
is in
It's
the
like,
first game.
yeah, it's like a very like detective kind of a slow burn type of game, which
Right.
I like. I like the fact that it's not, it has the RE camera angles, but it's not trying to be Resident Evil. It's trying to be, its own version of a kind of like a modern, I guess, reboot, kind of trying to get this thing back into people's kind of vision, because I think it kind of got muddied for a while because it just the last one that came out was 2008. That was like the last one that really came out.
Yeah.
And now survival horror has this big, uptick again, and all these games are coming back. So, it's cool to see Alone in the Dark shine through again, but I just don't know if it's going to have the success that I think
Yeah.
they were hoping for, which scares me because it would have been cool to see another sequel to
I
this.
think they're good games in their own way, but they're not maybe as mainstream
right.
now as they kind of were back in the day.
Because RE passed it in popularity now because that's become more mainstream.
Well,
and
Alone
even
in the
RE
Dark-
is still
It came out when
Yeah.
I was a kid, but it was just like there. You know what I mean?
right.
And then when I was a teenager, Resident Evil came out, and that was off to the races at that point with survival horror games and stuff like that. So
I played a new Nightmare a little bit, with my uncle most of the time, on the Dreamcast. It was good. I liked that. It was just really hard.
Yeah.
Me playing it as a younger kid, I'm just like, what am I doing?
Yeah. The new Nightmare was very RE-esque at that point.
Mhm.
Where RE again took from Alone in the Dark, then that took from RE. It's just it all.
They
you
all
know,
copied each other.
yeah.
well,
It
did
all.
really take from Alone in the Dark because Resident Evil made Sweet Home, or Capcom made Sweet Home.
Right.
Or was it Capcom, or was it just the guy, the developer?
No,
guy?
it wasn't Capcom who did. I don't think did Sweet Home. I don't believe.
The
But
creator, right?
Shinji was. Yeah, Shinji Mikami was.
He made Sweet Home, and then he made Resident Evil, but he did borrow from Alone in the Dark. So,
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that when they just did their own thing, And I think there's, I know they did do Sweet Home. I'm wrong. Yeah, Capcom did do that.
I don't
So there you
know.
go.
I can't
So, and that-
remember everything.
And that was '89 on the the Famicom. So there you go.
Wow.
But yeah, I Yeah, that's another one. Like Sweet Home, would like to play that. I'd like to play. A lot of people were mentioning, and I know Fred and Perry were saying the 2008 Alone in the Dark. I'd like to check that out.
Play it on the Wii.
I'm not playing it
play
on the Wii.
Oh, come on. It's so much fun. I had
No.
such a great time, Anthony. It was so much fun.
No, I don't think I've ever even seen it on the Wii. I know you
Oh, it
guys were
was
playing it,
absolutely god awful.
When the guy dies, Anthony, he barks like a dog. I don't know why.
It looks like a PS1 game.
yeah,
It pretty much is.
yeah.
Like
I
a
mean,
PSP game.
it's kind of cool. You know, they have some callbacks. You know, in this current Alone in the Dark, like there's a fixed camera angle section at the end, which is a cool callback, and they have a lot of just cool little nods to the OGs.
You ended your stream like 10 minutes before the game ended. You didn't,
And I
even
didn't know
it.
that. Yeah, I didn't know it. So like my last stream was only like 50 minutes long. I'm like, sorry guys, like I would have just kept playing because I was like, oh, a whole nother chapter. It's gonna be like another hour. No, chapter 5 is like the end, so I might as well have just kept playing. But I didn't know. But it's fine. It worked out.
That's unfortunate.
That's funny.
Yeah. It just looks silly because it's like all these parts are like 4 hours long, and then the third part's like 48 minutes long. But again, about an 8 to 9 hour game, not too long, not too short. Like it didn't like completely make me bored, you know. So I did actually enjoy the pacing of that. There is a second scenario you can play, but I believe it's around the same. You're just playing as the girl instead. So I think it's the same kind of like layout. I think there might be a little bit of differences in interaction, but yeah. So it gives you that option to go back and play it again, which I think I might. So
Some good replay value there.
yeah, so that's my my little review on
Nice.
Alone in the Dark now that I've finished it. So
Yeah, definitely check out the 2008 version. It's a
I think
really good.
I'll have to go back and play more of the other ones.
Because
I've only played the first one.
So I'll install and I'll let you guys know how it runs on there.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, so that's your survival horror fix for this episode.
Any other news, Frank, or are we gonna wrap this up?
No, I think we pretty much covered everything.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I was
crazy
checking
going on?
periodically. I've been checking like Wario and stuff to see if
There's no crazy
anything
stuff on
happened.
the fanboy guys aren't fighting online. What's going on? Nothing.
Surprisingly, no. There's not much going on. Silver Surfer is trending.
the quiet. Silver
Yeah,
I don't
Surfer.
know why, but
They're making
Oh,
another movie.
movies.
That's why.
oh, okay.
Are they really?
Yeah,
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
some lady was cast. I don't know what her name is.
Well, here we go. We have the deal of the day. We have an Acer,
Oh yeah.
an Aspire Vero laptop,
My favorite
i7
brand.
1355U, $529. It
It's a
comes with
steal.
a case. It's a steal. We have
I'm using an Acer laptop.
Can
we
it
have
run
a s-
Crisis?
not yet. Soundcore Soundcore headphones for $80. You can also
run
save
Game Pass?
50% off of desk lamps. There is a WD 1 terabyte internal PC NVMe. This is a $94.99. I don't know.
It's too much.
A Rexing dash cam for $220. You can also get Squishmallow plush toys for your dog, 45% off.
Linux
Hey,
hat
that's
was an
control.
inside job, says Dreadpool. I heard about that, but I didn't know it was an inside job.
This they have the cookware set that's normally $350. It's only $70.
Oh,
And then they have
steal.
that actually is a pretty good price. They also have the knife set, which is $113, and now it's $50. This is Best Buy, mind you. Night Owl,
Best
12
Buy and
channel,
beyond.
6 camera wired, 4K, 2 terabyte DVR for $439,
Oh,
and a cordless electric scissor for $24.99. This is
Huh?
all from Best Buy.
Wait,
oh.
Deal of the day.
Cordless? I've never heard of that. A
Scissors.
cordless electric scissor. That's a thing.
Yep. This is
What
a real
How
thing. It's
lazy are
by
people?
I guess that's a lot of work to just
Oh, it's
like
so
You
I
can't
don't know,
close your
man.
fingers together. You have to-
it's so hard
Yeah.
to have something to do with electric.
It's a cordless electric, and it's by Works. WORX Works. So there you go.
Wow.
That's
Got a
deal of
lot
the
to
day.
work on.
Yeah, a lot of work.
What about this Linux hack,
mhm.
Anthony? I heard you knew about this.
I don't know about the Linux hack.
Anthony's like, "What's Linux?"
I don't know about the hack on that one.
I heard it was
Linux.
hacked, but I didn't know it was an inside job, so I don't know.
Oh,
that's-
oh.
Frank,
Yeah,
anything else?
It's like a box cutter with a motor, almost. Is what
Yeah,
that thing looks
that's
like.
all it
It's
is.
like, that's what it's
Yeah, it's kind of
like. It's
silly
really hard to
looking.
do this. Like really.
A cordless. Oh yeah, that's a chainsaw, isn't it?
No.
They make that company makes chainsaws. Works. They make chainsaws. All
Well,
that
he's
crap,
saying he's seen a
lawnmowers.
cordless human scissor.
I can't. I can't.
You can text me that later, Frank.
Okay.
I'm assuming it was a chainsaw. I guess not.
It's
He's
well,
sick.
it's already
He's
the it's
Wow.
already the
Oh wow.
I know it's already the 4th, but yesterday was 4 years of RE3 remake, so there you go.
That horrible game with all the
Yeah,
content cut.
The one I'm not allowed to like.
How
You better
dare
watch
you.
out, Dreadpool. Your beard might get caught in the panini press.
It's just a turkey and cheese stuck to it.
Wasn't there some talk of an RE5 remake?
Yeah.
Is that all just in my head?
Yes, there was well, I mean, we think RE5 remake's going to be the next one. That's kind of where RE4 DLC is kind of leading to. So that's what people really want, Code Veronica or the first game again, which I think they'll probably do eventually. But the breadcrumbs are kind of leading to a 5 remake. But they might just they might not do 5. They might just do 1 next. I don't know, but I think they're definitely working on a remake and a mainline game at the same time, like they have been.
Yeah.
So
I'd like a 5 remake because I had 5, but the
love a
controls
5
were
remake.
so janky. Update the control scheme a bit. Like I couldn't even, PC's pretty customizable, right? But I could not get a control scheme even on PC that I liked, so I just never played it.
yeah, it's a fun co-op game, man. It really is, and hopefully they keep the co-op to a certain extent or give people the option.
Just have Sheva be a
So-
little less annoying.
Yeah, and then just make it to where you can easily turn it off. It's not forced item management with her, because that was the problem. If you played by herself, she would waste a lot of your stuff if you used her as
All
like
of the
storage.
healing.
Yeah, so like
All of it.
if you could just turn that off and then have an option to have co-op and then have a merchant that's there, and instead of like this invisible shop that you go to at the end of the chapter when you die, they could just expand a lot of that and then just make it like RE4 remake, and that's it, man. It's like the recipe's there. So yeah, I'm all for it. I think the gate's wide open for that, and yeah, I'm down to see it. A lot of people are like, "Oh, but what about the Chris and Wesker dynamic?" Because people won't
who
know.
cares? People,
And
they
it's
don't.
like-
People
It's
won't
like,
know, but
okay, so
they know. Like, come on,
right. So everybody that played Resident Evil 4 remake, when they saw Wesker come on the screen, nobody knew who that was, right? You're
And
telling me because they didn't play
nobody played
RE1 remake.
RE1 remake, right? Or RE2
Yeah,
remake.
How
it's
will
like,
we know who these
come
people
on.
are?
Yeah, it's like, how do we know?
Then
It's
you
like,
won't
come
know
on,
what
dude.
the game
Everyone
is,
knows.
so you don't
I
have to
just
worry
realized
about it.
I have cordless scissors right here.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
I just
Oh
realized
man,
There
just
you
sell
go.
those on eBay there. Right,
Yeah.
just sell those on eBay.
I don't
get
even
some
need to
money
buy
off
the
of that,
Best Buy
man.
one.
yeah.
Look at that.
That's it.
I just realized I
You
looked
just saved
down and they were
yourself
there.
$25, Frank.
Hey,
I was like, oh look.
But
Oh, yeah, you got
actually
'em
cut
too.
wires.
yeah.
So,
But yes, hopefully that comes out.
Ever
That's all
since
I
I
got.
moved up here, okay, when I throw garbage out, sometimes the Hicks come by and they go through the garbage, so I cut all my damn wires and shit. So I bought these, and that's it. I don't want nobody going through my trash, even if I'm throwing stuff out, like old wires.
The Hicks.
People do that. People do that by my house too. They just go through
Exactly,
our crap.
right, Fred? The Hicks.
Oh yeah.
Where I come from, they don't do that shit. Okay, up here, this is what they do, and I'm like, why?
Lived up here all my life. See it every day.
Not to mention the raccoons going through the trash, the skunks going through the trash, the
The
possums.
skunks are around all the time.
Oh, the possums, they scare the crap out of me sometimes. I just see something running across the driveway when I like come home like at a late night at school. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Oh, that's Sasquatch. That's not.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
That's not a possum.
A couple of years ago, my mom left a bag of cat food on the porch, and I didn't bring it in. Okay, because she drops cat food off for my cat, and I forgot it was out there. So I find it dragged across the friggin' lawn. Okay.
Oh, who got
The
it?
next night, it was a friggin' raccoon who was eating all the damn
Ah,
cat
Oh.
food.
Oh,
they'll eat
man.
anything.
Because he was on the porch, and I was like, "What is that? A cat?" And I was like, "There's no way that's a cat." And he looked up, and it was a raccoon. I was like,
Don't pet me, I'll bite.
well, no, I was in the house when I looked
Yeah.
out the window, and I took a picture of it, and I was like, "A mystery solved." Like we know who did
Apparently-
this now.
Apparently, at this pet store in Jersey I want to check out, they sell baby skunks that you can have as a pet.
Damn.
Get a pet skunk.
A pet skunk.
No
That-
thanks.
Just seems like a bad idea.
Well, they de-smell them, I believe. I mean, I don't think they just give
I
them.
would
You,
still got
They
claws, man.
they de-smell them.
they de-smell them.
I didn't know that's a thing.
Listen, I don't want one. I'm just telling you.
I just didn't know that was a thing that you can de-smell a skunk.
I don't need any more animals. I'm good. Got plenty.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm happy with my dog. She's been sleeping down here for the
Oh.
most part throughout the whole time I've been on the call with you guys.
one day I'll get
It's,
a dog.
yeah,
Yeah, I like my cats.
mine's
right
a
now.
little fluff ball,
Uh,
45 pounds of fur.
oh,
Oh.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'll get her to come over here. Come here.
uh,
Got my dog over here too.
Looking at me like
I'm surprised Anthony's cat hasn't made an appearance.
I know, right? Yeah, normally.
It's okay.
my
We're
cat
gonna
would
get
be
our quota
all
from the
over
dog
here.
out.
Oh,
Oh,
Aw.
oh,
That's a little floof ball.
she's
There
so
it is.
floofy.
uh.
Oh,
she's a Samoyed.
oh.
Oh man.
So adorable.
We needed
She's,
some kind of animal appearance in this episode.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Snuggly little thing.
I'll show you
Oh.
my
She
dog.
wants to
She's
be.
Passed the hell out upstairs right now.
So
Like
Mental
fucking
doesn't
passed
know
out.
this, but I have a cat and a pig.
Cat and a pig. Well, the cat would kill me. I'm highly allergic to cats, but
Mm.
Oh no.
the pig, eh? That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, my wife always wanted a pig when she was little, and she never got one. So
Mhm.
when I moved up here, I always grew up with cats, dogs, and everything. And when I moved up here, I had like freedom because I didn't have any pets. And my mom called and said, "Oh, there's a farm. They got pigs. Maybe you should get one for your wife." I'm like,
Mm.
ugh. So I go, got the pig. The pig was like this big when I got it. She's like the size of a small dog, like 80 pounds, something like that. And she just sleeps in the kitchen.
Okay.
That's pretty
When-
much it.
When you sent me the picture, I was like, he's trolling. Like, you didn't get a pig. And then, I go to your house and there's just a pig.
Yeah.
There it was.
I know,
Yeah.
Dreadpool, we don't talk about politics here, but I'll let you slide.
Jesus.
But he did get his
Yeah.
beard caught in a panini press.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
He said, "Oh, okay."
That's
All
why I
right,
was dying
now I
laughing.
read that. It's
That's why I was cracking up before.
Nani. Okay, I get it. All right.
He's foul. He's disgusting. He's sick.
He's angry because Fred didn't stop and say hello. Fred drove past his house and then drove past his house again. He didn't stop and say hello to
He was
Dreadpool.
on
I
his
didn't
street.
drive
He was
past
visiting
his
somebody
house.
next door and he didn't go over.
You see, no. I wasn't even close to where he is.
You're just avoiding.
Yes, you
the
were.
dread.
What was I
So-
like? How far was I?
So Fred went to Florida, and Dreadpool was like, "Can you stop and say hello?" And he's like, "Yeah, if I get time." And Fred went to Florida and went right home.
Harry thinks Florida is like one place.
And
couldn't-
Dreadpool is like always angry at him now for that.
I just
He's
never
always
had.
angry. Like he
And
I
thinks
Fred's
was-
about
excuse is,
everything.
"I didn't drive," so it's like, "Hey, I got to stop over and see my cousin for 5 minutes."
My friends would have never done that. It's just-
It is tough
Wasn't-
when you're,
Oh,
with
man.
a group of
It
people
wasn't 15
and they
minutes
all want to
away,
do
he's
different
fine.
things and they all need to get back at a certain time. It's
They
like
would have
it's
looked
like a
at
But
fun-
that's where
Dreadpool's
Fred
beard and looked
goes,
at Fred and said, "You're not
I have to
related."
see my cousin. Like, he's been waiting for me to come down here. Let's just 15-minute detour.
Yeah.
He drives to Dreadpool's house, say, "Hey, how are you?"
What's up? What's
And he goes,
up,
"Hey,
bro?"
Fred, what's going on?"
Why does he wave like
With
this?
both hands.
Hey guys, what's up?
And then they just get in the car and drive back. It's all he needed to
out
do.
the car and be like, "Hey guys, what's up?"
But
What
no,
if he's really?
Fred big leagued him and friggin' took off.
Big league.
What if Dreadpool is really a killer though? And then he killed them and took the car.
Yeah. You would never made it
How
home.
far were you actually away from me, Dreadpool?
I was
Like,
depending on
actually.
that car, Fred.
That was depending on your flesh
Yeah. Yeah.
to satiate my bloodlust.
Because I was in like Parrish, Florida. I don't know if you know where that is. I have no
He
idea.
told you where he was.
That's his
compared to where
town.
you were
What are you
going.
doing?
It was his town. He was actually right next. You
Yeah,
stand right next to
he's
his town.
double waving.
Yeah.
I love it.
You got to do the wave and then the face and then the other
Oh,
wave.
no.
15 minutes. He
It
told
wasn't
you that
15.
before you left.
Damn.
Did he actually?
Yes, we were in the chat when he told you.
Oh my!
This will never be let
15
go now.
minutes.
No,
Jeez,
it's it.
man.
Oh
You
man,
big
I'm
leagued
done.
him.
That's it. I'm done.
That's it. Yeah.
I'm done.
It's
It's
literally around the corner.
Damn.
You know what? When Dreadpool comes here, I should just drive him to your house and drop him off. He'll bang on the door and break in your basement.
My dog wants out again.
Oh,
She probably needs to go to the bathroom, but
I'm sorry, Deadpool. I'm sorry. Okay.
All right, we're going to end it here. But Mental, I want to thank you so much for coming on and hanging out tonight.
oh man, thanks for
you.
having me.
Yeah,
It was good
that was
times.
Fun.
Definitely
Really
going to have you on again soon because,
Hell yeah.
Let me know.
yeah,
Let
because
me know.
what are we really doing? Next week, we're going to have Axel on if he feels better. And then
Right on.
the week after that, maybe we'll have you back on again. Because what the hell
Yeah.
are we doing? We're not really doing nothing. It was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
fun.
no, I had a good time.
Yeah, this
I had a
was a
good
lot of
time.
fun.
It was
If
awesome.
I talk too much, just tell me to shut up. That's good.
No, not
We
at
need you
all.
to talk because nobody has news on here apparently. So Frank,
industry is in shambles.
for a
It's
lack
not
of
my
trying.
fault.
I
Not
said
for
Frank
lack
and
of
Anthony
trying.
get news. Nobody
And-
got news.
Honestly, I was enjoying slacking while Anthony got the news all this time, so I was just like hoping I could ride this wave out.
You're like,
Anthony actually did a really good job. But
I know
then,
he's been doing
and
great.
I
killed it.
tried. I tried. I definitely.
Yeah.
This week we didn't have like a
But
lot.
then you
of
came
stuff to
back
spring
and
off
he's
of,
like,
but-
"All right, I can finally rest." And then
No,
you're
you
like,
can
"Oh,
still
yeah,
do it,
no."
Anthony.
Yeah.
So
It's all
I
right.
posted Mental's channel in the chat room. Cafe Entertainment. If I can read the
Caffeine?
icons.
Caffeine, yeah, caffeine
Caffeine.
Why don't I say
entertainment.
cafe?
He said cafe.
Project Cafe from the Wii. Remember that? The Wii
Oh
U?
yeah, we.
Yeah.
Let me click on the link here. Caffeine Entertainment. Mental's
go.
channel. He just uploaded a video. 3.5 years later, and Xbox Series consoles still have a storage problem. Check that
They
latest
do.
video.
I watched it this morning.
He also has the limited
Oh, right
edition
on.
OLED Steam Deck unboxing and the Spider-Man unboxing and some Starfield videos.
Nice.
So check
Cool.
those out. Subscribe. Follow him.
I'll be doing another video I hope to get up tomorrow from just my same buddy and I that talked field. Did just a more generic show on some of the news around and stuff.
Okay.
So
Nice.
Awesome.
I'll
Check that
just
out.
gotta make a thumbnail for it and I'll get that up.
Sounds good. Check that out, everybody. Subscribe.
Cat
What?
sighting.
It's like
Hells yeah.
Oh, I thought you
Jesse.
said it was like breaking news or something.
Breaking news, there's a cat.
My dog loves cats, but I don't think
Oh.
she sees what's on the screen ever. Like I've tried to show her stuff before and she's like,
they're just like what?
Yeah. I don't see that, but
Dog got your
I better
pizza.
run
Yeah,
because she's bugging me to get out of here.
Yep.
So
Well, thanks
Go
for
to the
coming on.
bathroom,
We
but-
appreciate it.
Hey,
And
thanks for having
thank
me,
you.
guys.
anytime.
Have a great time.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Alrighty.
Have a good one. Cheers.
You too.
Bye.
Nice.
Bye.
See ya.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
So he Mental will always have an open invite. He can jump in it whenever he wants. But we'll try to get him on in a couple of weeks.
Hell yeah.
He made me feel nostalgic when he was talking about all the PC stuff. I was like, oh, I remember like
You
being
have to
on the
understand
computer.
something. The PC stuff, like the 80s to 90s with PC, it's like probably the golden years of PC.
Oh yeah,
Now
I think it was the
everything-
biggest leap.
Everything is so streamlined now with PC. It's really good. But back then, it was all new. Like every day was something new. Like it was
Yeah.
like almost like Christmas. Even if you couldn't afford to buy that stuff right away, it was like, wow, where is this stuff going? Like it just keeps getting better and better and better.
And the internet was still fresh. Like you could still like experience new stuff, and there was like
Yep.
games and like everything.
The
It was just
internet
so
wasn't
fun.
such a big deal. Like, you would log on AOL or CompuServe Prodigy.
Right.
You just like check your email for 5 seconds, and then you would look up information like on message boards or whatever, and then you would sign off. Like it
Well,
would.
because people had to use the phone too.
Well, no, like in school we had the internet, but we
Oh,
weren't
yeah,
on
yeah.
it all day. It's not like it was like it is now. Now it's part of our lives. Like we need the internet for everything.
You were always connected now.
9R's dog didn't want the virtual cat. Well, there you go.
It was really cool having him on, and yeah, it was awesome. Like I said, we had a good show. We just didn't have much news this week, so hopefully we'll see
It was
what
good
happens.
having another bald guy on stream.
Yeah, I was
nice.
gonna say, yeah,
Bald
We're
cast.
vibing. We're all vibing.
3 of 5. But yeah, yeah, no, it was awesome. Like I always enjoyed hearing his conversations on Noof's show, so it was cool to
Noof
actually have
Nukem
him
was
on
in the
here.
chat. That was awesome. Again,
Yeah, that
he's
was cool.
always Dreadpool, Noof Nukem, and Mental always have an open invitation to
That's
come
awesome.
on whenever they want.
Oh yeah, yeah.
it was awesome.
It just ended up becoming
Even
a
if they're
panel.
not expected to come on, they could just pop in, be like, "Hey,
Yeah. Yep.
this show belongs to me now."
Start saying filthy things to get us thrown off of here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was a good panel just talking about, the good old days of PC and gaming, and like you said, it was cool to hear him kind of talk about that stuff, because it's like, even though I
We were supposed to
wasn't
have
around
him
for a lot of
on
that stuff, it was really cool,
like a month ago, but then I got, things got messed up, and then I got put in the hospital. So I was like, "All right,
Yeah.
everybody's got to wait a little bit."
You
Well,
made it sound like you were thrown in the hospital. Like I was put in the hospital where I belonged.
Well, I did belong there because my face was swelled out to here.
That's true. That is where
You
you
still
belong.
you still called in from the hospital too.
Yep.
Yeah, the show literally didn't miss a beat. It was like, all right, we got news and let's just do it. It was like we just
Yeah,
kept
we were
doing
just-
it.
That happened once. My wife went to the same hospital, and I had to call into the show.
I remember.
So
Yeah.
that hospital, I'm always doing the damn show from the freaking hospital over there. But yeah, I didn't mind doing the show because what was I doing? I was in my own room with the lights off, with the freaking, getting medicine every few minutes.
That was cool that you were in the room by yourself. You didn't have to have like a roommate or anything like that. That was cool.
Well, they considered me contagious, even though I really wasn't.
Gotcha.
But if you had a roommate and you're like, "Come on, be on the show," like some random,
Yeah.
I would have to rub my fucking head on somebody to like spread this thing.
you just headbutt random people to spread it.
Yeah.
Well, I go in the room and everybody's cool, and then they start coming in with like masks and gloves and shields and shit, and I'm like, what is going on?
Hazmat
Having
suit.
a full
Yeah.
hazmat suit.
Oh well, you're until it crusts over, until your scab crusts over, like you're considered contagious. I'm like, dude, my face is all crusted up. It's already healing.
Yeah.
So I don't know, whatever. The medicine, they got out the medicine in me really quick. So
That's
I
probably
was,
what.
yeah, it saved my ass big time. But I still got some issues. It still kind of hurts over here a little bit. Like Mental said earlier, stuff flares up every once in a while, and then it doesn't. So
Yeah, man.
Z1.
Glad you're better.
Thank you, but let's see how better I really am, because I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. How
yeah, I
this
mean,
is gonna
hopefully
play out.
yeah, I was gonna say hopefully it's just not any.
I got lucky though,
long-term
because
crap.
usually like you get discoloration on your face and stuff, and there's just a little bit of that, but it's not healed yet. So
Yeah. But you caught it early. That was the great thing.
yeah, most of it is healed up. Like you can't really tell.
So did you sorry, sidebar real quick. Did you guys want to do maybe Halo 2 Sunday night or something like that?
Well, Sunday night's WrestleMania, Anthony.
Oh, right, I forgot WrestleMania is this weekend. I forgot. Maybe next
Yeah.
Sunday or something.
I'd be down. I'd be down for it.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
let us know. If
Yeah.
I'm awake, I'll definitely hop on with you guys.
So Helldivers is on Friday.
I have to get Plus for that.
Me
I
too.
forgot.
So guess
Wait.
what? We got to buy Plus.
Yeah.
Wait, am I able to play with you guys on Steam? If I buy on Steam, is it cross?
You have to get a rootkit.
Where the fuck? Yeah, where the fuck are you gonna play that game on Steam? Do you have anything that can run that game?
No, I have this. This PC can do it. I mean,
What
this
PC
laptop.
do you have?
It's a laptop.
What's in it?
It's a Acer. I have no fucking idea what the hell is in it. Give me a second.
Nope.
I don't fucking know.
I have to bring. So you know what's funny? We didn't play
wait.
for a while, and I was
clicked on
like,
it.
I'm busy anyway. So I brought my PS5 back in like 2 days ago, and then today you're like, you want to play Helldivers? I'm like, I gotta bring it back out here now.
Well, we need
So
a
how-
team for Friday.
Yeah,
How do
I'll
I
play
check-
Friday or Saturday
How
or
do I
Friday.
check like what I have in this PC? How do I check that?
Right click your desktop. You have to go to personalize. I think.
Oh.
No, I think it's in
Is
show
it-
more options, and then wait, no.
How about you
System,
just
right?
type in the command prompt MS info, and that'll tell you everything you need to know.
Does he know what a command prompt is?
Just hit the Windows button and just start typing MS info.
All right. Let me
Also-
Windows
see.
11 or 10.
It's an 11.
Oh, you're good.
You could just go to the system
Best.
information too.
You just have to get a
Oh.
rootkit on your computer.
Oh yeah, system information. Hey, let's see what I have. All right. All right. So,
Core
Just gonna let this
i3.
guy install a rootkit on his computer.
all right. Let's see. Now, what the fuck? What am I looking at here?
Yeah, install
What's
it,
your
Fred.
processor?
It's an Intel Core i5 9300H CPU. 2.40 gigahertz, 2400 megahertz, 4-core, 8 logical. That's what it says.
And then where does it show the graphics card?
The graphics card.
Or you probably have like onboard.
Yeah, of course he's got onboard.
Yeah. So I don't know what it would be.
Well, you're
under.
about to have a rootkit.
It sucks because I wish I could just buy it on Steam instead of buying Plus, but I can't. I'm not gonna ruin this
there's
computer.
this button that freaking like tells me like what the hell. Let me see. Let me see.
I don't even think he'll get to the point of ruining his computer.
It's already ruined.
It's 3529 RPMs, 3296 GPU.
Wait, what? 3296 GPU?
Yeah.
Is that an AMD?
Now it's 60. I don't fucking know.
What?
What is it?
Wait, say it again. I'm gonna type it in here. What is it?
Oh fuck! I just exited out. Give me a second.
3296.
Why would you exit out if you're telling us what's on
Yeah,
the
I'm
computer?
trying to figure out what the hell you're talking about.
It's 3296. There's like 2 RPMs. There's one for the CPU and then one for the GPU.
No, that's your isn't that your clock speed or something?
Yeah,
My
that's
clock.
the-
The
No, we
fucking-
need your like what do you know what the model number of your computer is?
Hey,
I could just look that
yeah,
up.
can you on your computer
it's-
where your mouse pad is? Where your thing is, your trackpad is.
It's the version. It's. Let's see. I got Windows 11, so there you go.
It's an Acer
then-
Aspire.
Yes.
Yeah, you gotta tell me what model it is.
I think I could tell you the
something.
model right here.
All right, what is it?
Nitro AN 515-54.
Is there a sticker on the trackpad that says
What's that?
like NVIDIA or AMD?
Oh, it says it's a Nitro gaming laptop. It has an i5 9300H quad core.
That's it. That's
It's
it.
only clocking in at 2.40 gigahertz and it has an RTX 2060 with 6 gigs dedicated memory.
RTX 2060.
So it might run.
It's
Well-
a NVIDIA GeForce RTX. That's what's in it.
Yeah, 2060.
It's all right. You just install the game, which installs a rootkit on your
2060?
computer.
Yeah, he can run the game.
And it has 16
Yeah,
gigs of
this thing's pretty
DDR4.
fucking. I played. What the hell did I play on here? I played like Overwatch and shit on it.
Just if he played Overwatch in there, he's already got the rootkit. So just fucking put it
Blizzard's not a rootkit.
I like how we're just like, yeah, it's fine. You can just install it.
You're gonna ruin your computer.
He
It's
posts all his nudes on Facebook anyway, so
Yeah, fuck it.
the amount of
you know
Oh, you got some
Facebook
dick
sold
pics.
all your messages, iMessages to fucking Netflix.
Good. Good. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not even kidding.
Really?
They sell it for like $100 million or something.
What the fuck?
All our iMessages were sold to Netflix for $100 million.
Fred, make sure you download Bonzi, buddy, too. That will help.
Gotcha, doing it right now.
And LimeWire.
You actually,
definitely.
so Fred, you
Bring
actually
down
have
some
to use
music.
the Epic Store. You can't get Helldivers through Steam.
Oh man! Oh,
Wait, is that true?
No, it's
That's
on
what-
Steam.
Is it on Steam? Oh,
Well,
that's
that
nice.
is on Steam.
Yeah, it's on Steam for like $40, I think, or something like
You
that.
could get it on CD keys for 33.
But I don't know
Yeah.
how the crossplay is going to work.
Well, I don't know
but-
how to do that.
Oh, also, are we going to talk on Discord? Because I don't have a headset.
We're gonna have to. I bought PlayStation headsets. They were on sale for $69.
Sure.
So I
I mean,
have
we
them in
probably have-
case. But
Well,
to
it
make
won't help
everything
me.
easier, we can use Discord.
Yeah, because
Uh,
I don't think because I'm gonna need to talk through Discord because I won't be on PlayStation.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Then we'll do that. But
Yeah, because I don't
what's
have a
with the
headset.
crossplay issues? Is that still going to be a problem? Can you double check this, Frank, before he goes out and buys it?
Because I could just buy the game and then just like buy Plus for like a month if I have to. It's not a big deal.
Well, if you buy it on Steam, you're not going to have to buy Plus.
But what if I want to buy Plus? I don't want to fucking buy
Just
Plus.
check for him real quick because it might be
It's set-
easier for him just to buy on a fucking PlayStation.
You're better off just buying it on PlayStation because it says that it works, but
It's just all right. Oh well. How much is it? Like the cheapest one? How much is like the month one?
It's 30.
$10.
The month is
$9.99.
$10. The game is $40.
I'm just
Oh.
going to do
Here.
a month because God
Here,
knows
Fred.
we're probably not going to
Huh?
play it much more.
I
You
clicked
send
it.
it?
Click this in the Discord general. That's that's GG deals for Helldivers. Just click that,
Oh.
and that's the cheapest.
No, but that's for PC.
Oh wait,
He's going to buy it on PlayStation.
Yeah.
oh, you're
'cause
buying
it-
on PlayStation
'cause-
instead.
Yeah, because it's just the crossplay is just kind of winkety wonkety doofy.
It's gonna
so.
it's so much more seamless on PlayStation.
Yeah.
You're better off just getting it there.
So are we just gonna talk on Discord? Are we just gonna do Discord then?
We'll do Discord then.
Is Discord on PlayStation?
It might
No.
be.
I think you can connect accounts, but I don't think there's like a party thing like how you can just jump into this channel on Xbox.
Oh, okay. So then we'll just have to probably either just talk on like a PlayStation party, whatever. Okay. I'm
No.
just gonna need to buy a headset too.
No.
Fuck.
No, we're
Actually-
just gonna talk on Discord.
Oh, okay. Thank
Just
God.
use your laptop to talk to us on Discord.
Oh
I'll just use my phone.
Fred.
What?
I'll just use my phone.
Yeah,
Yes.
you could do that too.
I just have my AirPod in.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know it
that's
sucks
fine.
because when you split up your audio, you don't have everything coming in through one headset. I know it does suck.
Yeah,
It
I know.
sucks.
I hate it because like I could. That's why I love.
That's
doing
why
it on Xbox.
PlayStation need.
Well,
Yeah,
what I
that's why
don't like
PlayStation
about
needs
the
Discord
headsets,
integration.
like the Xbox headset's great, but it fucking squeezes my fucking head when I'm done, and my ears hurt. So I have the ones for PlayStation. I didn't open them yet, but they were on sale for $69. So I got one. I got her a set and me a set, in case we ever do a community game night. If he ever moves up to PlayStation, because when Noof mentioned that, I was like, "Oh, we don't have headsets." Well, they went on sale and I got them. So if he ever moves it over to PlayStation, I'm ready for that. But I don't want to fucking use those things if just us play,
Yeah, it's not worth it.
because I don't want to get my head squeezed.
Couldn't you just put in any headphones and talk through the controller mic? Theoretically.
Right, but if we're streaming, then
yeah.
what the hell's the point?
Yeah, and it's gonna sound so horrible.
Yeah, I'm gonna sound probably horrible through the freaking my phone.
That's okay.
Get the AKG earbuds that I got here.
Yeah.
They're like $10. And these are the
Yeah.
buds that come with the phone. They came with the Samsung
sure-
phone.
I think I've talked to my headphone, like my AirPods before. I don't think it sounded terrible.
Well, I will bring my PlayStation out here tomorrow and update Helldivers, so I'll be ready and I'll subscribe to Plus.
I'm gonna go buy it.
So we'll be ready for Friday.
I'm going to drop the link to Mike's channel, Caffeine Entertainment, right there in the chat. Please subscribe to him. Check his videos out. He's got a new video going up tomorrow. I want to thank our sponsors over on Patreon, JB Zombie 89, which we will see him this weekend.
Heck yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Abo
Man.
Baby.
and Hockey Fan. Thank you guys for being sponsors over on Patreon.
Thanks,
Well, I think
guys.
want to thank our members of the channel. So we wanted to also thank RWK88 for the $4.99 super chat.
Thank you.
$4.99 super chat tonight. Appreciate that, RWK.
Hells yeah.
So I want to thank our members here. Let's start with our members. Dreadpool, RWK88, Kama May, Cody Gossman, Noof Nukem, Cannibal Ritual, Stevie Mac, 23, Jin, Thunders Productions, Venge, Hockey Fan, and Nick Noguera. Thank you guys for being members of the Game Complainers channel here on YouTube.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I also posted Mental's YouTube channel on the community post. I said we would be live tonight, and inside is his Caffeine Entertainment channel link. In case you want to, if you're listening and you want to click on it, you're not in the live chat, you can still find it there. Check him out. Next week, we're going to have Axel on from, I don't want to get his Iconic Video Games over on YouTube. That's the name of his channel. He hosts Good Morning Xbox with Dreadpool. And he also he has a bunch of shows on this channel. So
cool. Looking forward to it.
I was actually on Noof Nukem's podcast with him. A very cool guy. And like I said, we're gonna talk Sega, man.
Yeah.
He's a big
Nice.
Sega guy.
Maybe we can have some like topics beforehand
He
like, that you
has-
might want to bring up.
He has Panzer Dragoon Saga.
What?
Legit.
That's crazy.
Damn.
And he bought it. I think he paid like $400 for it. We're gonna talk about that next week. If he's not feeling too good right now, hopefully he'll feel better by next week. And he'll be on. But we're gonna talk to him about that. Be like,
I could
hey,
tell him about the super rare Saturn game you got me as a gift. I'll save it for next week.
is it really super rare?
I don't know. I've never seen it before until you gave it to me.
Well, that's what you got for giving me Street Fighter when you didn't want to give me Street Fighter.
Well, you got scammed then if that's what was the trade. Because
He bought Street Fighter for Saturn at Goodwill, Frank. Like you. I'm talking about you to the chat.
yeah,
And I was like, you don't have Saturn, so give me that game. When you're like, I really don't want to. And I was like, give me
no,
the
I
game.
didn't care. Like you're a Street Fighter fan. I don't care about Street Fighter, so why
I
not?
still have it downstairs. So, but you got that game out of it, so you're good. That game cost me a fucking arm and a leg, but it was worth
I'll try to pull it out so I could show it next week. Everyone will be in suspense.
All right.
I actually installed that game today on Polymega over here.
Oh, really?
Nice.
I'm waiting for my the Turbo Graphics card to come in so we can put some freaking Turbo games on these things.
See, I thought
The guy
Frank
fucking yelled
was
at
gonna
me.
bring them over.
The guy I ordered it from fucking yelled at me, so he could go fuck himself.
Why?
Okay. He said it would take 3 weeks to be delivered. 3 weeks hit since I ordered it. I messaged. I was like, hey, I never got any tracking information or anything. If you could get me information, that would be cool. Thank you. I was very nice.
Yeah.
The guy sends me the tracking info. And he goes, the email was definitely, he gives me the tracking info, whatever. I'm cool with it. But then he puts, the email was definitely sent. Next time, check all your inboxes. And I was like, I did. That's why I fucking wrote that I checked all my stuff and I didn't get anything. So I replied to the guy. I was like, yeah, I checked everything. It wasn't in my spam or anything. That's why I asked. And then he just replied, well, we definitely sent it. Maybe your mail delivery is just bad. Like your email address is just bad.
Why is the guy being...
I've had this email for 30 fucking years. You're the only motherfucking emailer guy that claims he sent me an email and I never got.
You should cancel the order. I'd be like, screw you.
I couldn't because he already shipped it. But
yeah, and you need the thing anyway.
Damn, he's being a dick. Why the hell is he being such an asshole?
Yeah, it's like, why was that guy being a dick? I wasn't being a dick. And I replied to him and I was like, hey, I'm not mad. I just wanted to know what was going on in case this happens with somebody else. Thank you. And then he never replied. But yeah, what an asshole. He's in a different country, so I don't know. Fuck him.
I thought you were gonna borrow Frank's library, but I guess that's easier to just do your card
I haven't
thing.
seen Frank in almost a year, so.
Okay.
He's right.
And what am I going to do? Yeah, bring all your 32X and TurboGrafx games. The guy's going to come here with like 10 boxes.
Oh, not
Yeah,
that.
can you
Frank,
bring
another
every
Frank.
single game?
I thought it was another Frank.
Hey,
your
I'm bringing
whole-
a huge bag of games.
Bring everything in your house here. Instead of me just bringing a little console to your house.
Bring your whole house over.
What if I accidentally drop the bag of games into the sewer on my way to bring you the games?
Well, that sucks for you.
SOL.
Let me check real quick what this thing is. It's like the guy did everything right. Like he gave me the tracking info, but he had to put the zinger in there.
He was belligerent.
Maybe your email is just bad. Go fuck yourself. Maybe your
Maybe
fucking
your internet
email's bad.
sucks.
I checked every folder in that email, wasn't there. Everything. Junk, spam, all that shit. The guy never sent the email. He made a mistake. This still says it's in customs over here.
What a douche kebab.
So I gotta wait until that's released. And once they release it, they'll send it to where it's gotta go and I can pick it up.
Ooh.
Nice.
Shout out to the post office where the shop is because my fucking bank cards expired for the shop, and guess what? I never got them.
They still didn't send them to you or
They
give them
mail
to
you
you?
they mail you the bank cards 3 weeks before they expire.
Yeah.
I've gotten no mail from the post office.
Good old post office.
And the mail last month, we got calls saying, hey, this was returned, this mail. Like from the companies that were sending us shit. Because
They
the
just don't
post
wanna
office was
deliver it.
like, yeah, it's undeliverable. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, what the fuck?
They're fucking nuts. They're fucking
Yeah, the post
absolutely
office
nuts.
is
If I have to fucking ever move over there, yo, it ain't happening. Okay? It's like I would have to get a P.O. box over here if I move over there
Just for your shit. Yeah.
just to get mail. Because I don't know what the fuck they're doing in that town. That's some bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know.
That's some like fucking Mel Gibson sign shit over there.
I think my grandmother had like problems with the mail too over there too.
Well, apparently they don't have postal workers there. All the mail is sorted out in Newburgh. And then they deliver it over there, and then they deliver it.
So
Or
sick.
sometimes they don't even have delivery drivers over there. Newburgh delivery drivers have to just deliver it here. And they don't.
Yeah, there's not even any like delivery drivers around. They just all go on foot. Like they don't even drive around.
No, you don't understand, Fred. They pull in the fucking bar across the street, and they'll get out and they'll walk around.
Oh jeez.
But a lot of my stuff, my mail, has been getting forwarded back to the senders.
They just don't want to put it in your box, but
But
they
they
don't care.
fucking put it in the ladies' box next door. They put it in my landlord's box. They don't put it in my box. The box is the same box that's in that the other two have.
Somebody has something against you.
I don't know if they do or not. I don't think so. But at the end of the day, I need my fucking card so I can order shit.
I think that's pretty illegal too to not give you your mail.
Yeah, but it's them. They're the ones that set the rules, right?
Yeah, so who's gonna
They say
tell?
it's illegal, but they're one not giving me the mail. So then what are you gonna do? I just gotta call the bank and have them fucking send me the cards here, or I have to go to the bank and get cards made.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous because it's more time out of my day. That thing should have been delivered.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking idiots. That's right. You heard me say that. I cursed.
How could you?
Anthony said
How
I don't
dare
want
you.
no curse words on my channel. Well, I cursed.
What?
No curse words. What?
Anthony
opposite
curses
of
like a
that. Take off that
sailor.
Van
Yeah, I was gonna
Halen
say I
shirt.
curse like a sailor. This isn't Van Halen. This is Silver Sun
It's
pickups.
a big V
this
on
isn't-
your shirt.
This is
It's a big V.
It's a golden V. It's Van Halen.
it's not Van Halen.
It's the flying V. It's the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, I was gonna say I swear like a sailor on my channel. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's filthy. He says perverse things. Don't you ever listen to
Yeah.
him?
Disgusting.
I'm ashamed to even be on the same platform as him.
I'm cursing.
I've been trying to behave when I stream.
Behave. You've been falling asleep.
I know. Hey, I didn't fall asleep tonight.
Because you took like
You did fall
16 Mountain
asleep.
Dew.
No, I did. I did. Every time I go like this, I'm looking at my phone because it's right here. That's why I'm.
I thought you were
Well,
throwing
paste the
up.
fucking phone to that wall behind you and just turn around and look at it. How about that?
What? With this?
Does your laptop
Right
have an
there.
HDMI out?
Yeah,
You should just put a second monitor next to you.
Yeah.
I could, but I don't know. I like
Trying to burn
this.
that money up, right? That's what Barry said. I don't-
Yeah.
He could just go to Goodwill and get a monitor for like $5.
Hell divers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Install that rootkit on that
I
Acer.
got you. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm installing it right now as we speak.
He
I'm
said
doing it right
he installed Overwatch. He already has the rook.
Exactly.
If you have the Epic Store on there, you already got the fucking root kit, so it doesn't matter. At this point, we're worried about matchmaking.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it doesn't work on PC to PS5 because, why would it work?
It
So
says it does, but I don't trust it.
Shout out
For-
to the Raspberry Pi 4 because I've had nothing but problems with this thing.
Oh, great.
When I put it together, it took me 5 minutes to put this thing together. I loaded up RetroPie, everything's running in like 30 frames per second. Apparently that's a glitch. So you have to go into settings, turn it to 1080-60, it runs fine. I updated all the scripts on the emulators, and guess what? I can't use the fucking button to back out of the game. So I had to delete everything all over again and reformat the card, put RetroPie back on there. I got to do this shit all over again today.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I got to do the safety script again. I got to do all this crazy shit. You have to like enable the settings, and like I had to set it to United States keyboard because everything's UK, and the buttons aren't the same on the keyboard. But I need the US buttons on the keyboard to add the quotes so I can install the scripts. Like, it's ridiculous. Anyway, that's what I have on my plate, and I'm still ripping fucking Polymega games. I still got all this left and another 100 after this.
Oh my god.
God.
That's nuts.
Because, I thought that
How
I could
dare you
the-
clone?
I thought I could clone the drive, and I can't. And
How dare you?
I promised JB Zombie I was going to give him all these discs, and it's like, fuck. What do I do now? I can't give the discs away.
Yeah.
So I
At least
told him
when you-
Saturday
when
and
you
Sunday
see
he's
him,
got to rip his
yeah.
ass off.
Yeah.
Rip his ass.
What were you saying, Anthony?
I know, I was
He's gotta
saying, yeah,
rip
he
his
could do
ass
that.
off.
It's just whenever you're done using those, you know what I mean? It's going to take you a while, too.
It's been taking me days, so he better figure out in 48 hours how the fuck he's going to rip all these. Cause
He's never gonna sleep. He's not gonna eat. He's not gonna go to the bathroom.
He's just gonna be
Gonna
ripping
rip.
all
Yeah.
day.
I've been ripping all week. That's
gotta,
why,
like-
and the Raspberry Pi thing just threw me off. It's like I need that for Friday. If she's gonna do the Family Feud Friday, or maybe she'll do that on Saturday. I don't know, since we're playing Helldivers. But I need that Pi ready for this weekend.
What time are we playing on Friday?
I would say like 7:30. What did I say, Frank? 6:30,
Yes, you said 7:30.
7:30. How about that?
That way I
You're
can
not
go to
gonna go
bed
home.
by I can go to bed by 8 p.m.
I'm ripping Burning Rangers on Saturn right now.
Play for 1 hour and then just like, all right, guys, see you.
Not even. I'll play for 15 minutes and go to bed. That's perfect.
It's like, all right, guys, it's in this.
Well, they added updates to Helldivers.
Yeah, there's like some new
I
stuff,
haven't
I guess.
played it yet. So
No,
I'm
they
gonna be-
added something important. I think.
Stupid.
Oh God, can you just look up real quick Helldivers
Yeah,
update?
I know they just added.
They
I saw
added,
they.
they added quite a few things that'll help the game.
Let me see. Raises level cap, adds planetary
There we go.
hazards,
Yep.
and balance changes. So
The
it should
cap
be
is
good.
now 150 instead of 50.
Something else happened too. Move the enemy spawn points. It's a bunch of like patch notes, but this is all good stuff.
So the game is getting better.
Yeah. They
Well,
balance the
Don't
enemy.
tell the
up with
Xbox people that. Man, they got Helldivers. Nobody's playing it. Well, there's more people playing it than fucking Grounded. Ah, Grounded! Don't talk bad
I like-
about Grounded!
I like Helldivers because we could just jump in, play a couple rounds, and that's it. It's
Bro,
not like,
Helldivers is better than fucking Grounded, okay? I don't want to hear this shit.
it's like way better than Grounded. You really want to sit there and craft a thing and like build a base for
Yeah.
10 hours?
Grounded came out in
yeah.
2015. It's an awesome game. Oh, really quick. Xbox games aren't selling well on PlayStation, just so you know.
What? I thought that Sea of Thieves was selling really well.
Well, Hi-Fi Rush didn't sell that well, and I guess the pre-orders are down for like Grounded and stuff. Because again, who the fuck wants to play?
Who's
these
gonna
games?
play Grounded?
These aren't games that people want.
No.
They're not even games Xbox people want. Redfall is headed to PS5.
Is that true?
Oh, how dare you say that, Dreadpool?
Yeah.
Is that true?
I'm sure it is. Well, like Mike said earlier, maybe Halo 2 20th anniversary is going to be on PlayStation 5
Heck
this year.
yeah. Master Chief's gonna be running.
That was a good one when he said that. He goes,
Yeah.
they'll put it on PlayStation.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That was perfect.
Redfall is headed to PS5. Oh, man.
I've been playing. I played some of that Evil West game because it's on Game Pass.
Game
And,
Pass! Game
Game
Pass
Pass.
gas!
It's actually pretty good. I'm enjoying it.
I haven't played that.
Wario 86.
Wario 86.
He's probably making fun of like people making rumors.
Yeah,
You
because
say that Dreadpool is a joke, but guess what? The 1-year anniversary is coming up for Redfall.
Wow, really?
Maybe the golden Bite My Ass edition is going to come out on PlayStation 5.
it'll get a 9 on
My
PS5.
ass edition.
Well, it was the Bite Back edition that came out for the Xbox, and we always called it the Bite My Ass edition. But when it comes to PlayStation, it's got to be the golden Bite My Ass edition. I don't care if they put their games on fucking PlayStation. It's just at that point, what are you doing? They've given up.
I don't care either.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you want Brooklyn? Yeah, we're gonna give you I don't know, tofu. That's what that thing looks like. Tofu
Yeah,
from fucking
tofu. Yeah.
Resident Evil.
What if they unveil the Microsoft PlayStation Pro?
I'm an outside insider.
The Microsoft PlayStation Pro.
Again.
Yeah, well, what's the next podcast, Dreadpool, that they're gonna make? One Night in Phil Spencer? Because what the fuck are we waiting for here?
Oh, that was a good one.
Phil wouldn't do that. I slept with him.
One Night in Edith.
One Night in Edith. Oh man.
Oh man.
What is some like crazy fat guy, like an 800-pound fat guy, like claims that he slept with Phil Spencer and makes all these accusations?
What's Phil gonna do? I've never even been in the same state as this man.
You guys don't know all of it. But he's definitely putting Starfield on PlayStation 5. He told me.
Look, he signed under my roles, and he listed his roles. It's like a
shoved the
scribble.
Brooklyn up my ass.
Oh Jesus.
It's just a Brooklyn up my ass.
Oh shit.
Nope. One night in Matt. Oh wow.
Wow.
That's
Wowza.
actually a good one.
Booty.
Oh,
P. Diddy. Fuck P.
Oh,
Diddy.
no.
That guy's a fucking maniac.
he can never come back.
The fucking werewolf. He always looked like a werewolf, that guy.
I saw a meme on like freaking like Facebook. It said like instead of the Riddler, it was the Diddler. It was
Yeah, that's been all over the internet. Fuck him. He was always a fucking idiot anyway. He killed Biggie Smalls, that guy. Everyone's like, no, it was Suge Knight. No, motherfucker. He killed Biggie Smalls because that was his friend. And guess what? Who got famous once Biggie Smalls died?
That's true. He
My
surpassed him.
fucking daddy got famous. And I told my friend Mike that. Not mental. My buddy Mike from AOX. I told him that years ago because we watched that documentary. The 2002 documentary. And I was like, I bet you Puff Daddy did it. because Puff Daddy made that fucking song with Biggie's wife, and he made a shit ton of money off that song.
Remember when we went to the P Diddy concert together?
Oh man, Dreadpool.
We literally did see him in concert.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Well, yep. There it is.
We saw a couple of criminals at WrestleMania.
Yeah, there was a bunch.
Actually, yeah, there was quite a few.
Yeah.
Holy shit, huh? WrestleMania in New York?
All the criminals came out because it was New York.
The Hall of Shame.
Yeah.
Well, him
Oh,
coming out rapping was stupid. What?
When is the Hall of Fame for this year?
Friday.
Oh, when? What time?
I don't know. Probably at the time we're playing Helldivers. Does anybody care?
No, not really. I'd probably just go to
Who's
sleep
going
anyway.
in?
Not
The Rock's mom is going in.
Paul Heyman.
Yeah, but are we gonna watch that live, or am I gonna? We could watch that Saturday before
No,
WrestleMania.
I literally don't care at all. I don't care.
I care because Paul Heyman was awesome.
I mean, like, I don't care about watching it live. I want to see it, but
you have to understand something. The fact that this guy is still in WWE and Vince McMahon and Eric Bischoff aren't, that's telling.
He was the underdog and he won in the end.
Well, he played the long game.
Yep.
He started out as a photographer for Vince McMahon's father. I mean, he took all the nudes and everything. No.
He worked his way all the way up.
Yeah, he really worked up.
What did he have to do?
A lot of extreme things, I guess.
Triple extreme.
He had the barbed wire condoms. This guy. Anyway, Paul Heyman was awesome back in the day.
He was.
He was the owner of ECW. That was a great time in wrestling. Was the Attitude Era over there? If it wasn't for ECW, you probably would not have an Attitude Era. I'll just say that, because that was Russo and Ferrara ripping off fucking ECW. Like literally, they ripped off when Raven crucified the Sandman. That was when they had Undertaker crucify fucking Austin. Like they ripped all their shit off. What?
It's at 10 p.m. So we might be off by then. Yeah,
we'll be off by then.
That's cool. So maybe I will, if I'm still awake, I'll watch at least Paul Heyman.
And then when it's over, we'll get on here and podcast.
Yeah, okay. I'll be long asleep. Who else is getting inducted?
Bray Wyatt's family, but not Bray Wyatt.
Well, obviously.
Well, no, they're not. They were going to put him in this year, and they decided not to.
What? But why not?
I don't know.
Paul Heyman. Who else?
Herman.
Oh, Muhammad Ali. Wait, there's like no one going in.
I know.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 people in total.
Rock's mom is going in, which she deserves it. I mean, the whole family was.
Oh yeah, I see her. Right
his grandfather was a promoter and a wrestler, and when the grandfather died, the grandmother became the promoter, and then the mother ended up helping her run the promotion too. Her daughter, which is his mother, helped run the promotion as well.
The Rock is inducting her.
Well, I hope the fans are fucking stupid and boo the shit out of him.
Why is Roman Reigns inducting Paul Heyman? That's horrible. Like, I understand it, but
that's his fucking manager.
But there's so many better people that could have inducted him.
I would have had the Dudleys induct him.
Well, that's like the pinnacle of his career was ECW.
Yeah, it really was.
Who's the U.S. Express?
That's
Oh, Rotunda. Okay.
That's yeah, it's Bray Wyatt's
Yeah.
grandpa or his dad or whatever. I don't fucking know. Wyndham
Yep.
was his grandpa.
His dad's
Rotunda.
IRS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see? I retweeted the old tweet where Stephanie tweeted her and Shane as kids and said something like, my best friend Shane and I or whatever. And Ted DiBiase retweeted the tweet. It said, two very good-looking young men there.
Oh, gee. Did he do that on purpose?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean, he's really old, so.
But that was like years ago.
Oh,
It's like 2016, 2017 or something.
I know his son's in a lot of trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble too.
They're both in a lot of fucking trouble.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
He's the $1 million man, all right.
$1 million in debt.
$1 million in bail.
He's going to be $1 million in debt after this.
Mm-hmm.
He literally stole $1 million.
Yeah. Rest in peace to Virgil.
He fucking lived the gimmick, this guy. Ted DiBiase.
Oh, man, he did.
Me and Mario used to call him Ted Diabetes. Because his name was spelled weird.
Dude, you should have seen him at the flea market. He's just sitting there eating McDonald's. Nobody cared.
With our tax money.
Yeah. We paid for that
Yeah,
McDonald's.
we paid for that. That's what he's good at, is eating fast food and sitting on his ass doing nothing.
Yep.
Does anybody have a computer here? I have to hack. Put more money in my bank account.
Are you going to use that ATM? Just takes it.
Everybody's got a price. Everybody's got a debit card.
Yeah, he wouldn't take cash for the autographs. He had to do an imprint of your card, your debit card. I'll charge these when I get home.
Take a picture of your card, the front and the back, and sign the photo.
Yeah.
And put your security code on there.
No, you have to go to your bank and put him as an authorized user.
Yeah.
Like, go to the card. That's the only way you can get an autograph with him.
You know what somebody should do? You should get an autograph of him, but give him like the fake money from the dollar store.
Monopoly money.
Yeah.
Just roll it up and be like, here, and then he'll just put it in his pocket and take your photo.
Play money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he seems like the kind of guy that'll come after you later. He'll just look out the window and he'll be standing there.
I'll track you down.
I really needed that $20. I'm hungry.
You just hear his laugh in the background, like as like you're
I
like
really needed that 20. Now you owe me 40.
Yeah. You
And
gotta
if you
pay
scam
me
me again,
interest.
it's gonna be 60.
Yeah.
Oh
His
man.
laugh
that's
is like
too
a
funny.
grudge in the background, like the ha.
He makes a predator noise. That like clicking.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Predator, all these Xbox guys are happy. The Predator game
yeah.
that came out on PS4 is coming out on Xbox now.
Oh,
Oh wow, yeah, what a game changer. Ooh.
That's another game that's gonna just die because it already died.
It's already
once.
dead.
Yeah.
All these Xbox guys are like, yeah, it's gonna find a fan base here. They're gonna put it on Game Pass to help it out. It's like, no, they're not.
It's done.
And it's already a dead game. You can put it on Game Pass all you want. The fucking game's dead.
They gave it away for free on PlayStation and it was already dead.
Right, and the game was like $3 on Steam at one point, so it's a done deal. Nice flex.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right.
I won't keep you guys. It's too late now. Shout out to Mental. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate that. We'll
Yeah, it
have
was
try to
fun.
have
Yeah.
on in a couple weeks again. Next week we'll be back with Axel,
Hells yeah.
and looking forward to that one. So I will see you guys on Friday
Yes.
Or Helldivers too. We'll try to stream it on here, depending on. What's
Oh,
going
are
on.
you doing Cheap Pop tomorrow?
Thank you. Yes, tomorrow night. Me and Nick. I don't know what time. He's gonna message me. We're doing Cheap Pop. Really quick before you go, now that you reminded me of that, CM Punk. What the fuck do you think?
I'm glad he came out and talked about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because he cleared it. He definitely cleared himself a lot more, even though we already knew
A
that.
lot of AEW
Yeah.
guys are still in denial. They're still saying that he's a cancer. It's like, bro, what fucking more do you want from this guy?
yeah. I think he came out and said what he needed to say. So
He even said, like, even if you don't like me, just fucking leave me alone. Like, don't talk about me anymore. Leave me alone.
yeah, he's just tired of it. So I can't blame him. If he's like mid-40s, it's like he's kind of over it. Like,
he's got a mental problem. He causes trouble everywhere he goes. No, I think you fans are just fucking dumb.
and I
These
think
are
they
the
just
same
believe
people that
everything they
want
read.
Benoit in the fucking Hall of Fame, okay?
Those people are sick with those shirts and
They're
stuff. It's
fucking
like,
nuts,
come on.
okay? And these are the same people that hate this guy's guts because he left and came back. It's like, get over yourself. Get a life.
I was there with the shirt, and a guy gave me a nod. He knew.
CM Punk's the fucking man, okay?
Yeah.
AEW, bro, they blew it. They blew it. They
Yeah.
had it and they blew it. And you know what? Nick and I are going to talk about that tomorrow.
Did you say what time you were going on? I missed it.
No, he doesn't know yet.
We don't know
Okay.
yet. I'm waiting for Nick. It was funny because after the Punk thing, I was like, I should text Nick that we should go live on Thursday. And I was like, I'm busy. I'll text him later. And like 10 minutes after I said that, he texted me, we should go live this week. I was like, yes.
I love it. The other show you guys did was awesome. So
I love
if
the
I'm
beginning
awake,
of
I'll
the
come
first
in
one
live.
where like the intro was playing and it was just like what we're live.
yeah.
What I just heard the echo. It was like echoing. It was like what we're live.
Because I told him, I counted down my hands, right? I was like, I'll tell you when you can talk. I'll count down with my hands. I'm going to play the opening intro now when we go live. And he said, okay. So I hit the button and I go, okay. And I go like this, and I didn't count down my fingers. I go, whoa, well, hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and the guitar is jamming. Like...
and I just break out
you hear
laughing.
an echo, and it's like, well, we're not live. We're not live.
That was great. That was great.
It could have easily been
like he misunderstood what I said. Like I was like, okay, like meaning I hit the button.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna count them down. I'm just like, okay, well, hello everybody. It's like, no, whoa, we're not live. Like,
yeah. And Eli was in the chat cracking up.
It's all while the fucking intro is playing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
And then I hit the button and it was double audio.
Yeah. That's what made it funnier.
You couldn't catch a break.
I set this fucking intro up so nothing would go wrong. And the fucking thing went wrong anyway. So
I like how the second episode just wasn't an intro. It was just like
there's not going to be an intro anymore. Because I use royalty-free music. I pasted the fucking thing in the description, and they still hit us with a copyright.
Damn.
And I was like, I'm fucking done. You use their music without permission. It's like, I used it with permission. I put the fucking information in there.
Yeah.
You literally, in order to download the song, you have to agree to fucking copy the music and paste it in the YouTube video.
Right.
I did exactly what that website told me to do, and I figured, okay, we're not going to have a problem.
Yeah.
And YouTube still fucking claimed it. So. Okay, sure. So, yes. Tomorrow night, tonight, whatever, Thursday night, let's say between 7:30 and 9:30, Nick and I will be live with Cheap Pop Podcast talking about the CM Punk situation. WrestleMania rundown preview. Cody Rhodes was on there today talking about stuff. How he's friends with both the Elite and CM Punk, and he loves both guys or whatever. But he made a very interesting comment about his wife. Because they said, will your wife be at WrestleMania? And he says, yes. You'll see her. Obviously, he fucking let it slip because if we're only going to see her if he wins the title.
Right.
So she's going to be in the ring and celebrate with him. But he mentioned something about how this is going to be special for her because of things that were said about her in the past. And he didn't really want to go into it. So I wonder if, like, all the bullshit that we heard in AEW about her being hard to work with, I wonder if that played into the fact that he left AEW. Like, we don't
Probably.
know. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
P. Diddy's the greatest comeback of all, says Dreadpool. You really like this guy, P. Diddy, huh? I used to call him Puff Daddy. I mean, that's his name.
Yeah.
Puff
Or
Daddy.
Sean Combs. I hate when I'm watching like the law videos about this shit. They still call him P. Diddy. I was like, bro, he's Sean Combs. The guy committed a fucking crime.
Yeah.
Like, stop being stupid. The werewolf. Look at his eyebrows. He looks like a fucking werewolf. If you were gonna remake the werewolf movie, you can't pick him anymore. But if he didn't do all this crazy shit,
Why? He's a monster. He's perfect.
He only does this on a full moon.
And Cuba Gooding Jr., man, that guy was like a fucking megastar. Now this guy he's a fucking loser like this guy. Puff
It sounded like you
What
said
happened?
He's
Koopa.
radio.
Sounded like you said Koopa Jr.
Cuba
He's
Gooding
right.
Jr.?
No, it's
Koopa
it's wait, Cuba? Wait, it sounded like you said
Koopa
Koopa.
Gooding Jr., whatever the fuck his first name is.
King Koopa Gooding Jr.
The motherfucker from Boat Trip. Dreadpool's favorite movie. Boat Trip.
Radio.
That's when him and his friends go on a gay cruise and they don't know it. That's what that movie's about. Not Dreadpool, but I'm just saying. Dreadpool and his friends go on a gay cruise. No. That's what the movie is about. That guy. And from Rat Race. Now I can't watch Rat Race anymore because this guy's a freaking lunatic.
Was he involved in the scandal? I didn't hear that.
Me and Fred. Yeah, apparently there's pictures of him having sex with guys too.
Whoa.
What, me?
Price.
Yes, Fred. That's what you get when you have the rootkit on your computer, Fred. All your shit gets uploaded to Sony.
God,
They immediately email all your friends and family your
Hiroki
photo.
Totoki saw Fred naked.
Whoa!
You know,
Price.
Need to make Fred
no
a
wonder
Toshima.
why my aunt doesn't talk to me anymore.
We mocap your ass for Ghost of Tsushima.
You know, that sounds exactly like Hiroki Totoki, Frank.
Yeah. That's what he does every day.
To
Oh,
mock up my ass to mock up my ass as one of the fucking bad guys.
They'll mold your ass. They give it to Jim
Fred.
Ryan. By the way, Jim Ryan is gone. He's 100% gone from Sony.
he's gone. That's
His
it.
last day was, I think, Friday or Monday. I don't remember. Sunday. Sunday might have been his last day. Who gives a shit? He's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Me and Fred, you both went on the gay cruise?
Oh, we can, Jim Ryan.
What is happening?
Weekend at
Saturday
Freddy.
was his last day.
Oh, okay, good.
I thought that was when we went on the cruise.
Well, on that note.
Yeah, we gotta end it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
done
so
here.
CM Punk is awesome. Shout out to Cody Rhodes and enjoy WrestleMania this weekend. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for Cheap Pop Podcast.
Hi, Fred.
I don't know what time. But actually stayed
Minutes
awake.
away. Bye.
I did. I stayed away for the whole stream. You guys saw it.
All right.
All right, we'll catch you
I'll
guys.
see you guys later.
All right.
Bye.
Good night, guys. Later.
Peace.
Peace.
Bye. Where are these guys going? Come on. Bunch of wusses. Wusses. Whatever. All right, I'm out of here. It was a great show tonight. Chat room, thanks for everything. Check out Dreadpool's channel. Check out Noof Nukem's channel. Check out Mental 9R's channel. Shout out to Jamion. I saw him earlier. I don't know if I shouted him out or not. Check out Venge's channel. Check out Richard's channel. And check out Axel's channel, Iconic Video Games. And that's pretty much it. I want to thank you all for watching. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for Cheap Pop. If not, I'll catch you next week for the show.